keep hitting creeps, hope for the best, and prepare for the high ground defense.
Yeah, because if you don't 100-0 them, it's very likely that they're just going to have the song that comes in, resets the fight, and then they just slam you down as Miposhka.
Noob's ready to go. He's gone. Happy to drop ults for this. The game's at a pace where, you know, Quest, they know that they don't need ults to kill people in team fights, so solo opportunities arise, they'll pop an ult or two, get an easy kill, keep the pressure on.
Oh, and I'd love if Noob does go down the route of this Hex too, then he's got even more control to be able to deal with this Ember, deal with the Troll as well. They will be BKB done for Radahn, so some item timings being hit together here. They do have that, but they're just still very poor on the Ember Spirit. It's a Mage Slayer into a BKB, not the build that you want to usually see on an Ember. Deep aggressive ward also placed after that movement that they got top. Omar was able to sneak one in the base. Could net them another kill. That's unexpected there for Spirit. Omar, he's waiting on the sidelines there. Oh, Laurel. Is he going to step up? They're ready for him.
Immediately. Omar's in with the...
He cut the tree?
He's able to cut the tree, but the Burst Strike, Ice Path, and Rolling Thunder still connect, and that's enough to take him down.
They'll ping one of those wards immediately, but the ward has already done its damage. They'll be able to poke high ground, force the glyph. TA2000's in the area if they do want to continue forcing here. Couldn't ask for better plays coming out from PSG Quest in this one. I mean, both games just flawless movements. I think last game also did Spirit actually ended with 9 kills in the last game also? They did. So last game Spirit ended with 9 kills. PSG Quest had 31. Right now, Spirit has 9, and it's difficult for them to find a kill anywhere. Could be similar. This is such good macro play, such good teamwork. Everybody's just playing together. The scan catches onto Radahn. They seem to know exactly where he is. Omar is on the hunt.
It's going to be a very difficult one for Radahn. Carry this one. He's carried some tough ones in the past. Not
one that he can do by himself. His Ember is pretty much a support almost at this point in the game. Still no BKB on Laurel.
I mean, they're smoking up, but what's the plan here? Sinto and Aegis. The Aegis still there for a minute. It's not like it's even close to expiring.
Radahn, he's spotted.
They've found him in the trees. Start to poke around with him, see if they can get that BKB off. There's going to be the Rolling Thunder coming across. He's going to get stuck for now, Malik. Radahn now put the BKB and look to turn. Got to make the move over towards Malik, but Malik's pretty tanky. He's finally able to break out of that part around the crystals. The roots come in. They may just be able to kill Malik off. Is he actually going to survive through this? No. They've killed Malik off on the Panda. It's there, and now with the BKB and the ult already used, there's little left for Radahn to keep himself safe with. TA2000 moves in. Bar strike from Noob. They're taking Radahn down.
It's very desperate moves that Spirit's trying to get some type of moves here, but Laurel...
They've got him as well. The Ensnarant, the Ice Path, Macropire takes him out.
Tip TA2000. Yeah, I mean, if TA2000 wants to play Naga Siren, pick him Naga Siren.
I give him it every game, honestly.
Yeah. They just play so well around it. Because they've just... Well, I mean, he hasn't had to do too much in this game, but it maybe just gives them that confidence to be able to play like this, because they've just played us 4 beautifully, and they know that they have the insurance policy of a Naga free farming the entire time during
And it's not like he's completely ignoring fights.
No,
he's
not at all.
In like half of them. He's there when they need him.
Very true. And he is finding these solo pickoffs too, and yeah, the songs have been beautiful. As Collapse passes his gem off to his courier to make sure that he doesn't even give that off, and now they'll get the kill.
Tries with the TP out, but indeed the Yule Scepter's there. Collapse, he's got no split, he's got no TP. As they'll slowly but surely bring down the brew yet again. Godlike. Noob here. 28 minutes in. Absolutely making a case for his Sand King.
Yeah.
This Sand King, it has to be one of the better performances. We've seen a lot of Sand King. We've seen a lot of very good performances, but this one, it's got to be up there.
Yeah, now he changes the build because he's like, you know what? I don't need a Hex versus Ember. He just dies anyway, even without being controlled. Just get more damage, more control, more survivability. He's going to just get this natural buildup of the Shivas. That's beautiful. Really is. And definitely not going to see a Sand King picked up early that isn't at least addressed better in the lane in particular. Because Ember versus Sand King is a tough matchup.
It didn't do a lot, really, this Ember.
No.
It really didn't, lol. Not able to put the pressure on him in the lane, which of course is the case for a lot of heroes right now because of how strong Sand King is, but not really able to do anything spectacular outside of the lane as well. Could obviously not keep up in farm. I mean, to be fair to him, you know, Noob, as I said, playing absolutely insane here on the Sand King on how much he was getting done across the map. Yeah, just meant the luck will never catch up top lane.
Get this again.
He's gone for the TP out, but they've got ways to stop it. They'll have to BKB and run.
But
they aren't going to be ready to chase this. I mean, Noob's going to be ready as this BKB comes to an end. We'll see if Radan gets the chance to pop the ult. If the bar strike,
nope.
Bushwhack as well. And indeed, not a chance to press his ultimate. Radan goes down again.
They're everywhere. There's no space for anybody to farm on Team Spirit. You show in a lane, you're dead. And now, potentially, that high ground push, the Naga is starting to be able to poke. Lift is still on cooldown, so they can't commit. 20,000 lead.
No troll for 50 seconds. They're definitely going to take quite the hit on the base, you'd imagine. Quest pushing in with the illusions.
Okay, Mira did steal Sandstorm, and it is tremendous, so he will be able to stop the push or slow it down for a moment here. But they move top. Sandstorm's not there. Up in 8 seconds.
They're going to try and get the jump on towards Collapse. They catch him with the root, but it is quickly removed. And focus continues to just be the tier 3 tower here from PSG Quest.
Mira running in to put that Sandstorm down. They're going to just play around it. They're going to go for that top racks.
Likely to want to start any sort of aggressive move without their troll.
Perhaps.
We get out once more. Glimmer.
By the way,
range, keep the melee racks up for now, though.
You see who's missing this whole time. Miposhka's probably saying, like, there's very little chance of us coming back in this game, and if anybody is going to do it, it's me with an Aghanims. So he is, even though ET's a great high ground defender, he's just trying to get this Aghs to try to fight.
How close is he?
But he's missing the talents. That's the problem, you know. It's the 15 talent and the 20 talent that really make this become that potent, and he is a 5 position. So it's a Hail Mary he's going for.
Let's see if he's able to find a fight with it. Smoke up now from PSG Quest. They're ready to hide outside the base of Spirit. See who steps out first.
They're so ready. Anybody shows they're dead. You go for the Tormentor freely as well, too, on the side of Quest. Miposhka, let him go.
I mean, whatever happens, he should be able to have it before the end of the game. Whether or not it matters.
Very unlikely it matters, but it's probably their only potential saving grace. How long on Roche? Bit of a longer spawn. 50 seconds. Actually, a bit of a short spawn, so 50 seconds. They can just keep them trapped inside, though, so the Illusions just can keep shoving everything in. 4 heroes stuck inside. Miposhka does lose his point booster.
He does.
So 2 minutes until he can even
for it. Got to hold for 2 minutes. Yep. Don't want to see this Aghs ET in action. Which they may get, because PSG Quest, whilst they do have quite the lead, I don't think they're going to feel any need to rush.
No, definitely don't need to rush it too much here. But if you see anybody step out, you'll kill them. But yeah, they can just keep all these lanes shoved in, because there's just no way that they can push out these Naga Siren Illusions at this point on the side of Team Spirit. So they're essentially trapped inside their base. They have to change stunned.
He's got on the side, he's got the Ice Path, he's just gone. He does have buyback available. The pipe's been done now on Collapse. He has the primal split. Malik, he's gone pretty deep with this one. TH Downs are going to use the song for now to reset.
Hey, Bruce Split was used. He just resets away. The strongest team fight ability that Team Spirit has now been used. And they'll back it up. Roche, it's up. They'll be able to take down with ease with the Pango and the Naga. And they can potentially still play aggressive on the map even with everybody else. So they don't need to commit every single hero into that pit.
I'll take your tribute.
Picture perfect gameplay. Yeah, you know, last game we said it, the not really pushing the issue and not really like making any type of mistakes. This is that, but even better.
Spirit, can they get out of here in time? Can they try for a road fight?
Not with them, no. It's suicide. I mean, if they want to just YOLO and die out there, but that would be what it was, because they do not have Blue Split there. No Aghanims on the ET either. They want to just wait for that timing.
Just on Noob, he's more than ready to go for the high ground jump, more than ready to try and end the game, get into the base of Team Spirit.
I mean, Laurel has literally not been able to do anything this game. He's just getting chain stunned to death versus the Sanking. There's no, he gets glimmered, but there's no Force Staff to reset him either.
Spirit is holding up in the base, preparing themselves. What might be their final chance of holding on here at Rear Masters.
Banner on the Jakiro. He'll smoke himself up, smoke the team for the final potential jump. Collapse. Blue Split down for 20 seconds. ET, there's the Aghanims. All right, Miposhka. Let's see what you can do.
The silencing onto Collapse. Malik, ready to go pretty deep here with the Rolling Thunder. Gets the first connection on towards Lal. Stolen Burrow Strike. More from PSG Quest, the Butterfly, out and delivered for TA2000. Spirit.
I'm gonna smoke.
Leaving the base, it's
scanned instantly.
It's risky.
They read the move. I mean, every time they know every move. They really know every single move that they're trying to make. And Malik, he just walks up, breaks the smoke. They'll see them with the illusions.
I won't be able to start anything here. We're going to have to sit back and indeed wait again for Quest to approach. Collapse stepping outside of the base. They get the catch onto Mira. Nice bar from Macropire laid down. Mira's gone. No buyback for him.
And Laurel might be forced to use BKB. Okay, he'll be able to get himself the high ground. It's scary for a second there. At 40 seconds, no Rubik. And they can just keep every single one of these lanes pushing in. Double catapults are coming in too. Nope, just pump faking.
How do they go about this Team Spirit?
5-man Spirit into kill everybody but the TA somehow. Hope and dream. That's really all it feels like. Because now also, the Naga Siren has a butterfly, so you can't actually hit her anyway as this ET or anything anyway, even if you had any hope. So you'll have to kill the rest of the targets somehow. Rax is getting whittled down. Double catapults are still alive. And they even kill the catapults, they'll have to use the glyph. They know they'll get refreshed anyway.
Jump. Go for Collapse. The Lotus off. And he helps split it down. Impostor steps up and indeed with the Yules. Noob's able to avoid the initial attempt to fight back. They're chasing Dakalis out of the back of the fight. They will get it. Noob, Burrow Strike out onto the two of them.
He's got Aegis still.
Indeed, he's holding his ground. Will get caught by the stun here from the Primal Split. He's forced down to the low ground. Noob's able to break away from this. Radahn, he's in.
But Malik
and Ult stepping forward.
3 sets away.
And here comes Noob. With any way to get him out of this. He's going to get caught by the jump back in from Noob. Radahn's gone. 80 seconds without him. Noob's able to step over towards Mirror as well. They'll take out the Rubik slowly but surely. I mean, the glimmer's there. They're stepping in. Burrow Strikes back up. Mirror indeed down and out for 50. And with the song set up, TA2000, they're ready to go for the killing blow. The insnare onto Lyle. Immediate execution there off the Ember Spirit. Now for Collapse. They're going to have him as well as this game. Surely is going to be over in a matter of seconds as PSG Quest. They're going to look to clean up the base first.
They couldn't even kill Noob's Aegis. They tried. Threw the splitter, they threw everything. He gets the Yules, resets. They chase the supports in the back lines, but Noob resets the fight beautifully. The epicenter comes through.
They got just the one buyback here from Collapse. The other three don't have any way back into the game. As PSG Quest onto the tier 4s. Malik ready in with the jump. They've got the ensnare set up into the Rolling Thunder. Noob's in. An insane amount of magical damage. The stomp does come out onto the three of them from Aposhka. But he cannot save Collapse. Collapse is gone. The push continues from PSG Quest as the Ancient now exposed. Malik wanting to get some more kills to close this game up with. They get the jump onto Mirror. Rubik dead yet again. Onto the Ancient. This game, it's over. GG is called. Spirit. They're knocked out of the competition, and PSG Quest, they'll get to move on here in the lower bracket.
In such beautiful performance, right? The first game, it was over in 10 minutes. Spirit completely smacked them down. PSG Quest adapt. They go for the sanking on Noob back-to-back games.
Wow.
And what a performance. He absolutely dumpsters the game.
That's crazy.
10-0-20. He was everywhere, Owen.
Yeah,
and what's his damage
numbers looking like? On the Sand As I said, we've seen some good Sand King performances, but this has got to be up there.
29k, highest damage in the game.
By far.
By far, yeah. 9,000, I mean, the Emperor's 9,000 below, but Laurel had no game. This is just him spamming these slides and stuff like that. An impeccable performance. Picture perfect. Pretty much no mistakes in this game at all, and they didn't get breathing room either. Spirit, they tried to do this Brewmaster, tried to do something a little bit different than their usual style for Collapse in particular, but it didn't work at all. It snowballed out of control so fast just because of Noob and Omar and honestly the whole team, the macro game. It was perfect. Yeah. It was beautiful.
A rough one for Team Spirit. You know, they won't be able to try their chance of claiming the title this time round, getting knocked out at this stage of the competition. They had some good showings, but they definitely had some weak points on this run.
Sure.
That I think people weren't expecting. Spirit, tough series here today, and one that's going to hit hard, especially when you come out of that game one right. You've got to imagine Team Spirit, they get this game one, they're like, well, we got this. But then
Absolutely.
game 2, game 3, PSG Quest. Incredible stuff. We'll be able to head over to the stage to get some words here from Omar. Quest, they take this 2-1.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Omar of PSG Quest. I don't need to say his name because the crowd is doing it for me right now, because you have now achieved a top 6 finish here at Riyadh Masters, exceeding your previous result of top 8, and as a result, you now get the award of being able to crush a key, which, Miposhka, if you don't mind, could you please bring Spirit's key as the journey ends here for last year's Riyadh Masters champions. But what a journey that it was. An honor you don't take lightly at all, but Omar, we just gotta live in the moment for a little bit. Join me. I want you're that much closer to that right there. Not only did you get the key, you have taken down effectively 4 Aegises on the journey here. You beat OG, 2-time TI winners. You beat Spirit, 2-time TI winners. How are you feeling right now, my man?
Alhamdulillah, feeling very good. I'm very happy for this win. I would like to say one thing. Charity Esports, do it again. For some reason, we're giving up every first game. I don't know why, but thank God we won.
Because you're cleaning out the series in the end. You want to keep everyone on the edge of their seat. You're showmen, and we are enjoying the show right now. And as a result of you defeating Radon, the stars have aligned for the MENA region, and now you're going to get the matchup against Falcons. These guys have been gatekeeping you all year long, but you've shown a lot of growth over these past 2.5 weeks. Are you ready for the rematch?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah! Then there's nothing left to do but get this key crushed, Omar. Congratulations on the win. Can't wait to see the rest of the journey, and we'll pass it back to the studio.
It is such a joy to hear from Omar and Tsunami there. It was a hard-fought series going all the way to game number 3, but honestly, it didn't feel like the Spirit we had seen grow over the last few days within groups, within playoffs as well. And Quest, how could anyone have expected this? The massive upset of eliminating the defending champions of Riyadh Masters last year in 2 games with the Naga Siren.
You know, in Series 1, Kezer, you mentioned that a lot of teams are going to be gunning to take BB teams' key because of a lot of the beef from pubs and stuff, but these are 2 of the most likable teams. You can see the respect between these 2 captains. You know, Omar's obviously proud of their win, but he's not like, yeah, we got him, you know, like, suck it. But it's like one of those things where we saw Team Spirit and they were down in the dumps. And what I wanted to say about it is that for a team that's won TI twice, had so much success in the scene, to see that they care so much about Dota and still love and are passionate about the game, and it still hurts that much for them to get eliminated. It's just something to appreciate as a community, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, at the core, they're still very competitive players, so it is tough to say goodbye to Spirit, but an underdog coming through this series to do an upset like that, Lacoste?
Yeah, I don't think many people expected it, because I also did not expect
Brian did.
it, to be honest. Brian did. That's why he's here. That's why he's getting paid the big bucks.
You're getting paid?
Others, well, you guys are getting paid. So, jokes aside, this is just a great story that they managed to eliminate OG, eliminate Team Spirit. It doesn't feel good, I would say, because a lot of people would still, want to see Team Spirit coming into this tournament, because they do the best when they are in these lower brackets, when they're getting to the grand finals. But PSG Quest, man, what a team! Coming into this one, I was expecting, them to be crushed, but after what happened in game 1, it was pretty much over 10-15 minutes into the game, and still managed to bounce back like that against Team Spirit. These guys, they are ready to go.
No, that's an insane. This is a performance that if you're PSG Quest and Noob, you will never forget in your life. You will think back to this performance as this is as good as we can play, and that feeds confidence to you. It feeds confidence to your team, because honestly, what they did, damn, that was some S-tier shit.
Yeah, I mean, this game number 3 felt pretty flawless. Maybe some people are tuning in for the first time. Maybe they only tuned in towards the end of the game and are very surprised that the series went this way. So let's run them back a little bit, Kezer. Let's take some key moments here and break it down a little bit more as to why. Key moments.
Key moments indeed. Now, this is just what PSG Quest are doing with how fast they're playing. They go mid, they get the kill, Noob with like an insane performance. Like honestly, all of them, like they just take these stuff, you know, they kill here, they go bottom, they kill there, they go back to mid, like they just do it over and over again. And this is the type of gameplay you want to see. This just looks so free and so confident. And this is what you need to do at these LAN environments and like these elimination games. You need to play your game, you need to be free, and you just need to own your opponents when you can.
Yep. Well, let's keep talking about it a bit more. We want to get through this as quickly as possible because we're going to have, you know, some exit interviews, some special guests on this panel as well. So, BSJ, if you take it away for what you felt was one of the key successes of Naga.
Yeah, I'm just highlighting the role that TA2000 has on the map as a carry. Like, this is something that he just looks at a different level when he's playing Naga as a hero. Last game, we saw the same thing on Radon. It looked like he just had Yataro's number in the carry-to-carry matchup in the game and the map. And this time, like in
they don't go together, somebody's going to get their key crushed. That is going to end up in here, and I love that.
Absolutely. There have been quite a few of our keys, not just kind of smashed a bit.
No, they've been broken.
Not just dented, but like absolutely split in half. That's exactly what we love. Brutal is what we're saying. Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Yeah.
The Boulevard of Broken Keys. That's what we've got. That's what we're bringing to you. Let us get our two teams out onto stage. It is a battle royale. Please welcome Mousesports. Let us bring the players out onto stage, starting with Yinfat, Exertion, Shui, Brolin, and Torzi. That is Mousesports. They come in, some would say on paper, the favorites, but in a quarterfinal, anything can happen.
Absolutely, and in a best of three, you have to go all out. You cannot stop, especially at this level of Counter-Strike, but they're not on their own. They come from Brazil. They are Furia. It's Skulls! Yuri!
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello, good evening, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2024 from Riyadh, where we are flying over Boulevard City for the second day in our third week of competition. There is 8 weeks in total, 5 more to go after this weekend concludes, but we have so much action left to get through. My name is Quickshot, and once again, I will be your host this evening for EWC Central. We have had a reframing of our name. Once we were called HQ, now it's EWC Central for anybody who's returning. Thank you for joining us once again. I'd like to welcome back to the sofas the Old Boys Club, Suns fan, Mac and Toby. Gentlemen, before I begin and give you a chance to say hello, there's only 2 people who have live predictions left for Counter-Strike 2, because Suns fan, your prediction was poopy, and Mac, yours was even worse.
Hey, it wasn't just me, all right? I went and checked with the other CS2 experts and analysts just to make sure that I wasn't the only one, and a lot of them went for Spirit as well.
The captain is supposed to go down with the ship, not drag them all with him.
Yeah. There's a few other people that went for other teams, but it's all sort of...
Toby,
I'm just hearing excuses.
You have games to actually cover today.
Yes, I do, and my team is still in Counter-Strike Finals.
So give a quick...
Are they?
Yes, they are. They've just started. They've just started.
Finals, so
Suns fan, how are we doing? How are you enjoying the Dota game so far?
Upset. Huge upset. We'll get to that later, of course.
Huge upset? Oh,
it's been
really?
a big day.
Well, listen, I actually think you're allowed to give me a tiny bit of a teaser. What was the upset? Where was it? What, give me some
Team
context.
Spirit have lost to PSG Quest, which...
Why is it an upset?
Well, Team Spirit won this tournament last year, and they're 2-time TI winners, and they have all the same players. They just didn't feel like they came in form.
And you know what? Our production team are upset as well because OG were eliminated.
That's
what about Counter-Strike? How are we doing? Obviously, we mentioned a little bit ago, Team Spirit losing to G2.
Yep.
Arguable upsets. G2, maybe question marks. Nobody was 100% on the rosters.
Definite upset.
On paper, the names give you competition, but just based on recent changes and things, you would have expected Spirit to win, but they didn't. Nobody was like donking.
Yeah, Spirit came in and they were supposed to be the favorites for maybe the whole competition, especially in that matchup. You'd expect them to beat G2, but G2, there's just that little bit of unknown at the moment because they have gone for that roster swap. But we had another upset that's gone down because Vitality have maybe kicked the bucket as well.
Maybe or have? You're allowed to say it.
Have.
There we go. That was good. No, you know what? I actually really appreciate that because yesterday I scolded you.
You did,
like
which is why I didn't say it now.
In actual fact, what we are going to do right now is give you a brief taste of what is happening in that Counter-Strike 2 arena. Matt, give me a brief context setting here. Oh my word, Furia, they're on Nuke again.
They're on Nuke again. Look, they played it 17 times already yesterday or something, and this is going to be the 18th time. Essentially, this is a map that Mao's lost the other day against Sashi, and Furia also beat Sashi on this map. So, as you could expect, you know, if you do the
it's their map
maths there, then Furia might be able to take this one as a W. I don't know about the rest of the
What's
video.
the sentence? By transitive properties, they should win, right? That's it.
That's a new word to me, so I'm going to agree blindly, and, you know, blind leading the blind. Let's go with that. But yeah, Furia with a 2-0 start is a great start for them to potentially make this yet another 3-mapper.
Well, listen, let's hear in with what the casters have to say before we kick off the rest of the Central broadcast.
Rushed into a top site play, they can stay composed and go back into ramp. You can see how slow and methodical they can be clearing out ramp room. There's still 40 seconds left after doing this, so they can go down into the lower bomb site. They have a smoke, 2 smokes in fact, a couple of flashes. Got plenty of utility to ensure that this will be a round win.
Interesting seeing them not use those smokes over. Okay, it's coming out a little bit late. They drop it on the
Use
plant
it for
as
the
well.
plant.
Yeah, that gives Torzy a chance to come out and just fire off a couple shots, try and take some attention away. Exertion's Deagle with only one of those doorways open. He doesn't want to take the fight. He knows Fury will be focused on that. They'll wait for it to subside, and then let's see if they have a miracle in them.
Xertion starts to make his way down the ramp room. Deagle in hand. Roland actually picks out one in that Khalil. Effective trading once again from Skulls, who's doing absolutely everything, but now must do everything because Xertion is alone, and Skulls steps up for Furia again. He said this team feels like home, and he is settling in well.
A little bit more game sound pumped into my ear.
A 4K for Skulls, impacting the pistol, now saving them in this kind of nightmare scenario.
Yep, that's a really good start for Skulls. 7-1 for him. And yeah, I mean, that's right. If you're a fan of Skulls, I know for me personally, I've wanted to see Skulls do well after, after seeing him at some of the RMRs over the years. It felt like Liquid wasn't exactly a great chance for him to get that experience and kind of rise up and learn his lessons. Would love to see his potential start getting reached more and more in this Furia lineup.
Torji waiting outside. AWP primed for the initial shot. And Cello not taking that step around the corner.
Like 30%-ish.
Timing might actually favor Furia players to get around that corner. Now utility starting to come in. A flash dripped in. Smoke's following. And Torzi trying to catch him as that smoke pops open. He'll even use his grenade to disrupt the smoke cover, but it's not going to be effective. It goes a little bit too deep. And if it actually landed, he was looking like he was going to get that opening kill.
Yeah, that's the opportunity he would have wanted. Oh, good shot from Jimpat. That's a good boost up, and they almost able to catch him off guard, but he's away quickly. And now Torji's come back. Blind shot misses, but ramp being held on to.
A couple of missed shots here for Torzi over towards that rotation, and that has cost him most of his health, but he's still standing, and Furia are down to 3 players. Mal's at a better spot with 44 seconds remaining.
They're knocking on the door to the upper bomb site, though, looking to turn in towards Mini.
And Shuei's pushed through Hut. He's got himself lobby control. He's waiting for Fallen to come back, and that's the bomb carrier. So if the bomb comes back into Shuei, it could be a nightmare here for Furia. Fallen has to fight him, and Shuei is in such a strong position, but Fallen able to take his head off. Yuri fights out of main. Brolin down, and suddenly a 2v2. Missed shot from Torzi again. 20 seconds as Furia leap to the middle of the bomb site. Fallen punches those digits in. Plant is secured, and now this round is back on for Furia. Yuri goes into the Hut. Infat still creeping and crawling his way closer to this upper side. He's worried that there could have been a push through Squeaky Door, but there's no one there. And that's an opening because that door is blown off. So Yimfat can slowly make his way into the site, but eventually they've got to go. Torji from heaven, Yimfat down to Fallen, who has had some masterful kills in this round, and it is enough to secure victory for Furia. That is 4 rounds in a row, and it was looking so dire at the midpoint of this round.
This is such a lovely example.
Looking pretty good for Furia to kick things off there. Should be 4 on the board right now. And I'm going to do a little bit of trivia while we still have it on the screen. Now, if you were paying attention, this is going to get you. That guy on the left in the middle, his name starts with a J. How do you say his name? Obviously, you can't see it right now. The timing was horrible for this quiz.
James.
Not James. He's on Dota's Pro.
Well, I can't see the names.
All right, waiting for a name with a J
give
to
it
pop
another
up.
10 seconds and you'll get there.
He was just in the kill feed, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he got taken out by Fallen just a second ago.
Here we go.
Well,
that's great.
Matt, right, I'll pick this one up. If you would like to find out which player's name begins with J and continue watching this, you can
spell
do that
it for us
on twitch.tv/EWC_CS2. And while I try to save Mac right now, Toby, your prediction for the winner of the entire tournament is still alive. The one thing I will mention is, coming into the series from yesterday, Furia had a very long series of games, had to win a number of best-of-1s in that resurrection stage, and frankly speaking, they are the on-paper underdogs today against Mouse. But we've seen a couple of upsets throughout the rest of EWC today in the arenas, so will the upsets continue? We will find out a little later. The names are gone, so we'll have to play your game later.
I have the name.
Okay, can you spell it?
I will spell it. It's Jimphat. How would you say that?
Oh.
There is no incorrect way.
Jim
So, yeah, some people say Jim Fat, right?
I'll say Jim Pat as well.
I'd say Jim Fat.
I say Yimpat.
Yimpat.
Yeah.
Really?
Okay.
Is that actually how you pronounce it?
Because the J
It's like beatboxing.
yeah. Right.
But we also call him Jimmy.
Okay.
He got Jimmy as a shorter Name. Jim Fat, Jim Pat, you know,
well,
whatever.
we should do some more trivia because we do play a bunch of those games here. Just a reminder for EWC Central, we do the breakdowns, we do news, we do interviews. We'll be taking a look at both PUBG Mobile and looking at Counter-Strike 2 later on throughout the broadcast. Before we do, I think it should explain a little bit of the wardrobe here. It's actually Toby's fault.
Yes,
and
totally
tell me why it's your fault.
So because it's Friday, we wanted to go with tropical. That was the initial idea.
Yes.
Because we really like to do things that are themed to the day before it happens.
Yes.
So Thursday would be Friday today, therefore tropical.
That's it. More importantly, we get PUBG maps, and there's forests or jungles. What have we decided?
There are both.
Oh!
As a matter of fact, one map with forests, another one with jungles. So why not share a bit of both and some salmon over there as well?
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
There are rivers in PUBG as well.
We did actually request from Sunsfan to wear some sort of Hawaiian shirt, something with a pattern, and he just said,
I brought exactly 8 shirts that are okay to be on camera. All right? There's not much flexibility here.
Okay to be on camera. That is a strong framing.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, it looks good. It looks good.
Thank you.
Let's talk very briefly. Obviously, the PUBG games, they have rounded out. We are not going to be moving on with any content to explain things, but I mean, give me a brief explanation and get a quick reminder to the viewers. What is the format? What is happening today?
Format is as follows. We just started off the whole tournament. The group stage has kicked off today. The 2 of the 3 groups playing in the group stages have played today, Group Red and Group Yellow. Tomorrow, Group Green will join the party as well. Once the group stage is over and done in 3 days, we will have teams going into the losers bracket, the survival stage. And then from there, more teams will be eliminated coming into the grand finals.
Okay, well, listen, let's go. Let's move on to the show. Now you've briefly explained PUBG. It's the new game coming to EWC Central, and it's time to take a look at the EWC catch-up powered by STC. Now, of course, because we started by taking a look at the Counter-Strike 2 tournament, I think it makes the most sense to head down to the stage with Darth Mike for a CS2 update.
Come on, Quick Shot. Not everyone out there is a Star Wars mega fan. What, you think I can't spell my own name? Come back, get real. Anyways, getting real here on the Counter-Strike 2 stage, things are heating up. We just had our second quarterfinal where it turned out that Vitality couldn't quite hack it. They had nothing against the Virtus Pro engine, as that new look team's looking pretty dang good indeed after the break. Took 3 maps, first one overtime, next 2 not so much, but it is VP moving on into the semis and crushing the key of Vitality. Meanwhile, behind me, now we've got Furia and Mouse set to go live, and with Neymar in attendance, you know things are going to get interesting.
Okay, I apologize. May the force be with you, youngling. Yesterday, of course, I thought it was Darth Mike, and he was trying to be funny. I wonder if we'll get an explanation of that nickname throughout the course of the rest of the check-ins. I'm not sure. Regardless, though, thank you so much for the updates from the floor. What you are looking at is the playoffs bracket here for Counter-Strike 2. A reminder that it is a best-of-3 single elimination bracket. Last night, late into the evening, G2 Esports and Team Spirit went head-to-head, and quite a surprising performance. We will discuss this game with Mac a little bit later on in the broadcast. Just moments ago, Virtus Pro took down Vitality in one of the longest series that we have seen. I think the first map had quadruple overtime. It was absolutely epic. Regardless, G2 VP, they are in the semifinals. That'll be happening tomorrow, and these 2 series are happening throughout the course of the rest of the day. And of course, EWC Central will keep you up to date throughout the entirety of the results. Let's turn our attention over towards to PUBG Mobile and head to Jiniro for an update.
Hi everyone, Jin here in front of the SCC Arena, and we have just finished the first day of PMWC. We had an update in the middle of the day, but I thought I'd do a little quick check-in in terms of what we have seen for the other half of today. For me personally, Alliance had a great half of the day. They were really able to make headway in terms of the points that they accumulated, starting off with the fact that during Game 4, they get their double-digit elimination, and they also get their chicken dinner, so they get double-digit placement points. Now, in Game number 5, this was a little bit of a closer one, but Moneymakers do come out on top, and they once again get a chance to add also 10 placement points to their tally. The last game of today was closed out by 4 American Vibes. The vibes were high indeed. They get their eliminations, they get their placement points, and this is exactly what we need from the teams to hit the ground running, because we have 2 more days left of the group stage, and anything can happen. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you.
Thank you so much, Jinro. It is a pleasure to once again work by your side. I'm looking forward to future updates here in PUBG Mobile. Of course, we went through 6 matches throughout the course of today. Tomorrow, different groups will take to the standings. Just before I reveal the numbers and actually look at the standings once again, I think, beyond a shadow of a doubt, PUBG Mobile has the coolest team names. We've got X-Men, we've got Lead Speak numbers in there, we've got Besiktas. A lot of love for that club and organization. Now, as a reminder, of course, you can see the total points on the side. You get placement points, you get elimination points. You need to get both if you want to stand a chance to be crowned the PUBG Mobile World Cup champions here at EWC. Now, we haven't dived into PUBG Mobile too much. Stick with us, and Toby will be explaining the game, explaining how teams win, and explaining to me exactly how better to appreciate this esport. We got one final update, so let's catch our boards, jump on a wave, and head down to Tsunami.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. I've got updates for you. Believe it or not, VP beat Vitality. What a turn of events for them. They're going to be going up against G2. The plow is back. You are here for Dota updates. I'm sorry. It's just that you had former Counter-Strike Pro Suns fan on your couch. I got my wires crossed for a moment there. Don't worry, because exciting things are happening in Dota as well. PSG Quest. The underdog teams, the only play-in team remaining in the tournament, just defeated Team Spirit. Reigning Riyadh Masters champions, two-time TI winners, the current holders of the Aegis have been taken down by a play-in team. Now we have to see how high the ceiling goes, because next match for them is against Falcons, the other MENA region team. They've been gate-kept by Falcons all year long. But if there was ever a time to turn it around, it's happening right now. We'll have to find that out tomorrow, though. Feels good to root for the underdog. David finally beat Goliath.
I'm not gonna lie, you had me in the first half. I sincerely appreciate that throughout the course of the multiple weeks of getting check-ins from Tsunami, he continues to pick on Suns fan. Shannon's sitting in the corner, he's crying right now, Tsunami. Great job. Obviously, you mentioned the big upsets there. PSG Quest taking down Team Spirit. I think crucially, we want to keep a close eye on whether or not they'll be able to continue that form, take down Team Falcons, who were one of the pre-tournament favorites, despite dropping in the upper bracket. Will they be able to take down PSG Quest? We'll find out. We'll also discuss some of the other results, some of the other surprises that have come throughout the course of the show with Sunsfan. Right now, Tundra versus BB Team is starting on twitch.tv/EWC_Dota2. That does it for our EWC catch-up, powered by STC. Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy bien. We've got our sunnies on, we've got our fun jungle forest Hawaiian type shirts, and the reason for it is just the lamest joke that I could think of, because I want to talk about PUBG Mobile World Cup. We've got a bunch of clips now. We'll break down the results throughout the course of Game 1. We'll discuss how the competition has gone, and then we'll get a much deeper lesson into how to appreciate the game, learn about the map. I think one of them is called like Angel or something like that. So that's still later. Stick with us for now. Toby, I'm going to come to you. I know you've been watching. I know you've been very distracted during rehearsals. Have you been able to keep up with the 6 matches, and can you break down what's been happening?
Yes, I definitely can, and we can take a short version of it, or we can take a very long version. I'll do somewhere in between.
Can we do a short version to start?
I'll do a short version.
Like ease me into this.
Yes, of course. We see match number 1 on Sanok, the tropical map, and this map of all has one of the biggest high ground differences. And this map, as we see oftentimes, ends on one of those hillsides. Therefore, D+ Kia, the Korean team, out victorious. They got the sit up high, get 10 elims.
So what we're looking at now is just like the final circles to see which of the teams are able to pick up that chicken dinner, win the map, and then we'll look at the standings and break down what it means, right?
Roger,
okay.
Roger. Match number 2, down to the south, we go on a wrangle. We head to the military island there. You can see as well, chaotic fight. 3 teams inside the same building there, and A7 comes out with win, but it's actually Tianfa that stole the thunder on that one, because they got 16 eliminations in that match. And now, over to match number 3, from one high ground to another. This area is called Everest for a reason.
Look at the grenades!
A massive mountain that teams, when they're on top of it, will get a lot of points from. Issue is, if they're set up there and they have to come down, as we saw here, Besiktas was sat down below, and they managed to take them out.
PUBG Mobile players not know too much about geography, because there ain't no ice, there ain't no snow. That don't look like Lone Everest to me.
Well, it's kind of Everest. It's don't fault them. Don't fault them. That's one of the more logical names.
Okay.
Yeah, that's their, it gets weirder. It gets weirder. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
Yeah, there's a place called Toilet Seat.
What?
And that's also.
Could you give us the lore of Toilet Seat, please?
It's
well, you'll understand when you see it.
Okay. You will see it later. You will see it later.
Okay.
You'll see it later, depending on how our video was cut. In any case, this is match number 3. Down on the southern shoreline we go. A really difficult area, especially when you're in third person, because you're out in the open, limited cover. The teams with the circles can stand behind trees, see you for days. Therefore, an easy pickup for Alliance to bring that win home. And then as we go on to Miramar, the Sandy Dunes, here we have the first map on the mountain. Moneymakers able to bring this home. And this match, actually, while the ending of it wasn't too interesting, it was kind of predictable who would win it up until the very last moment, because as you can see, 4 guys against 2 solos, not going to be that hard. The early game of this match was incredibly exciting.
You know what I noticed, Shannon? There are sand buggies there, and I was promised that there are monster trucks.
I'm still waiting.
We have to find it.
Still waiting.
3 show days this weekend, and then I've got more next weekend. in, so that's what I'm going to be looking for.
You will get them. They're the final match of the day towards the center of the map. For Miracle Vibes, able to bring home a pretty hectic win. It's a hard area to get a lot of points in because you have a lot of teams in the open. It's hard to really expose yourself to claim points, but they're able to get 15 elims and the win, so 25 points off of that one match alone. Incredible way to finish off day one.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the team that's in #1 currently only has, what, 56, 58 points, if I recall correctly?
So it goes to show, if you can bring home 25 in one game, that's potentially tournament winning.
And of course, just a reminder, if you place first in one of the matches, that's 10 points just from placement and 1 point per elimination. So the fact that team gets 15 in a single match, it's massive. It's
very, very, very rare.
And of course, that also means when we do get to the survival stage, the fact that only 4 teams will advance to the main tournament is going to be massive. Okay, explain to me the standings. Obviously, we just looked at this in the catch-up segment, but what stands out to you when you look at the numbers?
So the first thing for me is that the top 3 teams off of day 1 are teams I put in the bottom of this group altogether, which is insane because we always talk about how in PUBG and in most Battle Royales, when you have so many teams from so many different regions coming in, you can do your prep work and they usually land there, they usually do this and that, but you don't really know what you're going to get before the teams are on the server, because even in scrims, they don't want to, show too much of their strats and whatnot. So for D+, Kia, Tiamba, and D Xavier, 3 teams with somewhat limited LAN experience, for them to come in and kind of just embrace the Wild West of we don't know what's going to happen. Everyone is going to play so calculated, so cerebral. We're just going to adapt on the fly, get the wins, and that's how they come off strong.
Question for Mac and for Suns fan. I mean, when I look at the organizations, when I see the club names on there, there's not a lot that I'm familiar with from my main game coming into the tournament. Yeah. It is impressive to me to see how drastically different it is, because at least when we're watching MLBB, similar to Free Fire, it's a completely different world when you look at mobiles. That's quite exciting when you think about the club championship.
Yeah, we have a lot of shared teams amongst most of the games here.
Yes.
How do you pronounce the S that has a tail on it?
It's Beşiktaş.
Yeah,
it's a tail. It's a Turkish Beşiktaş.
Okay, how would you describe the S if you didn't know anything about it?
I would ask someone what it was.
Okay. I think also, I believe we say Beşiktaş, but I think Beşiktaş is also one, like a hard K.
Okay.
And I can't recall 100%, but it's a Turkish football team. And this is one of the organizations, the backers. We've seen them around in a couple other games. Okay, so we've seen the standings. We've seen briefly at least how the final circles go. I promise we're going to do a deep dive in at least one of those matches throughout the course of the Central broadcast tonight. What I would like to do is I think I'm going to send Toby over to the standing screen where you're going to look like a giant. Show me where the toilet seat is, I hope.
I will.
If you can.
I definitely will. I'm just waiting for me not to walk across the camera.
No, do it.
Do it now. Yes.
I'm gonna walk off.
Yes, there we go.
While he's walking, I just want to say that I'm so jealous of the PUBG graphics. They're so colorful.
It's awesome.
Why don't we get them?
Yeah,
I'm
they
jealous,
are.
man.
They are. If you were able to wear a shirt like that for a CS broadcast, they'd be laughing at you. But here we embrace it. I mean, that's just how it is. I love this segment as well. I love the map that I'm definitely showing you right now.
We are looking at all 3 of the screens. So what are the names of the 3 maps?
The 3 maps we have is the sandy one we saw, the tropical one we saw to begin with is Sanok. The OG one, the somewhat Eastern European-inspired one is Erangel, as we see right here. And then we have the sandy Miramar, kind of Mexican desert vibes.
When you say OG, is that the same map that I would have played on day 1?
It definitely is. This is considered the godfather of Battle Royale maps altogether. This is the bread and butter of Battle Royale maps. And I always thought it looks a little bit like a bunny that's kind of looking in that direction, jumping over an egg.
I see it,
So there's a lot of different ideas to how this map is, but one of the main things I would say from a competitive aspect to Erangel is it's a very medium map in terms of it's not overly dense, it's not overly open, it's got a nice mix of open fields but also dense forest and some really, really big cities.
And how big is the map? Because I see some numbers behind you which excite me. Am I jumping ahead to ask you to sidestep so you can show me what's on the screen?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kilometers by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
So Toby,
6, 7,
just for our viewers at home, Toby doesn't have access to the gameplay that we're seeing right now. We've actually got some action from the game. So
let me tell you, there we go, there we go. And here you see it. Here you see this one. Oh, I love this nade. I mean, the way that you can cook nades, meaning you pull the pin. If you take too long, it's going to explode in your hand. You don't want to have that happen. So players have really perfected the exact distance they need to throw with the nade exploding as fast as I can, because it gives a pretty easily readable, audible cue when it lands next to you, so you can run away. But teams have gotten really good at it. And there you see jump shots out the window. These players are, and they're doing things on phones too. That's the most insane thing. The way they're set, their control in these games, it's absolutely phenomenal.
Okay, so what's, can you sidestep for me just so I can see the stats?
I will sidestep.
Yes, so 8 clips,
the other
released March. we play this map 3 times a day in the competitive format, is that right?
I mean, 3 and 2.
Okay.
They take turns so that in the end, Erangel and Miramar will have had the same amount of play days.
Okay, tell me more about Miramar.
Miramar is our dusty dunes, our sandy dunes, our desert map, which we see right here. It's
looks huge.
It's if we say that Erangel is the middle of, let's say, open terrain and forests and whatnot, this is definitely heavy on the open side. Not only that, but we also have a whole lot of mountains. You can kind of see the difference in texture on the map design itself. There were areas that gets a bit darker. It's very, very tall maps. You can get on top of a lot of those, and you can see, I mean, pretty much anything up there.
Is there more road networks? It looks like there's more roads. Honestly, I wasn't picture, but just like, do you see more driving in maps like
Miramar? The amount of roads, I would say, is somewhat the same, but because everything that isn't roads, the open fields, are as free as they are, there ain't a lot of trees, you can rotate very easily. You're not kind of locked into certain small paths and whatnot. You can spread out, you can rotate wider. Therefore, we see teams use vehicles a lot in this map. But as you can see here as well, it's so open, not a lot of trees, not a lot of bushes. So in the end game, if you're in an open field, that car you brought 5 minutes ago can be the only cover you're gonna get in the late game. We don't have any fancy ice walls here. It's literally just
Monster trucks! We got monster
as well.
Oh, I have to explain. You can ride in it?
You can definitely ride. You can sit on the back seat and shoot people from there. Of course.
Okay, if you were not with us last week, we learned about monster trucks in mobile, battle royales, and Free Fire. So myself, well, maybe just me, I'm hoping Sunsfana will join me in the excited train. But I'm
very excited.
Okay, apologies for interrupting, teacher.
That's all good. It's all good. No, it's amazing. Monster trucks are super cool. And yeah, I mean, here you see it again, very open terrain, very make cover if you want cover sort of map. We can see some of the info on it here. This one, another 8x8 map, but it kind of fools you because there's not anywhere near as much water on this map, so there's technically more playable terrain than Erangel has.
That's why I thought there was more roads.
Exactly.
Just physically more land.
It's the same 8x8 size in terms of the square that it's put in, but there's more landmass to maneuver around. Big cities as well, some big junction points where city endings to get very hectic. A lot of the buildings has 3, even 4 floors.
I'm going to ask you each time, is toilet seat on this map?
No, it's on the map.
It's on the next one?
Just check it.
Oh, okay. We'll have to see it later.
Yeah, we'll see it in the gameplay. We'll see it in the gameplay later. We'll definitely be seeing it later. No, so this is Miramar. It's a phenomenal map. It's one of my personal favorite maps because it allows for players to be very creative with how they maneuver. And now, over to the polar opposite of what we just had, because we're going to Sandhog, the tropical map in the, I guess, kind of Indonesian, Thai vibe, the jungle, the tropical climate. It's only 4x4. It's a much, much smaller map, which means we're putting teams much closer to one another. Where Miramar is very vehicle dependent, here on Sandhog, it's pretty much exclusively on foot, unless if you have really far to go. And one of the key things is, you can see here there's 3 different islands. The first map we have today ended on the northwest island, up on this big mountain right here. And it just causes so much commotion. Teams having to cross on over. Now, I will say the most of these rivers aren't so deep, so you can run through them, but still, you're out in the middle of the water, you're exposed, you're an easy target for pro players.
And of course, this is exactly why we're wearing our shirts today. For this
exactly.
one
for
map.
This map.
Move to the side, for God's sake. I want to see the numbers.
Getting a nice knock, and as a matter of fact,
in terms of like the playstyle, I can very clearly see when we go to like Miramar, how vehicle usage was not only apparent in just the small number of like clips and gameplay footage we saw, but also it fits the map. So on Sandhog, are we expecting more like on foot, close range
pretty
much?
I will say pretty much exclusively on foot. Both because there is simply not enough space to drive a vehicle around. There's trees, bushes, things for you to drive into literally all over the map. And also, the foliage is so dense on this map that teams can lie and wait for you at pretty much any given position. So you're just so, like, you have to very slow, schematically push through on foot to make sure there's no one waiting for you in front.
Is there a map that people prefer over the rest, or is it pretty much
very
universal?
like if you're into kind of QCQ close quarter combat maps, you will favor the maps like Sanhok. If you're into more open, like if you're more, let's say the whole macro versus micro, if you like the big cerebral rotations and play more for the good location rather than running around and getting a lot of eliminations, you would definitely favor Miramar over a map like Sanhok. So it's very team style based. So I would say I think for the most part, most people just love Erangel because it has like the OG nostalgia value. This is the first map, the only map that was in the game for a long time. So I think a lot of people just know that map the best too.
Very quickly in kind of a macro view, how different are their maps played on mobile versus PUBG on PC, which also will be at EWC later in the tournament?
Very different. The main component to that is you can use terrain much different because PUBG and PC is in first-person view the whole time, and on mobile it is in third person. We can go first-person to do that when they shoot.
You can see over the wall.
Exactly. You can see over walls. You can see around trees. So you use the map. It's the same map essentially. There might be some trees placed different, a few compounds that look differently, but essentially it's the same place. You just use the terrain much differently.
Got it. Makes total sense.
Yeah.
All right, now we are going to dive into map number 5, match 5 of today's PUBG Mobile World Cup tournament. Toby's going to guide us through, teach us some of the basics, and if you can hear any of the music, any of the vibes, any of the parties going on here in Boulevard City, there is live DJs, there are performances, so obviously they're having a great time outside while we're doing our job. Let's set the scene. Toby, this is match 5 of the day. Coming into it, briefly remind me, this looks like it's Miramar, if I can tell from that. And then what do we kind of expect? It's the same as every Battle Royale. People are going to jump out of some sort of flying device and then land somewhere on the map, right?
That is correct. You got the start down completely right. This particular match, though, is fun for a multitude of reasons. One of them already now here being the plane path is very northern skewed. There's a limit to how far north, south, east, and west the planes can go in their transition across the map. So you can see if you're a team that is hard committed, we only ever loot Los Hijos on the southern side, Valdemar, something like that. You can only stretch just about 1 kilometer in your parachute. So if you have to now land, get a car, drive all the way down there before you even really start the game, so to speak, you've wasted a ton of time if the circle goes away from you. So it's always fun to see, especially in the beginning of tournaments where teams haven't necessarily played against each other before, see them being thrown kind of a curveball like this. Go now, you don't even have the info and you have to stretch too.
Now, obviously, Mac and Shannon, like when we have questions, jump in here. What I'd also like to ask Toby is that when you see some of the names or some of the teams, players, some of the interesting stats on these graphics, make sure you take a second to explain the important ones. Cut people off if you need to. I think for the most part, we're understanding top elim.
Especially toilet seats. Please interrupt.
But it's not on this map, right?
No, it's not on this map. You'll see it though. We're saving the best for last.
We'll
Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Now this one is interesting. The distance for eliminations is all at high 300s. In PUBG Mobile, obviously you can't scale everything on a mobile phone. It only goes up to 400 meters. So this means that 3 of these players have found eliminations at almost the max distance possible to see an opponent.
The question I have is, have everybody that scored elims scored in the 300 pluses? Does this stand out? Is this an outlier? Because also I presume there's some level of aim assist on a mobile device as well.
That definitely is. It helps a lot. Still requires a ton of, I mean,
don't get me wrong.
We will see that later. Don't worry.
I played Free Fire. And also, as a teaser for this, Mac got a chance to play PUBG Mobile. I got a chance to play Free Fire last week. Sunsfan got a chance to play MLBB. So we're learning and sharing, which is part of the point.
We can wait. For those of you guys out there watching right now, look at how these guys are shooting. Obviously, right now they're looting. They're sitting up. This guy just found a knock. Apex just found a knock all the way across the road. Probably, he did find himself an 8x early on. That, 6x made that early on. But look at the distance at which he got that knock. That's a running player. There's, bullet travel time and everything that he has to find. He found that knock at that distance. Now he's using that person as bait. He's currently crawling around going, guys, help me, I'm in the open, help me. And he's going, I'm not going to go out and take him out. I'm waiting for people to come pick him up, and then I'm going to shoot at them too.
I've seen Saving Private Ryan. That sniper scene was heartbreaking.
Yep, definitely was.
So when you start the game, you have literally no weapon other than like
nothing. You're punching people. Not even a pen. Those are on the ground as well. You have nothing.
But then when you drop at these certain locations, there's a percentage chance that a certain type of item will be there, right?
So in the esports mode, in the competitive setting, they do up the spawn rate of some of the better weapons because they're more meta-reliant. But overall, yes, some of the bigger cities, obviously your buildings are closer to one another, therefore you're also guaranteed more loot to be closer to you. If you loot a compound that only has 2 buildings...
Does that also increase the amount of like early skirmishes? Because right now it looks like there's what, one player elimed, all 16 teams are up.
Yes.
I mean, the fact that we hung on that drop map for a while, it signals to me as a non-PUBG viewer that obviously the first circle, first stage, shall I say,
Wait, is this PUBG?
Is going to be much slower.
I thought this was Finding Nemo.
Just keep swimming,
No, so
just keep swimming.
So what's happening here is that IW, NRX, and Tiamba has both opted to drop into El Azahar on the eastern side of the map. They do this because they, again, in their separate regions, Tiamba is from China, IW and NRX is from EMEA. They both loot this area. And they say, coming into the global tournament, we want to loot here as well. The issue is this city, well, technically, you could share the city between two teams, but they ain't all about that. They want to have it to themselves.
No way.
So, exactly. So what you see here is they will spend most likely the first couple of days of this bracket, because again, we have top, let me get that correct, 12 going straight through the game. You can sack a game or two, you can risk a game or two to make sure you got your loot spot for yourself. So they will, I suppose, risk losing games early on, losing players early on to make sure that they send a message, IWNX, that is, Tiamba, if you're coming here next game, we're coming with you. Like, you might as well just leave.
This is a good time for me to ask, average game length, is this going to be closer to what you would see on PUBG? I mean, I presume it's shorter, but I mean, we're what, 20?
Game length, in terms of circle settings and whatnot, they're almost, not completely, but almost identical, as we see...
Bro, Buggy, there's no way, does that work?
That is...
What is he doing?
Cars can do. If you get enough speed, you can literally vertical your way.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man.
Wow.
Whatever a Buggy can.
There we go.
If you get enough speed, he was crawling.
That's again what
Ladies
I was
and gentlemen,
about.
the physics engine.
What I was talking about earlier is now you have a guy like Tospik up on this mountaintop. He's going to be looking further towards the circle where he knows opponents are to make sure they have a clear path to rotate forward to get a new compound inside the next circle.
I mean, as much as we joke about it, obviously it's something that I'm not familiar with. I don't watch enough, right? But I think obviously when you consider the early stage, the size of the circle right now, and the amount of information that player is now receiving from being up on top of this Grand Canyon style mountain.
He's feeding that info.
Yes,
he's
exactly.
feeding that info to all. Consider it leapfrogging. Effectively, you send one guy forward, he scouts the position for the next guy.
If anybody
then
was
they stop, they scout forward, they send him forward. They keep doing like this. Every time a new circle pops, you'll see teams instantly in their vehicles starting to make moves. Wow. The thing is, you can't move once the circle pops. At that point, you've got to be in your car. You must have your plan ready already.
We'll call him Cliff Teasy.
Good reference. The earlier reference you were talking about how teams, they like certain areas at the beginning of the game. Do they force it every time? Because what if the airplane is like in the worst possible spot?
That's what I was talking about before with the heavy northern plane, where sometimes most, if not almost all teams have alt drops, we call them, a spot you'll go to if you literally cannot reach your favorite spot. That's also why center map locations tend to be the more sought after, the more prioritized. If you can get them, that's where you want to go. Pochinki, Picado, these very
Wasn't
famous
there a
center
school or
locations.
it's not this
school,
map?
No, exactly. You're right. You're right. The school map on Erangel, or the school facility on Erangel as well, very, very famous because it's very center, meaning that pretty much no matter how you diagonally put a plane across the map, you can always get there. It might take a bit longer, but you're pretty much always guaranteed that you can get to your position.
Is there anything on this map that's like a bunker? Because I know that there was a bunker on Erangel.
There still is a bunker on Erangel. There's actually two, as a matter of fact. But no, on this map, not so much underground. There is a cave. There is a big cave on the south side of Los Leones. You have like a whole cave system that you can run around in. I want more games to end there, but it just, unfortunately, doesn't really ever happen.
And there is the airport or the mill base?
Yes, there is also a military base far up on the north side of this map, Campo Militar. For those speaking Spanish, I suppose, they can translate that for us. But up there, again, but when we're on the far edge of maps, obviously the further out on the edge of the circle or on the map you go, the more rare circles shifting continuously in that direction you will see. So right now what people are doing, you can see here, everyone is scouting. Everyone is feeding info across to their in-game leader to make a decision, because they're not only looking at, great, we're going here, because they're already inside the first circle. They don't know where the next one is going to take them. So right now what they're doing is they're setting up, like they're putting up the playbook. We need 10 plans right now. So depending on if the circle goes north, what do we do? If it goes east, what do we do? If it goes south, what do we do? How do we, do we know we have a team behind us? Are we good on mids? Do we need anything else? They're setting up for rotations to come. And that's what you're going to do. And you can see how he's sat right now, crouched down again. We're in third person, so we can look over the top, looking towards the compound. Are there any open doors? Are there any cars down there? Do I have any indicator to go by to try and see if this position is available for us to
Just
take?
to zoom out like very quickly, this is a surprisingly beautiful game for mobile.
It's incredible.
I'm genuinely impressed to see how this plays. I'm not a huge mobile player myself, right?
Yeah.
So that's interesting. The other thing that I love to draw comparison to anyone who watched Free Fire last week to this week, is you can see in a game like PUBG Mobile, where it has a significant amount more experience development time, just how much more kind of mature the graphics interactions are.
Now watch this second circle. This right here, if we could somehow freeze frame this for a second, don't know if it's possible, but if we can, this circle right here is the reason that I wanted to bring this one up. Because look how far east, this is what we call a hard shift. We pretty much have this, the new circle touching the edge of the previous ones. Teams now all have to go east. And not only that, if you're familiar with the layout of this map, everyone is going uphill towards this position.
So whoever was there has high ground.
Meaning the teams that are coming in have had no chance to scout the area they're going to. So everyone is running in blind, full speed sending in. If we looked at the map again, you would see that all people are currently in cars. Full speed sending it to the position, trying to see if they can get a favorable spot early on.
And the circle is 100% RNG?
100% RNG. There are
Is the size the same though? Like, is that
always the same size.
Okay.
Always the same size. There are some filters. So in phase 4, when the 4th circle is revealed, and when the 8th circle is revealed, it tries to shift away from water. Because there was in the beginning of PUBG times where all circles would have 19 people swimming around, and one guy on the beach just going, just come out of the water, guys. Unlike other battle royales, you can't shoot when you're in the water. So he just stood there waiting for them to come up to try and take them out.
That's funny. Now, talk to me about tracking on mobiles, because I was finding it hard to track, trying to shoot consistently while I was playing earlier. But how good are pros at tracking like a car and still being accurate?
It's absurd. Some of the eliminations we saw there, 300 some meters, are most likely at people driving around that distance away. It's absurd. It's so incredibly impressive seeing them play to this level, the way that they're sat with each of their different layouts. I mean, there's so many things we can dive into, but just the distance at which they can find these eliminations, I'm sure that even in this match we'll see a ton of long distance shots coming through too.
I mean, we've seen that already, like everyone aiming down the scopes. While obviously we're breaking through this, I just want to remind everybody, Counter-Strike 2 and Dota 2 is ongoing. We will go to those games later on in the broadcast. Right now we're focusing in on one of the big skirmishes. What's this, 2 squads at least? I can't see a third body getting, there's your third body getting involved now.
Exactly, you have your 2 teams fighting for the position
Oh,
the
there's
very
more coming in.
edge, but the issue is up towards the north, towards the east as well, other teams are set. They can see this going on. And what you want to do, especially when you're playing 12 matches, is get as many points as you can without risking anything. So for the blue team up north, for the orange team out east, they can sit back, and if a person is crawling around and they take him out, they get the point for the elimination.
If I look at the score on the moment, for Damwon Kia, they've got 2 green, 2 red health bars. I'm assuming those are 2 players that are like knocked or downed, but they can, I assume, be revived unless they get killed. Is that right?
So for them right now, that's just health bars.
Right, got it.
What we're seeing is health bars. When they get knocked, there's a different cycle.
Okay, that's what I want to learn.
I will enlighten you when we when it reveals itself.
What is that?
Sure,
that's my team
sure
logo.
That's not knocked. I'm sure that guy's crawling on the floor. No?
Yep, when you see people crawling around, you can see the D+ player down there crawling around. He'll be down for a while. Now you see one of the Alliance players coming over to try and take him out, secure the point. Of course, he'll be crawling around.
Why does he have a Teletubby in his backpack?
Yes, that's an octopus for him. That is something for him to decide. I mean, if you
how dare you? That's Squidward.
Yeah, if you like
visiting Nemo.
That's what you're gonna do. And there you go. You see now they took him out without him being knocked. That's how you know that was the last player. That's how you know that's a team eliminated.
Quickly.
He's down and out.
While we're talking about in-game skins, do each team have their own style so that they can differentiate themselves from their opponents?
That would be teaming.
Do you know what? If they did it, they should, because
I saw some
we have our own style.
I mean, it was
some of the teams had all the Nemo helmets.
It's a lot of people like the conspiracy theories that were back in the day before there were set rules for it. Things going, wait, why are all these teams from this region wearing this color shirt? It's like, oh, so that they don't shoot each other. And there were a lot of people were doing a lot of speculation, and obviously none of it was ever really
I didn't even
case,
contemplate that, right? Like salty regional rivalries, being like, oh, this is the only reason they won.
Teams will do what they can to get the upper hand, but those sort of things have never been the case, at least not from what I've heard. And I highly doubt we'll ever see it, especially now the rules.
If you drive off a cliff and get some good distance there, are you just going to die?
Well, I mean, not midair.
Of a heart attack, of course.
Potentially.
If you land off a cliff, does that insta-kill you?
Vehicles have health. and if you land and the vehicle goes kaboom, then you go kaboom with it.
Okay. Well, does it go kaboom?
It definitely can. I mean, cars.
But can you like land it off a huge cliff and still drive?
If you land, it's surprisingly. I don't want to say easy, but for the car to survive, if you land on your tires, it doesn't really matter the distance you've flown or the heights you've come down from.
Okay.
But you can't adjust the car mid-air. Like it'll just roll the way that it does.
How important are grenades? Sorry to cut you off.
Utility as a whole is tournament winning. Teams have won global championships because they were better at utility usage than other teams. In a game like this, where again, oftentimes, like we see on this hillside right here, there's no cover. You create it yourself. You can do so much with nades, with stun grenades, with smoke grenades as well. Create cover where there is none, and being able to play around them.
So that's obviously pin was pulled in the grenade.
Yeah.
Burning down the timer.
Then you see a timer exactly. You want to lob that nade over to the position
Can
you want to hit.
drive the tractors?
No.
Oh.
No, there's a lot of questionable things about this map.
Yeah, I want to farm on this map.
There are hay-bales in the desert. Like, where do they get the water from? I'm not quite sure. There's a lot of things going on in Miramar that I've questioned over the years. But again, it's not really.
All right, another random mechanic question. Can you use parachutes more than once?
Yes, you can. As a matter of fact, in PUBG PC, they added it a half year ago, and one of the latest patches, it was just added to PUBG Mobile as well. So it's actually a kind of new feature to mobile. That
I didn't ask a stupid question, is what you're saying?
No, it's true. Especially, and it wasn't even prepared. Especially when we have games that end in cities where teams are stuck on like 5th floor of a building now. Before they were just kind of, well, we're not getting out of it. We might as well just keep shooting until the blue takes us out or the circle damage takes us out. Now they can jump out and try and make a play.
What if I go fascinating from stage 1 to 2 and 3, despite the dramatic cut down in the size of the circle, I think you can see just how big the map is because we lost 2 squads, 10-ish players. Now we're really seeing multiple squads getting side by side.
So just from what we were talking about before, the green and the grey and the red, there's an indicator at the bottom. Green is alive, red is knocked, and grey is eliminated.
So I was correct.
You were correct. I was wrong. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Also, the red is the timer of, because when they get knocked, you can see they're bleeding. And the more times you get knocked in a game, the faster you start bleeding. So if it's the 4th time you get knocked, it goes zoom, 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 zoom.
That's a nice.
You gotta pretty much instantly commit. So if you have a player who's been knocked 2 or 3 times already, you always want to have a second player near him, so that in case it gets knocked,
is knock a stat?
Just let him go.
Is that something that shows on the scoreboard?
It definitely does. How many knocks a player?
That's awesome.
Not from. I mean, it's kind of toxic to show from the players that get knocked, but in terms of eliminations and whatnot, they often
What's the most
show how many knocks you get.
Theoretically get knocked down and get back up.
I mean, indefinitely, as long as you have a guy.
Well, you said that
but the thing is,
I think the whole point is, I think it stops after your 7th knock, but then you have literally like a second to start resting him.
If you get knocked down, it's not up to you to get back up again.
Right.
Because when you get knocked down, you need someone else to get you back up again.
Because they're never going to keep you down.
That's thank you! I'm just waiting! I'm trying to make eye contact, like somebody help me!
It's not as if that joke has never been made before in PUBG.
I haven't, okay?
Welcome.
And the mechanic is, if your health is bleeding out, as long as someone starts to res you, you can't die.
It stops.
So it stops
But
wherever
damage
it is.
done to you can still put it further down. So if you're low already and one just goes like tap once, you're down and out. It's effectively a health bar that just keeps going down until someone starts trying to rescue.
Something that obviously we'll do throughout the course of the 3 days and next week. PUBG Mobile's here for 2 weeks, right? I love these shots you can just see of the players on screen. Now, we'll do a focus segment, I think, on some of the mechanics. Once we finish this map, I'm hoping we get to make fun of Mac because he got to try this. Mac,
it's up for you to decide.
From your, I mean, I will make fun of him regardless. From what you were experiencing and now what you're watching, right? How much can you grasp from that? You played, like, I presume, 1 map of mobile, not a lot, right?
A bit over half, because he showed me for the first 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then I just grabbed the mobile. I was like, my turn. But yeah, so all I want to know off the back of that is how many pros actually use the gyro mechanic?
Pretty much all of them. So there are 2 ways you can scope.
I thought it was terrible.
Well, I mean, that's probably because you are terrible.
It was my first one.
So there are 2 ways you can aim in the game. Either you just use your whichever finger you allocate to aim with on the in the game. Because you can, again, whole other discussion. You can set up the layouts of all buttons in the game the exact way you want it. So players have very unique layouts of the way they play. So either you can just use your thumb, for example, and kind of look around with that, or you can use the gyro in the phone to use that for aiming. People don't usually, like, they kind of do it twice. Like, think about it in the same way of first-person shooters, when you use your entire arm, and then you like do micro adjustments with the wrist.
Right.
So what they'll do is they'll mainly do it like with whatever finger they're using, and then when they're on target, they'll use a gyro to kind of control the spray.
Do you know what I love so much, by the way? The amount of nuance you've added to like finger they're using. But I know you've mentioned this to us, and again, we'll dive deep a bit. You can customize the screen, customize the controls, the different unique, unique grips. Like I can already see this particular player's got like index and middle finger on the left hand in front of the screen on both sides.
He is playing 5-finger.
Yes.
So with
5-finger death
he has these two, two middle fingers and index finger over the top of the phone. The other two holding, and then like this. There's up to like I've never heard of 7-finger claw grip. I've heard of 6. I think 7 is just you want to have stability in holding your phone as well. And if you only have your pinky, then it's gonna be too difficult. But up to 6 people actively use. I think 3 and 4 is the most. 3 and 4
do people use sleeves, I assume?
A lot of people use not sleeves but thumb. I forgot what they were called. The ones that like grannies used when they were sewing a lot. But these are obviously made.
It looks like a heavy
it's like a little.
It's like a thumb sock.
Exactly.
There are brands that sell them. We shouldn't mention those brands, but
it's
literally a
something
thumb
they
sock.
pretty much all use because obviously it's tearing.
Well,
the thing is, I'll tell you
these
this,
guys
I'll
are
tell
going
you
to be
this.
like the touch typers that just like use their whole. You're going to see me use 2 fingers like the old man type.
I need to just challenge Toby on this one thing, because every mobile player, every mobile broadcaster that's been on our show has been like, these thumb socks, everyone uses them. It's so common. I've not seen a single pro player on stage. Now, they might not be allowed to, I don't know what tournament rules are, but they're definitely not that prolific, I think, quote unquote. Back to the game before we do that. Another squad getting knocked.
Yeah.
I think the long-range combat is definitely like a significant departure to what we saw last week from Free Fire, because Free Fire was just like, wait till you're close range.
Free Fire was just make your ice walls and wait.
Yeah, glue. You do it to trigger me. You do it on purpose.
So one of the things that it got me really invested in PUBG when I first got interested in the game when it came out
was the colors.
Well, not only that, but also just it feels when you're playing the game, it feels like 6, 7. Also, it was like one of the first battle royales. So battle royales as a whole was a pretty new concept. Not the first, but one of the first.
I think it's fair to say it popularized it.
It definitely did. So for me, it's like 5, 6 different shooter games in one. And the whole tactical aspects of rotations, of scouting, as we saw in the beginning of the match, it's incredible how much it takes to be a good team, and it's so many different things. It's like a game of American football. You can have the small, skinny guy, you can have the big, buff guy. It's not everyone has to be able to do the same thing. There are so many roles for different types of play styles that you can have on the same team that makes you a good team. I think that's the beauty of it. There's no one meta. It can be played in a lot of different ways.
I truly appreciate you dumbing that down. We actually talked about NFL just a little bit earlier.
Oh, there you go.
The interesting thing I'm looking at here, whenever you see the scoreboard, I mean, Damwon Kia, who are currently leading the day, were one of the first teams eliminated here in match number 5. They have another one where I think they end up scoring around about 10 points in the next game. But it's still very competitive, still very chaotic. 6 matches today, 6 more tomorrow, 6 in the following day. The only thing is it's brutal because you don't have too many opportunities to come through. So, I'm keeping track of those eliminations, and it has been a steady flow of action, a steady stream. And get a monster truck!
They're pulling up on the compound.
This is what I was going to ask earlier. On the fall damage of the cars, do the monster trucks deny like more damage because they have that cracked suspension?
They should.
They should, but I don't believe they
Okay.
can. They do have more health though, so if they're getting shot at, if you're driving constantly into trees and whatnot, you won't die.
But more health means they take less damage when they fall, right?
Well, maybe, yeah, technically, but you might take damage in the car.
Does it take more bullets to destroy
awesome
the tires?
as well. I have to commend, by the way, I have to commend just like the animations. Every time a squad is eliminated, you see how many points they got, how many eliminations they got. So I'm assuming that's placements then plus elims.
Yeah, I thought that thing was a good thing. I saw my team that I predicted go out really early.
Yep.
That was unfortunate.
I've got a predictions. In case you are wondering, Toby predicted Alpha 7 to win the tournament. Suns fans got rejects. Mac went for Boom Esports, and then I went for IHC. So we'll need to look at the standings later on in the show. But I mean, 4 teams left, 9 players remaining. I think, Toby, go a little bit shoutcaster mode for me now.
I will.
Tell me what's exciting.
I will. In just a second, because right now he's chilling, he's scouting on forward. This is a, let me see for a second. It's a duo trying to make their way in, and they know there's a 4-man strong Moneymaker sat somewhat circle center, just kind of clearing out. You can see here, they have 2 players out on the eastern side of the road, 2 players towards the west. If you look to your top right of the screen,
yes.
dead center, they have a player sat as well, just prone. Looking down the hillside, they have the high ground. In mobile, especially when you're in third person, high ground.
Is he in underwear?
Yeah, he has no trousers.
He's chilling in his trousers. It is a sunny day in the Mexican desert. I mean, he might as well be. I'm sure that all of us, if we could, we would just be set. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes, no, that's true.
I know what I look like, by the way. I'm happy with trousers, thank you.
No, so these guys...
I'll be the one playing in the booty pants.
Okay. These guys, I would say, in a map like this, have weathered the storm. We saw the chaos of everyone trying to make their way out east, and that's what, to me, is so fun about PUBG. A lot of people say, like, oh, the early game is so boring. Why don't we get kills? Whenever I cast these games, I always say, guys, don't worry. By the end of this game, at least 60 players will have died. Maybe even 62, 63, depending on how many players
how many other games can you guarantee 60 kills in 30 minutes?
And that's what I mean, right? That's what I mean. So you will get the chaos. And the more quiet it is in the early game, I always say, just wait, because that just means that we're just adding more fuel to the fire.
Speaking of chaos and quiet, if you've noticed, the music's actually stopped. But what I think that performance was that was on stage, they were wearing like the golden motorcycle helmet, so I think they were doing a PUBG performance.
That's what it was.
I think that's what it was.
But hang on, why are you hyping this up? We don't have a camera on that.
I just wanted everyone to know.
There is actually like a 4-meter long, like 5-foot frying pan.
Yeah.
Like the PUBG frying pan, literally outside the studio. We'll get some shots for it, maybe throughout the weekend.
Can I bring it in?
But I mean, look, 4, 2, 2, 1. I think security would not be happy with that, Mac.
So
let's give it a go.
Moneymakers obviously in a fantastic position.
Yeah.
And I guess they're. Do you even want to hunt? There's 3 squads. There's a chance to get like second, third party.
There are oftentimes situations where teams will do what we call denying points. They'll just say, you know what, we're sat behind a rock on the edge of the circle. There's nothing for us to come for. If we move forward, these teams will just accumulate more points. If we just go out or even Molotov ourselves, there is like we're just going to deny points. We're going to go down. Sometimes that can be a little, so to speak, anticlimactic, but that's like playing for draw in chess, or it's the strategical smartest thing to do to try and make sure that if we're going to lose anyway, then we might as well just not give extra points to our opponents. They're going to get the placement points, but let's not give them the eliminations. And there you see, for example, the 6x spray at what I would say is probably around 200 meters. Look at the scope on that. It barely even moves off target. That is, I mean, again, these guys are absolutely phenomenal. But as I said, coming into it, when I said match 5 was a pretty clear-cut victory for Moneymakers. Here it is as well. Here it is as well. But what I say about it is, yes, the circles kept going to them. That's their favorite in that, but they claimed it to begin with. We didn't have time to see it before, but they were the one team that came in from the north when that circle 2 popped. And they dared to rotate all the way around. So they avoided the commotion, the chaos of all the teams in the south having to make their way up towards the northeast. They came from there, wrapped around, and now just them against 2 solos. They're cleaning up.
So when it says 32 points, I'm assuming, is that total ranking then? Or is this just 32 points for the single map?
No, it's total. It's total. It's where they're currently. You see on the top, it's their rank on the leaderboard. Then it says their score as well.
How often does one guy, like in this scenario, it's a 4v1, how often does the one guy ever win?
I doubt
it happens.
Oh, come on. How often? How often?
It's 1v4s. Definitely
1 in 10?
Twice a year. No. It's rare.
What I mean.
No. But
the way you want it,
1v3s can get incredibly interesting because if one person is in an off angle, and if you manage, it's all about isolating fights. You see it in other FPS shooters too. If you can convert a 1v2 into 2 separate 1v1s.
Toby, you are the eternal optimist and the eternal
I'm a caster. I have to be an optimist.
How do you isolate 1v4s on a map like that? Do you know what I mean?
Well,
I get you. I don't doubt you.
There are enough things that if you have the right info, if you know there's split 2-2 and you lob a nade on over, take out 2.
You know what I'd love to do? I would love to get the stats. I would love. It looks like there's a lot of APS stuff. I would love to look at how many times there is a 1v4 squad in the final 2, and just go, it's like 0.3%.
No, what they do is they have the winner chicken dinner percentage chance on the top of the screens when there's a top 4 left. When you see the solo, it's usually around 1 to 3% chance.
Obviously, there is your standings at the end of it. We opened the show with EWC Catch-Up, took a look at exactly how the 6 matches of the PUBG World Cup have played out. And of course, it's D+K sitting on the top of the table, 57-52. Very close standings between sort of 1st and 6th. This I do like. Break down for me now the bottom of the table and why those final 4 teams are highlighted in white.
Because it's only top 12 that goes through to the grand finals. The bottom 12 will be in the elimination. Also keep in mind, 8 of the teams that are in these group stages have not played. It's Group Red and Group Yellow that played today. Group Green will play, I believe, against Group Red tomorrow. And then
that's
Yellow
why they're not in the rankings either.
Exactly. They're not even being shown at all. It's only 16 of the 24 that played played today. So tomorrow, 8 of these will be subbed out for Group
The one thing I didn't see, where was IHC placed? Because I can see Boom Esports is down there. Oh, it's next
They
week.
didn't play.
That's why. Thank you. I'm getting used to this because when you find out where our predictions will go. Okay, first of all, Toby, thank you. I think that's actually one of the best introductions we can have. We looked at the tournament. We talked about the maps. We haven't seen the freaking toilet seat. Hopefully we will. Mac, earlier today you got a chance to play PUBG Mobile. We recorded it. So I'm going to bring that up on screen. I'm going to ask you to intro this for me. First of all, gut reactions. Guide me through what happened. And tell me, did you actually learn anything from Toby?
Well, look, Toby took me through the settings. So I forgot what you said. If you could just give me a quick refresher as to what was going on here.
So the first thing we did, I said, when we first boot up the game, there are a couple of things that are smart to do. Hop into the settings, into the advanced controls there. Scroll down. And again, there are a ton of things. This game is so customizable to your liking. But first thing you want to do is you want to take your sprint meter all the way up, meaning you don't accelerate when you want.
Gotta
just
go
from
fast.
standing still to boom, full speed forward. No acceleration, just full sprint, making it harder to hit. Afterwards, you take your FOV to max, meaning your screen is wider, you can see
for the
more.
sprint, why would you ever not have that
Exactly.
on? Okay. All right.
Last thing we do here, again, there are many more things you can do. There are a trillion YouTube videos and guides on how you should set up. The last thing we do, as you can see there, is put our gyro on, because that is not on by default. So if you prefer to aim, or will do the, let's say, the wrist part of the micro adjustments when you're shooting towards your opponents, you want to have your gyro on. Get used to it. It takes a couple of games to get comfortable with it.
I love
So what I would like to know is, can I adjust the sensitivity of the gyro?
You definitely can.
Okay.
A lot of people say
way too high for me.
A lot of people say don't adjust it, get used to it.
Also, super quickly, by the way, I think we just kind of like blindly assume everybody knows what a gyro is. Just very loosely, what actually is it, in case we've got some boomers like Suns fan watching?
So in your phone, there's a thing that makes.
Can we just say it's motion controls
like a
on your phone?
right?
Why did you ask me? I don't know what a gyro is. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't know how to explain
I'll
what
put it this
is.
way. It's motion controls on the phone. So
There you
as
go.
you tilt and rotate your phone around, it will adjust the aiming reticle.
There you go.
I should have just done it myself. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Apologies.
So here
Matt
we go.
and Toby, back on
You know what? I'll talk your part. You talk my part.
Well, this is Toby teaching me how to loot, and that I don't actually have to do anything because it does it automatically.
Yes.
So he's looting. He's getting you got a shotgun. I think you got an SMG in there, and he got a couple of eliminations on the bots or people. One of the bots was from the Philippines, you said.
Yep, you can see already here how many different buttons there are on the screen. Again, this is very customizable. Imagine now that I have my index finger on my right hand playing as well. That would be in front of my map. Therefore, a lot of people take the map and drag it down pretty much on their character.
Yep.
Because they don't want to have that overlapping.
So you don't actually have to click the item. You're walking up to it and it automatically pops up?
Again, I think you can adjust. You can go into your settings and you can specifically say, I want to loot these things myself. These sort of like, I only want to automatically loot 3 first aids, for example. I always want to have 3 first aids, so when there's a 4th, it doesn't pick it up for me. You can adjust all these things yourself.
I find that it's both phenomenal, it's impressive,
elimination.
it's also overwhelming because there's so much. So it's like, it's amazing. You've obviously got to take some time to learn it. And the one thing that I definitely have appreciated a lot more, I haven't played online competitive mobile games in a little while, but preparing for this and coming into this event, the complexity of the games is significantly higher.
Yeah, it's so complex when someone chooses where you drop and you don't get to choose. I wanted to go to Pachinki, and we didn't get to Pachinki. I tried to get there.
We forgot. And also, you can take us through this one. So what happened here is that Mac takes out an opponent, and then instead of just finishing him, he has to put him on his back and start running. This is like one of the really BM things you can do in this game. Mac did it without knowing, but I feel like he kind of knew anyway. So he drops him down and just starts.
Oh my! Give him the old left, right, and then I stole his
gun. And a little
gun.
circle around him, and there.
What I love so much is the dude's prone and you're still missing.
With aim assist on.
Do you actually see any BM like that in actual play?
Oh, definitely.
Yes.
People, especially with, like,
this is me 1v2ing, by the way.
It was very chaotic.
Was this against bots?
I don't know.
This is why, I mean, look. Okay, so look at how
they're
hectic,
real players.
To compare, look at how hectic his thumbs are right now. Normally, you'd have more fingers, meaning you can execute more actions at the same time. And also look at his left thumb, how much in the center of the screen it currently is. It's blocking his vision. So a lot of players will have their buttons very far out on the edge of their
Would you also fix your movement joystick, for example?
Yes, you can do. You move everything. Like all we see here, I didn't want to go too in depth with it, but all you see here, if
this
you
is,
want
this is
this
surface
visually
level.
being.
We actually we missed
literally
it.
what it looked like.
I did get a car elimination.
You ran a guy over.
I ran a guy over. I thought that would get involved. Oh, but it is going to be up soon, so you're not going to miss it, Suns.
We actually.
Oh, perfect.
Oh.
And there
what is this?
This is me winning. This is me winning.
Is this your actual gameplay?
Yep.
Oh,
This is definitely
there you go.
Sharpshooter.
Actually, you know what? You know what's great here?
Wait. How many eliminations did you get in Free Fire?
16.
I think he said 13 earlier today.
No, I got 16. I got 13 and then I put the phone down and then Marcus got the final 3 when he finished.
But
my account registered 16 bot kills. I will actually ask, because obviously you play PUBG on PC. One of the things, it is a discussion point. The aim assist, I know you mentioned the gyro. We said it was a user error as to why you didn't necessarily like it.
Yeah.
How does it feel while you're playing, like the impact of it? Both the gyro and the aim assist plus everything else you're doing.
Well, it felt like it was a lot slower, and the skill ceiling was higher.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
But only because I'm fresh and I've never really played that many phone games. So in PUBG, there's everyone that started to play PUBG was probably like a Counter-Strike player or another FPS player that was like, yo, let's pick up this game.
Yes.
Let's see how it is. So there's a lot of skill that already existed, whereas PUBG Mobile, when that came out, I don't think there was too many
I mean, that's
games
a question. That is a question I want to actually discuss with PUBG Mobile, PUBG Main, and CS2, just in terms of community overlap. I don't think they're the same. I think they're different audiences. I think for the most part, right, there is some transferable skills.
There's definitely a lot of players in CS that has come over to play. Not necessarily the competitive level, but a lot of people I know in this like high
Don't
level.
name drop. Don't name drop.
In like the high level CS community, their spared like the free time game is PUBG. It's just it's a good time. It's
I'm wondering
still a
about
shooter, but
mobile,
it's a
though.
good
That's
time.
my interest. You know, looking at PC and mobile. But look, we're going to unpack this.
Yeah, we don't really have a whole
We're
lot.
still early on in EWC Central. We're going to go to an ad break, and when we come back, we will take a look at Counter-Strike 2, give you some updates on that tournament. As a reminder, Furia and Mouse are live right now, as is the Dota 2 Cup underway. On the other side of the break, Counter-Strike 2. We'll see you right then. Well then, bye.
The smoke. Look like he's about to get the opening on Cello, but they don't round the corner. don't want to go out mid here, Furia.
They're just running the very same round they did in the last one, right? You kind of have these players watching for pushes. Skulls is in Palace just like last round. K-Serrato at a ramp just like last round. And all of a sudden, you see no aggression up middle and you just fall right back into the same execute. This time, Mals have fewer resources at the point of attack. 2 M4s, Torji's up, not in position quite yet, but if Furia take this too slow, it will arrive at the perfect moment.
Cello gets 1 for 1. K-Serrato fights back. Torji under a lot of pressure, and this time he can't replicate the work he got down on the scout with the AWP. It's K-Serrato to spam him down through the ticket box, and that plant now coming in for Furia. There's not a lot of money here at 4 Mals left over. And not a huge amount of chances here to get back into this retake, so a save call could be considered.
I think if they don't get a kill like right now, the save call is the only call you can make because they have they had 2 saved Galils from the previous round, so that money's going to help them drop some weapons over. Torji might be able to get an AWP from Brolin, maybe. Either way, a good hit from Furia and good kills from K-Serrato. The only 2 frags in the round that Furia get in his hands, and that's a presence they sorely missed on Nuke. They missed K-Serrato so much on that first map. If he's going to pop off, have impact here on Mirage, they can make a game of it for sure.
It's essential that he delivers here. There's a big part of the Resurrection comeback in that lower bracket to come back into the tournament and have a chance to play in the playoffs. There's K-Serrato's level just being really strong out of the break. He's going to be disappointed about his own individual showing on Nuke and looks to make up for it here. 3-1 start for Furia. Mals with the save weapons, as you mentioned earlier, allows them to get good cash into their bank accounts. To the buy coming out with Torji on the AWP again. Unable to do much with it in the last round. They'll get a second crack of the whip. This time a commitment of Furia players into middle. Yuri is going to go out towards those top boxes. Miss window smoke.
Yeah, and Torji loves that. He's peeking over it. Shuei stepping in front of him. It's a little bit awkward between the two, but Torji still manages the opening kill.
Did Yuri just get team flashed as he peeked out? That would have been that looked awful. Yuri gets taken out by the sniper. It's now a 5v4 thanks to that opening move. And now getting peppered down as Skulls. He's under a little bit of pressure. Up towards Palace. He knows if he can get a bullet off, he perhaps can just drop Shuei. So Exertion is moving into action. He wants to take the aggressive fight towards Skulls. He's got a good angle here to try and defend his in-game leader. Shuei no longer has to fight. Exertion now getting deeper on the angle, but he falls off. A little bit of a fumble there, Jason.
No, but Skulls gets to pass that information along. Oh, Cello doesn't go all the way through. Shuei's just playing beneath him.
Welcome back to EWC Central. Before we continue our coverage of Counter-Strike 2 and a deep dive into the legends of the game, updates on what's been happening, I wanted to give you the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by SDC. As a reminder, the EWC Club Championship has over $20 million in prize money. The #1 club, the best in the world at the end of the 8 weeks, will secure themselves a $7 million prize. Crucially, in order to be eligible for that, you need to win at least 1 tournament, and the only way to win a tournament is to stay in it. Why am I setting that up? That's because both Spirit and Vitality have been eliminated in CS2. Team Spirit has also been eliminated in Dota, which will severely hamper their chances at a shot at that club championship. Crucially, G2's victory over Team Spirit has brought them back into your top 10 standings, and I'd like to bring that up onto your screens right now. Team Falcons, of course, have won multiple tournaments. Therefore, they have several thousand points in their back pocket. G2 back into the table, and we'll be keeping you up to date. As you can see, Selangor Red Giants and T1, the only other victors thus far. We will be crowning champions in Counter-Strike 2 and Dota 2 over the course of this weekend, and finding out who else will join the top 10. Over $20 million in prize pool is available. Of course, if you want to keep up to date with the club championship, their respective tournaments, deep dives on the games, the history, the lore, the language, and everything else about them, stick with us on EWC Central every Thursday to Sunday, 7 till 11 local time, twitch.tv/EWC. That does it for EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC. Welcome welcome back. Boulevard City, of course, beautifully lit up at night. It is a great place. It's a great vibe. Dance party's going to be coming in just a little bit of time. Quick shot back on the sofa, and after our deep dive into PUBG Mobile in its inaugural day at EWC for their respective World Cup, I want to turn focus and attention to Counter-Strike 2. The first quarterfinal took place last night after the Resurrection stage concluded. Furia won that Resurrection stage. They are competing right now against Mouse. Before we dive into that live game, let's talk about yesterday.
Yes.
G2 Spirit, we stayed up. We were chilling in the room. It was like a 2 a.m. finish. It was a long day, long games. Break down for me what happened, Mac.
Well, essentially, there was a lot of action, and then even more action. It went to a third map eventually, and there was some crazy, crazy scenes going on. I believe it was Nuke that went to overtime, and after it went to overtime, there was just a couple of unfortunate decisions from G2, which allowed Team Spirit to take Nuke eventually, but we were all screaming in your room while we were watching this one. It was crazy. Off the back of this one, of course, going to that third map, it was just as exciting, and G2 managed to eventually get it out.
That was huge. Just by the way, as well, in case you were unaware, that was Snacks, the most recent addition to the G2 roster.
Yeah.
Taz, the coach, leaning over his shoulder and like basically giving him the hot fingers. I didn't mean to leave you hanging. I was just so enthralled by the gameplay. I just straight up stopped paying attention.
There's a lot going on, and then there was a point where Monacy got like a double no-scope or triple no-scope 4K, which saved
and one quick scope. It tells you in the kill feed. I learned that last night. More importantly, I think this is going to be a safe. I think it's fair to say this is an upset victory. There have been 2 roster changes here for G2 over the last few months. Nexa and Huxi out. 2 new players coming in, and Team Spirit were kind of like the inform, the hot team, so to speak. But I don't think they lived up to expectations.
Well, yeah, I feel like Team Spirit, unfortunately, just didn't get off on the right foot. It was Donk's only negative KD since he has joined Team Spirit out of every single tournament, and he's played a lot. Like, I don't have the graphic right now, but I think there might be like 20 different tournaments since that happened.
And the only tournament he has a less than 1 KD, right?
Less than 1 KD. I think he was -7 kills or something like that.
I heard that they took a break recently and they're just coming back. Is that big reason
I
why,
know
potentially?
That Donk's part of the break was spent playing more Counter-Strike. He was playing a lot of FACEIT.
There's such a thing as playing too much.
There is, but there was games where he got like 60 kills, so he should be coming in hot.
He got all his kills out of the way.
Yeah.
I want you to contemplate. I would like to get your opinion on G2's roster changes because it is something that was a hot button topic coming into the tournament. The reason I want to ask you, I want you to give me the answer after, is because we're going to listen to G2's coach Taz after the victory yesterday in the ALJ interview.
Well, I tell you what, I don't think many people were thinking that you were going to win that, bar maybe Trace. They thought Spirit, #1 here. What were you thinking as you came into this matchup?
I mean, I knew what we can do. Like, we had actually very good results after not much practice. I mean, when you have such skillful guys, it's just, there's always a chance. There's always a chance.
I saw you backstage, and I said to you, wow, what do you feel about this? And you gave me that smile.
I mean, I enjoy this. We have a really good chemistry in the team. Everyone is enjoying. And I think on Nuke, the guys forgot about it for a second, right? And on Ancient, there were, again, smiles and just pure enjoyment of the game. And that's how we win.
What did you say then? Because it almost looked like you were going to do it in 2 maps. You were there for a second. You threw away a bit of a lead. What were you saying?
Oh, there were some words. There were some words. But mainly, like, that you always fail. You always whiff. There will always be rounds that you just throw away and just need to forget about it and keep on going because these guys are amazing and they just need to believe in themselves.
Well, you've taken out a key. A key is going to be crushed. If we can bring the key over here, you will receive this key now. You then get to go and do the crushing. Who are you going to get to crush this?
Oh, man. How do I crush this?
You go to the other stage, you take it in, there's a whole machine. You need to choose one of your team, maybe yourself, to go and crush this.
I don't know. One of the teams. Okay, maybe I'll pick Snacks to do it.
A great thing. After this win against Team Spirit, how far can you go here?
I mean, we take game after game. This is a learning process, and we are just starting.
You say that, but come on. I know you. I've known you a long time. Can you win here?
Of course we can, but this is a learning process.
I love that, Taz. It's always a pleasure. Good luck. We'll see them in the semi-finals.
That was actually a really insightful interview, especially towards the end where he said it is a learning process. Yeah. So they aren't exactly expecting to win. They're not coming in to win. Everyone is coming in to win, of course, but you know, they don't have the highest expectations.
I'm going to challenge you. I think they would understand if they didn't win, but based on their performance, I think they are expecting to do well, right? Because I think the context matters. There is an air of confidence there from Taz. The fact that he spent so much time with Pasha and those biceps that he's like, I can break this. Like, he didn't even think he needed a pneumatic press, you know? Before we move on and just summarize the rest of the day, quick thoughts on the roster changes, the benching of the players. It is something that maybe our viewers may not have the deepest context on, so what's your take?
Well, it's going pretty well. So Snacks has come in as the new IGL. A bit more firepower than what Hooksy would have provided to the team. Even though Snacks is quite old, but he is a legend of the game, that allows him to have a very good understanding. He's coming from Gamer Legion, which is a team that's not here. And his style of IGLing, I think, is very similar to what he was trying to do with that team, except now he has a lot more firepower and a lot more skilled individuals around him. So maybe the game plan that he had there is going to be more successful here. And then Malbs, of course, coming in, filling sort of a couple of those roles that Nex was filling. He is very good. He has had very good performances so far and probably the best player from Guatemala that we've ever seen.
And also, if I can give one tiny bit of insight, Taz actually was forced to play on G2. Bearing in mind, he's been a retired pro for many years now. Because of visa issues, there was a delay to months and it was against Team Spirit as well. He took a map off Donk. So for Taz, I know this one's a little bit personal. Let's take a look at what else has happened at the CS2 tournament here at EWC. The first clip we're bringing up, I actually haven't even seen yet because we had a very special guest. This is Neymar. Mac, I believe he plays soccer, is that right?
Yeah, soccer. You spell that F-O-O-T, something like that, right? Like, that's at least what I know. But yeah, he is a big fan of Counter-Strike. He streams it regularly, has gone to a couple of competitions, especially the one, the IEMs over in Brazil, and is...
How good is he?
He's pretty good.
Yeah. Do we know his rank? We should look up his rank. That's what we'll do later. We'll do that later.
The thing is, you know, when you have athletes, they generally have pretty good Twitch mechanics.
I can imagine.
So
yeah, I can imagine. The reaction times and whatnot is great.
Yeah.
We've also got some highlights from the rest of the results throughout the course of the day. Reminder that VP took out Vitality. I mean, this is a big shock. Shannon, you and I actually were watching this backstage. Even you were like, is this really happening?
Yeah, it was actually this part right here. Yes. Being able to kill him in the open. It was a 2 versus 1. They had plenty of time.
And it's quadruple overtime. No, sorry. It was triple overtime. It just ended at triple overtime.
Yeah, it should have been a quadruple if he just didn't plan in the open. I mean, that was just a huge mistake. But that's what happens when these games go really long. Start to see players get a little tired.
Arguably, it's about the info that you have, and then the pressure forces mistakes, especially with minimal time remaining. And in what was triple, quadruple, whatever we were just there, like
90 minutes to finish one map. That's
that is where mistakes are made. It just happens. You know, even the best in the world are going to make mistakes, and you learn from those.
What is a bigger upset? VP defeating Vitality, or G2 defeating Spirit?
G2 Spirit.
Wow, okay.
It's more unknown.
Okay, I get you. Well, yeah, I wasn't expecting that. What's happening, Toby? You look sad.
Oh, I thought it was Mouse beating Furia, but it was not.
We'll get to that.
I'm good.
We'll get to that in a second.
My team got eliminated, but they're still in it.
We will get to that in a second. Let's take a look at the playoffs bracket. Remind everybody of what the CS2 playoffs bracket looks like.
Yeah.
Why did you get sad, Toby?
Because I thought my team was out, but they're not out yet. They're still in it. They're fighting. They're fighting over Mirage.
Of course, what we're mentioning is the fact that Mouse and Furia that is alive right now, twitch.tv /EWC_CS2. Mouse are up a map. They are the heavy favorites, the #1 seed in the bracket, #1 team in the world coming into this, right?
Yeah, and they are doing very well in studios.
Yes.
When it's in front of live audiences, sometimes they do choke. They're trying to get over that. They are a very skilled team, but also quite young, so there's a very good future for them.
How much pressure is Furia under that Neymar himself is here to watch them?
Maybe that's the problem. Who knows?
Are you saying it's Neymar's fault? Did you hear that?
I would never say that.
Counter-Strike fans, he said it was Neymar's fault. Straight up, I heard it.
Don't Brazil are going to come after me.
I sincerely heard that. Okay, Shannon,
I want to say real quickly.
Yes. You did, great.
Furia have got off to really good starts on both maps. Okay. But on Nuke, what it looked like, Meow's really found their form in the second half, and we're still in the first half of Mirage at the moment. Furia were up 4-0, and now it is 7-4. So Meow's starting.
I think we might actually take a look at that game in just a moment or two. What I would like to do is just take a step back. As we mentioned, VP were able to pick up that win against Vitality. So let's hear from Virtus Pro's Fame after they did pick up that win.
Our first best of 3 of today, second one so far in the tournament. Victorious, our Virtus.pro. Fame joined us here on the interview. How does it feel like to finally finish this incredibly long series?
It feels amazing. It was really hard first map for us, and first half of the second map also was really hard, but we did very good job on the second half on the Inferno, so we felt very good, and that's nice that we won. I feel amazing.
I mean, it's a big showing. Now you get to play G2 afterwards, so what are you looking forward to in that game?
It's hard to say. I want to win, of course, as always, and it's going to be an interesting game because G2 just signed 2 new players, and I think they have a really strong roster, and for me it's a very interesting game.
Right, and of course on Dust 2 at the end, you were able to clean things up. What do you think is that strength? Is it just you or Vitality were unable to perform in your mind?
I think we did great, and in some moments we were lucky, and in some moments we were better individually. Vitality is a very good team. I can say that they played bad, but sometimes it happens. Today we won, that's nice.
And today you were the better team, and because of that, Vitality has to present their key to you here. Of course, here at EWC, we're going to crush a key. You see these here that we already have been crushed. So there it is, coming up. They're going to give it to you, yes. Let them come on over. Well, for now, you get to keep it with you because our stage manager will take you off to have it broken so you can really enjoy it and then have it placed in the trophy. It is pretty sick. So with all this done, anything you'd like to say before we go?
Thank you everyone for support, and see you tomorrow.
There you go.
After tomorrow, I don't know what we're going to play.
Well, big game for VP to go up against G2 later on. Big game win against Vitality, and hopes and dreams crushed at the EWC stage. So that's it. VP done. We'll pass it back to the studio.
I'm not being funny, Milosh, but that was quite brutal. You get to take this key, watch it get crushed, and enjoy it. I mean, that was, like, even Fame was like, bro, chill. You know? I do want to say that I think Apex might be the most emotive player maybe in all of CS2?
Oh, that's known. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yes, and?
If you've seen it, even when like they're winning, something goes wrong, he'll just be like, doing this crazy
Honestly,
stuff on his
throughout
desk.
the entirety of that series, I actually asked whether or not other players had face cams, whether or not they had it, but we just kept cutting to Apex because there was a fair number of French words beginning with the letter P throughout the course of that series. I will give you an update on that score. Mouse versus Furia is in halftime of the second map. Now, we will be coming to that in a second. What I do want to find out is from the fans here at EWC what their Counter-Strike 2 predictions were, and it was Mac that went out to ask them.
Behind the Amazon Arena, and I've managed to find Freya, who is the interviewer for CS2 here at the Esports World Cup, and we're going to be checking what her prediction is for the playoffs bracket, who's going to be making it to the grand final, and then who's going to be winning the whole thing.
Yeah, so it's been an interesting one because I don't know whether you saw on Twitter, a lot of the talent predicted Spirits were actually going to be winning this. I went with Vitality. Yeah, you're probably feeling the burn right now. I think James went with Na'Vi. I think Darth might have gone with Mouse. OJ went with FaZe. There's only a couple of us, remaining in the running. But to break down the bracket, recency bias definitely playing a factor. Just interviewed Exertion. They've had a great boot camp. Obviously Dallas wasn't the way they wanted to end out the season, but he sold me on the Mouse project. I think they're going to be winning that kind of upper portion of the bracket, particularly as they're going up against Furia. Yeah. Didn't expect them to be making out of the Resurrection bracket. Bottom side, obviously we've got G2 already waiting in that semi-final. Just looking at the score, Vitality VP going on right now. Not looking great for Vitality on their own map pick, but I think they turn it around. They like to, make the games long. They're known for a 3-map affair. Yep. Didn't close it out last time, but you know what? They say you learn the most when you lose. So I think Vitality have done just that. I think they're going to be making it to the final. So Mouse, Vitality are going to be winning it.
Are we all underrating G2?
I don't know if you can underrate something that you don't have any data on.
True.
Is that science? Is that maths?
That sounds like good maths.
Yeah.
And Freya, look, I'll let you go because you got some more maths and English to go and do with the Furia guys because I see them walking in.
Are they actually here?
No.
That's one of the most brutal pieces of shade. I'll let you go because you got to like relearn your language, love. Underrating a team whether you have data or not, that is perfectly fine. Freya, I send all my regards and love. I will say I predicted G2 prior to their win yesterday. Freya's already proven wrong. Vitality are out. I think it is interesting to see the variability of results.
Yeah.
Because you can't ever predict which team is going to step up to the plate and show up on the day.
I think there is, out of all of the analysts and all of the talent on the CS2 broadcast, there is only 2 people. One person went with Meows and one person went with G2. I think it's Stunner and it might be Dinko. I'll go double check.
So me and Dinko are the smart ones, right?
Yeah, something like that,
great. Toby?
Mac, do you think, because we talked about the tournament format, how it's kind of upside down in comparison to how it's been in the past, do you think that what's happening right now is that everyone's making predictions based on results they've seen in tournaments they know in the past, and therefore had more of them would be right had we been playing another format than we are now?
I think the teams are letting predictions down. I'll let Mac answer in a second. I have another prediction for you. So if you think about it, I can see that brain ticking. Don't pull a Freya and mess up your words. Moving on, next prediction.
We're down here still behind the Amazon Arena, and I've managed to find Atik, who is the CS2 Arabic interviewer, and he is going to be giving his prediction for how the playoffs bracket's going to be going, who we're going to see in the grand final, and who's going to take it. Let me know.
Well, thanks for having me, Mac. Unfortunately, I'm very bad at predicting, but I'll try my best on this match because I did previously predict that FaZe clan can make it to the grand final, but considering what happened yesterday with G2 and Spirit, I think G2 have the potential to go in the grand final as well. That would be very interesting to see, but to turn it all off, I think FaZe are going to win the tournament.
Not bad, not bad. I think that's a pretty good prediction. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think next time, we don't need to send Mac, it's just the interviewers. You can't send an interviewer to interview interviewers.
That wasn't the plan, it just sort of happened.
Flip-flopping on the predictions. I think the surprise results coming in here, obviously adjusting things. I think the prediction we just got lines up with Toby's question greatly. So are you just uninformed, or is it just wild things happening? Where do we go?
There's still like a couple of upsets. I'm telling you, they're upsets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What else could I say?
Okay.
They're upsets. In terms of the format, I think it's still, there would have been more upsets on day one because best of ones usually cause more upsets. You saw in the lower bracket, there were a couple of upsets. There were teams that didn't really get a chance on day 2 to actually find their feet, find their form, and then they just got knocked out.
I want to move us along only because we've got one more prediction. After that prediction, we'll actually take a look at how quickly Furia will be eliminated from the tournament so that Toby can be wrong. But let's get one more prediction on your screens, and then we'll check in with that game.
We're here in front of the Amazon Arena, and I've managed to find Artie, who is here watching the Counter-Strike 2 on the main stage. As you can see, beautiful stage here. But we're going to get his prediction as to what's going down on the playoffs. So let me know what you think is going to happen here.
Yeah, well, after an insane map 2 here, we just watched Virtus Pro absolutely take it on Inferno. Next up, Dust 2. To be honest, I think VP is probably going to take this. But up against G2, nah, G2 all the way, to be completely honest. But we're looking at lower bracket. I was really surprised yesterday how everything turned out. I was rooting for Mongols all day, every single day. But given the shake up to my original predictions bracket, right now I really think Mouse is just gonna take it all the way up through lowers. I think we'll be seeing a Mouse G2 grand final. That'd be my like insane mind blow. But that's at least how I'm feeling after seeing everything turn out so far.
I love it. Absolutely love that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Taking a quick look at that, if Mouse and G2 make it to the final, the first place will secure themselves $400,000 of the $1 million prize pool for CS2. I want quick reactions before we actually check in on how Mouse are doing against Furia.
Now that was the Genji Academy Valorant head coach. So
wow, that's a mouthful.
Our producer knew him as a friend, brought him in, and I was like, oh, who was that? He's like, oh, that's who I was like, wow, that's kind of impressive. But look, his prediction, still alive.
Yeah.
And then my other friend, the other interviewer's prediction, also still alive, going for FaZe, which could be a really good prediction. We only got to see him on day 1. We haven't gotten to see them again, and later tonight, we will.
I mean, FaZe versus Na'Vi is going to be fantastic. That will be the third and final best of 3 this evening. Semi-finals for Counter-Strike 2 will be tomorrow. We'll find out who will be joining both G2 as well as VP in those semi-finals, but on the other side of the bracket, let's check in with Mouse and Furia. Mac, once this comes up on screen, set it up, and then let's check in with the casters.
Well, this is where we are. Second half has begun. Meows up by 4 rounds, need 4 more to close out the festivities 2-0 and take us into that third and final best of 3 of the day. But let's hear what the casters have to say.
It's up into the coming purchase in the next round. At least this one's quick. At least it's
Yeah, painless, merciful.
Guess that's all you can hope for if you're Furia here.
Yeah, next one's all important. That's going to be the entire map on the line with this next Furia buy. So we'll see what they can come up with. Another quiet map out of K-Serato on 4 kills. And this time you don't have Fallen going kind of carry mode to carry you through some of those stretches and those quiet stretches from the Riflers. So everyone from Furia better get switched on right now heading into round 16.
Yeah, there's not much room left now at this point. You're looking at 10 rounds already for Mouse. You can see this one, they're up to 11, very close to getting a 12th round, and such a long road back into the game from Furia at that point. This is a new roster, obviously, coming into this event. Jacob was saying, you know, our expectations have become so low for Furia over the last few months, over the last years at this point. And for Mouse, expectations are set high. Fallen's sniper out. K-Serato, we talked about him wanting to have a better performance here. You know, it's kind of the similar performance he's had throughout the rest of the tournament, but this has been a very quiet quarterfinal. Nuke was quiet, now Mirage even more so. He got 4 kills.
Skull's gonna get aggressive on A ramp. Peeks down, sees nothing. But there's a lot of pressure at this A bomb site, all to set up this play. Mao's attacking into the B site. There's Fallen's AWP ringing out, and Jibbat's gonna have to back away, have to fall off. They have no access to the bomb site. Furia's defense holds strong in this initial battle.
Still over a minute left here for Mouse to play with. They're gonna try again at a different time, at a different location, and that is through short. Fallen comes off the top ticket angle, perhaps at the wrong time, but he seems to have eyes back on it again, and Shuei is going to go down to that sniper. So Fallen with the AWP is proving pivotal here for the side of Furia. 3 players left for Mouse in this, and they're still committed towards the B bomb side. Feels like the only option left to them.
They tried to improvise a split towards this bomb site, but they missed the timing, so the smoke fades, and all of a sudden you can't actually get up catwalk. Fallen has that deep angle and a clean sweep. Exactly what Furia needed moving forward. Build up some money, 5 players survive, plenty of cash, and see if you can make this comeback into a reality.
Yeah, the conversation has to be about, that's the first step. Now we focus up, now we get into this. There is a 4-round gap between the side of Malice and Furia. And we've seen in MR12, we've gotten used to those gaps being closed very quickly.
Yeah. Very, very fast, but it requires, as we mentioned, all the individuals from Furia starting to get to a different level, because no one's, or I should say everyone's struggling to find impact in their positions.
Yeah, Mouse are going to keep testing them, of course. They've got a good buy again here. AWP off for Torji, everybody else on an AK and a decent amount of utility. The underpass is the first fight. It's K-Serato 1 for 1 with Yimfat.
It's a really good setup. Exertion throws one flash is thrown by K-Serato. Teammate throws a follow-up flash to blind those players. Skulls pulled out in the open and eliminated. A lot of pressure on Fallen now. He's got Yuri shifting over in support. Smoking off Palace, taking away a choke point. And Yimfat can play patiently in middle. With Cello on catwalk, Furia can stop this mid-play, and that's where the bomb is, and they're gonna step into the fight. Oh, this is beautiful for Furia. Beautiful.
AWP for Fallen, strikes right through Yimfat. Yuri able to follow up on Shuei. And now it's down to just 2 players for Mouse. 50 seconds remaining. Roland applying pressure towards stairs, but he is forced back behind the flames in Palace. And the bomb is still down at the bottom of connector. Mouse, they don't have money to fall back on any longer. And this is going to be a Furia 7th. So the first 2 steps have now been taken.
I mean, they can still try and go for this. It's just time is the opponent. And with that knife pull out in the back away, it feels like now they've made the call to save. But there was a little bit of time if Torji could have found an avenue to get back towards middle, go towards underpass. 2v3 is recoverable, but the time was the biggest enemy in that round for Mouse. 10-7, Furia closing the gap. It's been positive signs this event for Furia of what Fallen's leadership can bring with the Skulls acquisition and the coaching change.
Exactly.
But we haven't really seen like that trademark win they can take out of this event quite yet. Everything so far has just been best of ones. It's all been Nuke BO1 victories. Lost their series against Na'Vi to get dropped into the resurrection stage. Struggling right now against Mouse.
It's we've never really known a Furia without the leadership of Art and Guerri, right? This is kind of the first.
It's a new era
of Furia. There's been a lot of roster moves, a lot of changes, in particular in the opping department, but
thank you so much to the entire broadcast team for Counter-Strike 2. Obviously, as there is a tactical timeout right now, Furia picking up a couple rounds. I, frankly, had thrown them out already. I assumed Mouse were going to close this out 13-5, 13-6, but maybe there's a comeback on the cards. Mac, what's your take on these last few rounds? As we'll stick with this game for a little bit. The loser is eliminated.
Yeah.
The EWC 2024 hopes are donezo.
Well, for the entertainment factor, I would love if Furia won this map and took us to 3. Just because, look, Meows, they looked a little bit shaky on the first day, and if they look a little bit shaky here, then maybe some of these predictions about them being in the grand final, maybe even winning overall, could go south quickly, and I'm hoping that so we all end up in the bin here on the couch.
I mean, look very quickly, right? So there is an op on the side of Mouse, 1 AK, a couple of Tech 9. So it's a very mixed buy, right? The assumption being that Furia have the advantage and they're on CT side, so as long as they don't get too over-aggressive. But I think we need to see what's going to happen with this op. Where is it placed on the map? I actually missed who's holding it exactly
it's
where.
Torzy, he's number 6.
Thank you.
I think he's in T-spawn.
Yeah. Okay.
We're a little far away from the screen. That looks like 6 coming back.
Yeah.
And he's got all that utility.
Would you call those people in front meat shields? Got 2 pistols and then an AK as the third.
A meat shield would be more so if someone was defusing. You get someone to stand in front to block bullets on the defuse. That would be the meat shield.
Shot from Fallen.
But it's also like, you'd call them pawns, right? You want them to either go out and take the line and then allow the AWP to trade, or you send the AWP out first and allow everyone else to pick it up and recycle.
How does a pawn become a queen then in this chessboard?
By picking up an AWP.
Ah, there we go.
I feel like we see it oftentimes. So yes, they might be pawns and only have a Tech 9, but how many times haven't we seen in this tournament as well, Tech 9s come out when they swing 2 people around the corner, get the rifle down anyway?
Especially here on Strike. I mean, we've seen it a bunch of times.
Very nice.
Just because you're born in 1972 doesn't mean
I think I actually only properly learned it yesterday. Yes, I got my shot. Okay, Neymar is in the building.
Yeah.
And I actually think for his sake, I want to see this go to map 3. I mean, you don't get a better seat than that.
Yeah, well, Furia,
oh my word.
Furia
those seats have Kleenex. Have you seen them? They, for some reason, there's like TVs in those stations and then a Kleenex box.
Because when the Brazilian teams are eliminated, Neymar needs to cry.
I see.
It's for the tears of Brazilian fans.
Of joy when they win.
Oh, touche.
Yeah.
10-7, obviously the winner of this game will then advance to the semi-final.
Yep.
They will then face off against the winner of Na'Vi versus FaZe Clan. That will be coming through later this evening. But I mean, a 10-8, another eco round here for Mouse. So theoretically 10-9, this is looking good. We've covered it a little bit, but Furia, is this a momentum team? Can they roll through here on this? And of course, this is Mouse's map pick as well. What do you think, Mac?
I think I want to see how this round goes. Now Mao's, they're on a low buy. They've just got a couple of deagles, which means that they can still get one-tap shots.
Yeah.
A couple of Juan Deags, as it is colloquially known.
It's still called that? Ah.
Yeah.
I used to subscribe to Juan.
Yeah.
JuanSource.com, I think it was.
Isn't Juan the horse the meme? Juan the horse?
No, there was a guy named, it was just Juan. I forget what team he was on,
that's
though.
right, so. Good couple of kills.
How many? Okay, so essentially in the eco round, because now we should dump it down a bit for people that might understand. Eco round, obviously the round where you don't really invest any money into it.
Not a lot. Yeah.
How much damage are you? I mean, one thing is you can hope to get somehow all the kills, but how much are you really expecting to get out of a quote-unquote good eco round?
What do you mean expecting?
Well, I mean, do you want?
Actually,
like
what would be
considered?
I think what would be considered good as opposed to expecting.
What's a satisfying eco round?
There we go. That's a good one.
Yeah. Okay. Three rifles taken away would be very good.
Okay. Like
and of course, by the way, I'll also explain this.
Yeah.
Just in case we have any Dota viewers, PUBG people who for some reason don't know Counter-Strike, if you deny a rifle by either killing your opponent, picking it up, or forcing him to buy the game because you secure the kill, you're impacting their economy, you're impacting their bank balance, and that's a huge part of the game which goes quite unnoticed by inexperienced or viewers who haven't actually played the game, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we're discussing. Because Mouse have gone 2 rounds in a row without spending a significant amount of money, they were in a good position, but this amazing push up mid here is just fantastic for Furia, 4v2. And again, that might put Mouse into another save round, right?
Yeah.
Because the lost bonus won't be able to give them a build one.
That was really well played. I think there was supportive utility across the top of mid, which allowed K-Serrado just to stand there underneath Cat. So that was a lovely round out of them. And it should be 10-10.
Yes.
But just back on that point you were saying, it's like, what would be the expectation of these rounds? Yeah. I feel like in Counter-Strike, you just don't have expectations, right? Like, you have expectations of who should win overall, but in terms of rounds, it's like, what do you expect, how many kills do you expect the pistol to get? It's like, usually
how can you
none.
expect those 1Ds?
I was wondering if there was like a good middle thread. As you said, 3 would be really satisfying.
Okay, you expect the team with the better buy to always win the round as long as they play the game.
They should.
Effectively by the book. But sometimes those decisions don't go right. You can see in this situation, it's a 2v4. Look where the CTs look where the CTs are on the map. They are not close to one another at all. Trading is very hard. There's a late refrag from Fallen who was there at jungle, but now it's a 1v3. If you have a look at where Torsi's going, he's going to B. There's only one player there. He gets that pick, then he can potentially isolate the other 2 kills, right? We're talking about isolating kills.
Exactly, I was the same.
It's the same in Counter-Strike.
Mac, I'm going to tell you this right now, okay? We're sticking with this. Because of the underdog story, Furia made so many back-to-back-to-back best-of-1 victories in the Resurrection stage to make it to playoffs. It looks like they're going to pick this round up, put a 10 to 10. If they pick up another, get to 11, I want to check in with the casters and hear what they're saying.
Yeah.
But let's talk hype here, right? This was a match that I think yesterday you said quite confidently Mouse should win.
Yeah.
I think we were expecting a Mouse 2-0. This is awesome to watch, isn't it?
Funnily enough, I did say, you know, if Nuke goes through, Furia are going to win that. They didn't win that. Now they might be winning Mirage, but
which
Furia
is wild.
Is usually good on Mirage as well. It's just all about how they're going to operate, and it looks like today they're starting to dig deep. They're starting to hit their shots. The thing that I am interested about is in Counter-Strike 2, I've already mentioned a few times on this show, if you have been tuning in and if you haven't, that AWPing in CS2 has been nerfed a lot from Go. And at the moment, they're picking up double AWP on the CT side, which is not regular.
And just again, in case you're a Dota viewer waiting for Suns fans' turn to talk about his game, the AWP is the sniper rifle that you hear, the really big, powerful one. It just makes your stomach. Very quickly, while this tactical timeout is just wrapping up, the Dota 2 game between Tundra and BB Team is ongoing. Map 2 draft is underway. That is, of course, on the Dota stream. Back to Furia and Mouse. Toby, how are you feeling? Because you predicted Furia to make the run, to win the whole thing, but it needs to happen here with a win against Mouse.
It sure does, and I just can't help but looking at all of you going, Toby's not going to win this, and seeing how your smiles all
I mean, it's mostly me.
Turning it, well, I mean, no, I know. Starting to turn into frowns as I never stop believing. We have the Neymar energy in the stands. I mean, there's no way Furia don't take this to the third map.
Well,
there's
another
no
thing
way, huh?
that you just missed in this round, right? So Mouse have another buy, another round where they've saved that AWP across from the last round. Yimpat has a Galil. What Torsi did was play his spawn.
Oh my, again!
There you go. And
As
Cello on the
no
secondary.
Oh!
Done. That's nice.
2v1.
Nice. 3 kills from Cello on the AWP.
Let's go, Brolan. What's Brolan going to do?
No, he hasn't.
So this
Now,
is what I was
Brolan,
talking about
where did
earlier.
Brolan play previously again? Was it
Nip.
Nip?
Yeah.
Right.
So you could see as well that was him trying to recycle the AWP, goes for the rifle instead because he feels more confident with that weapon.
Does he save or does he go for the 1v2?
No, he's got a minute.
He has to go for it.
He's got a minute. So he's going to have a look
Real
around.
quickly, what did they nerf with the AWP recently? 'Cause I actually don't know this. You're mentioning that they nerfed it.
Peeka's advantage.
Oh, it's just the
Peeka's advantage inherently being in the game means if you hold lines, that is nerfed.
They didn't change
It's also fewer bullets in the
recoil or
gun.
anything.
No?
Yeah, they nerf. Yeah, okay. Maybe since you last played, there's only 5 bullets in a clip now rather than 10.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Okay. And you would have played from the point where they nerfed the movement speed like 6 years ago or something.
Keep an eye, Brolan. Keep an eye, Brolan.
Timing.
Versus the op as well. Peeka's advantage, remember? Who peeks? No.
Turn around.
Turn around. Every now and then they get a little bit closer. Furia get a little bit closer to the deciding round.
That's huge.
I will be throwing to the casters in just a moment. Once the producers give me the green light, Mac, you can get the final throw. Final sentence.
Well, Cello played in a great spot where he could listen to them dropping, so he was safe in that position even though he was looking the wrong way, which is why he was looking the wrong way. And let's hear what the casters have to say about this round.
It happened so fast as well. This is exactly what Mouse did to Furia on Nuke. Furia's just returning the favor. All of a sudden, this defense just snapped. and everything's clicking. This mid-aggression from K-Serrano has been successful, and it's going to continue again. This time it's Yuri with the opening kill.
Yeah, K-Serrano's still around though, still at the bottom of that connector smoke.
Yeah, but he has that timing. He knows underpass is going to be a problem, but he can't get away.
Yeah, Xerxen just looks over the top of it, takes him out of the round, and now we're looking at 1:20 left. Mao's trying to get out of Palace. It's Brolin that decides to stand strong with the fight against Skulls, and Fallen starts to feel uncomfortable now that he's lost his teammate on the bomb site. He has to adjust his defensive position, and it's not a comfortable spot with the AWP, but it certainly could be surprising. The scope is up. Yinfat swings into it. Fallen goes down, and Mao's into the lead on the player count. There's still a minute left. Towards he starts to drift into the site with a bomb, and it's a risk taken by Cello. It's a big shot, but he's traded out instantly. And Yuri, who started this round with a kill, is now put in a 1v2 with limited health. It's got to be a retake. He'll come back in through jungle. Yinfat's in connector. That's a really strong spot for him. It is so unlikely now that Yuri is able to take him out. Yinfat only needs body shots and he'll drop him. And that's exactly what happens. Tied up again.
What a great round from Mouse. Good job again from Yinfat as well. He was the big-time player on Nuke. He's delivered more here with a big 1v1 or 2v1 clutch, the kill in it. We're all tied up. Plenty of cash for both teams. They rebuy right back into it, but both teams now, that's everything they've got. So you lose this one, and that last round is going to feel like it's just barely out of reach. They stick with the mid presence from K-Serrano to start things out. Torji, faster than Fallen. And a 5-on-4 for Mouse in a critical round.
Shui receives a lot of damage. That grenade can finish him off, and it will. It'll sink him. Shui's had a nightmare here on Mirage. 4 and 17.
K-Serrano's been able to be aggressive in middle with impunity. Like, no one's really been able to shut him down, whether he's pushing or just playing a little bit more passive. They've been able to keep track of Mao's in middle pretty much every single round, and now Cello's going to even push forward. He won't know about the bomb.
Cello. It's his climb up, hits the headshot first, but Yinfat has the better weapon. Cello goes down, Mao's up a player, and the clock now ticks under 1 minute, but if Yinfat gets caught by K-Serrano, that would be the bomb.
That quad kill op round put a lot of confidence in Cello. His plays ever since then have all been like on the aggressive side of the spectrum. This one's punished even with the dink.
It's clear to us now to look at Mao's and see they want to finish on this A bomb site. There's no one from Fury actually within the site itself. They're actually leaning more heavily towards the B side, but K-Serrano spots out Exertion. You can call it he was looking towards connector. Will the rotation start to come back from Fury? They're going to have to realize soon that Mouse have taken the A site.
I think K-Serrano's going to take a little bit of a peek, but this is going to be such a hard card. Nice molly, but do they want to go for this retake? Remember, this is everything. It's a doable retake. It's a really tough call.
Brolin got damaged as well. It's unconfirmed damage, and Yuri picking up Yinfat, stepping into the open, really makes this call a little easier.
But look at the flank. Brolin making the round-winning play if he can pull this off. Does he have the patience? Does he have the timing?
He could get in behind all three remaining players. Brolin climbs through the murder hole, but he gets spotted. Yuri considers it, and now Torzi's left with a 1v3, and time is ticking. Furia playing for map point, playing for recovery, and Torzi just can't get it done. K-Serrano swings in, and straight to the defuse. It will be Furia that hits map point first on Mirage, and they have reopened this quarterfinal.
Oh, that's a wonderful drawn-out round, and what's beautiful to see for Furia, it's K-Serrano and Yuri combining for all 5 kills. The 2 stars that have been in this organization for so long, stepping up where they need it most. This nade to open things up, even up the player count at 4, and sticking around in middle. He was never cleared out, and K-Serrano's not going to give up those advantages. 12-11. Mao's the plant helps out so much.
Spam down, Exertion through the smoke. He can't even get across. It's K-Serrano with the opening move for Furia. Stepped up by Skulls, and now 3 kills away from bringing us to the 3rd map. Inferno lies in wait as Furia finds some life here on Mirage. It has been one hell of a comeback, and they are just moments away from Inferno. Shuei with a performance he will want to forget, and celebrations as Furia are able to push through to a third map. This quarterfinal is back on, and Furia once again show life here at the Esports World Cup.
Yes!
Vamos!
Let's go!
Vamos!
Vamos,
The
Brazil!
crowd is
Vamos!
celebrating. Neymar is celebrating. And Furia
Okay,
have something to celebrate
I
with
formally
that
apologize
Morocco
to our
performance. They
headphone
were
wearing
10-5 down.
viewers, wherever you are in the
They
world.
fought
Exceptional work, not only from the production team here on the EWC Central broadcast, but the Counter-Strike 2 team is popping off. The instant shots to show Neymar's reaction, followed by Furia's reaction. Furia lost their map pick. Furia won on Mouse's map pick. And what is the third and final map? I actually am not 100% certain. We will find that out. That series is ongoing. The winner goes to semi-final, loser is eliminated. Mac, final thoughts as we're watching these highlights here of Furia. Well, really surprising, especially they strung together, what, 6-7 rounds in a row, and they won 8 out of 9, basically.
Yeah, it was a crazy comeback, a very solid comeback. I was trying to break it down to you guys as well as to how those rounds were playing out, the decisions they were making. Some of them were very risky, but they paid off, and we're going to 3 in a game where I thought it was going to be a 2.
Well, listen, we've had a lot of blocks here on Counter-Strike, a lot of focus on Counter-Strike for the last little bit. I would like to give Shannon a little look in to Dota 2. If you want to keep watching Counter-Strike, they're in a break. That's twitch.tv/EWC_CS. Sunsfan, what are we seeing here? Give me a brief setup, and we'll listen to the casters before we go to break.
This is lower bracket, so BB team versus Tundra. Remember, this is a grudge match, as it were, pure on Tundra. Used to be on BB team. He was kicked. And now, BB team up 1-0 to start this out. And this is just the laning stage of game number 2. Let's take it to the casters.
Do you think that this carry Dragonite is relatively unexplored with the Fire Dragon facet? I feel like I've only really seen Pure make use of it and make it look good. So I feel like there's still a little bit more here behind this hero that other teams haven't quite taken a hard look at it yet.
He farms pretty fast. I mean, people definitely underestimate it. He can clear through ancient stacks in the form as well. I think the hero's kind of solid. Like, maybe he doesn't get a lot of gameplay because he doesn't stand out in any of the categories, but old, reliable Dragon Knight, sometimes that's what you need to get the job done. Especially if you can boost them up with some extra DPS, which they have.
Yeah, they do have a lot of that.
Is once more winning this mid lane against GPK. I think this is a very favorable lane for him. Not much Puck can do about just spam Fade Bolt with outlast hits. Should have a level advantage.
9 class in some trouble. Hard to take these melee fights against a Snapfire and a Troll. That's always going to be troublesome. So First Blood goes up to the top lane, and Pure, every single time we look down here, man, he is being pressured. He's got double bracer, he's got a stick, he's had buried out salves, and it's still not enough. This Bat Rider +1 that Miro and Save keep running are just doing some heavy work.
Did take 0 points in the armor so far. So his regen's a little less than it would be, a little less armor. More offensive power, trying to secure the range creeps. And he's CSing fine. This looks rough, but I think he's doing okay. You don't want to give up the kill for sure.
Yeah, he's doing all right.
Yeah, he's chilling.
He's perfectly fine.
Your boy Fury's going to walk it off right here.
He is indeed, because of the ward. No, he's not. The final sticky napalm and hits will do enough.
Your boy Fury's chilling. He's
chilling in the fountain right
chilling down here right now.
Having a nice soak.
That was purposeful. That was
yeah.
Space created. This mid lane really opening up the gap now. Thompson closing on level 6 as well.
So still in the laning stage here of game number 2 between BB Team and Tundra. One thing I found very interesting about the game is Thompson, who you're seeing on the bottom side right now. He's playing Rubik. This is almost exclusively a support hero, but he's playing it mid, which is one of the most, if you guys remember Dendy from back in the day, that used to be
one
the
of the
hero.
most animated players.
It used to be the hero he was famous for in the mid lane. It's the hero that can steal spells and just turn the game around really fast, so it's cool to see him play that.
Also super crucially as well, before we finished our broadcast last night before the Team Liquid Tundra series had actually concluded. I don't think we've dived deep into those results, but the fact that Team Liquid were victorious, pushing Tundra down to the lower bracket, it's 2 things. Number 1, now for Tundra do or die. Obviously, whoever loses the series is eliminated. But for Gaming Gladiators, they mentioned specifically that they wanted Team Liquid to win that match, so they could beat Team Liquid as many times as possible. So we got that grudge match on top. You started alluding some of the player stories.
You call it a grudge match. They love each other, actually, weirdly enough. Yeah.
I mean, listen,
friendly rivalry.
You can love your friends and fight them at the same time. That's the entire premise of how I host a show. We're going to go to an ad break. We'll dive deeper into that story later on. When we come back, a little bit more Counter-Strike learning, legends of the game, some old fogies and why they're famous. And we'll also play some quizzes. Don't go anywhere. EWC Central. We'll be right back.
Ready, set, go.
Thompson, he'll get the rebuttal kill at least with the stolen orb.
Something here. He went treads this time instead of the boots of travel as well. So tankier in the early game. This also takes benefit, a lot more benefit of the extra damage this hero gets off the spell amp.
Yeah, and much better when he steals Berserker's Rage and turns into melee form.
He can start beating on some towers here. Will feel worse as the game progresses, and you know, you're not playing around the map as much, but didn't do much for him in that game one. So
no, Nightfall. Nighttime vision can be spooky sometimes. All of a sudden, 3 heroes out of nowhere.
No, Thompson getting some work done here. This is the type of early you want.
He bombs the Dragon Form, hits the stun, a swap back with the extra shield. He might just be able to live as that last bit of kisses is not enough. So good read by him to pop the Dragon Form and hit that stun onto GPK. Ramses recovers with the swap.
An older generation of carry bailing out the younger one, some might say.
That's true. In fact, this team in some ways bailed Pure out of having to play off lane in the first place. That's what he did on the old BB team. GPK tried to hit him with the missile, doesn't land. Phase shift dodges that one. BB.
He's going Maelstrom. I told you it's all about the right click Rubik now, and you doubted me. The Gleipnir build up here for Thompson. He's gonna be dealing the deeps. He's gonna be locking him down. I actually like this. This sounds cool, this game.
Did you actually say that?
Well, this is the classic Gleipnir into Meteor Hammer into Butterfly build-up that we were discussing game one.
All right.
He might have even watched the VOD back. Inspired here.
He's like, what did I do wrong? in that game one. Let me go back and listen to the English commentary. See what the casters had to say about that. This is a nasty situation. We'll say something about the mid Rubik. Thompson really puts himself in there.
I mean, you have to, right? You got it.
Yeah, and well, it also means that he ends up dying a lot. Especially with the way defensive. The BB team played pretty defensive and reactive.
Yeah, that's a type of fight that GPK is super happy to take, where he can come in and clean up instead of being the first one going on.
Yeah.
I mean, his tower is gone. His laning phase was rough, but he is going to start to recover here, especially if you give some of those high net worth Rubik kills away. These are not the deaths you want on your mid here right now. You want to continue to snowball this Rubik out of control.
Thompson never one to let a death keep him down for long. Immediately goes back to the aggression, and Miro is not going to pop the Primal Split. Didn't respect it early on this go, and then Nineclass shows up and seals the deal.
Okay. Back on the board. Thompson continues to grow his advantage.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We are in halfway through our show today here in week 3 on day 2. We've taken a close look at the Counter-Strike and the Dota games that are ongoing. We've reviewed PUBG Mobile. So now we're going to take a small breather. Take a little bit of time to teach both the people on the couch as well as the viewers at home about some of the legends in Counter-Strike. Reminder, Counter-Strike 2 was preceded by Counter-Strike Global Offensive, which was preceded by Counter-Strike Source, which was preceded by Counter-Strike 1.6, which was preceded by
Zero.
Suns fans playing.
Zero.
That's literally what's building up to. Beta Condition Zero, wherever you get.
No,
More
Condition Zero is
importantly-
after 1.6. No one remembers it, though.
No, because it was awful.
It was terrible.
It was
They had
awful.
riot shields.
It was so bad.
So bad.
I think the big thing is Counter-Strike as a competitive title in the different iterations has been around literally as long as Half-Life has been around.
Yeah.
One of the most influential games of all time. Also spawned arguably the most influential esports title of all time. I think a debate could be had on that one. So with that in mind, Mac, the producers and the production team tasked you with breaking down some of the players, some of the legends who are competing here at EWC and why they're legends of the game. So what have you got for us?
Well, I can tell you that anyone that plays Counter-Strike 2 is a legend of the game. So thank you for playing. I love ya.
Lame.
Keep going.
I love
Keep
ya.
playing. If you do it for fun, if you do it professionally, you're absolutely
This is not a
stellar, and I
Kumbaya
love it.
broadcast.
Look, no, but the
I want to know
legends...
the best of the best.
We got the legends here. Unfortunately, Apex has left us, but these are guys that have been around.
He was
for-
eliminated from the tournament. He's still fine. You carry on.
I don't even know what I said. But Apex has, yes, left us from the tournament. But these three have been around for a long time. They have had highs, they've had lows in their career, but they are all major winners. And not only have they been here for a very long time, but they are all the respective IGLs of their team, which for people at home are the captains or in-game leaders, the guys that make the calls during the game and tell people what to do. And they... all major winners, already said that part. But yeah, you're looking at Carrigan now, and you're looking at Snacks, who is coming back, making his way into G2, but Carrigan in particular making a big name for himself. This year in particular, they've gone to a lot of grand finals, but the main stat you're looking at...
Forever the bridesmaid.
Yeah, the reason he's a legend, 18 years competing, and he's still here, and he's still going, and I don't know if he's planning on leaving us at all, but look, 18 years, one major under his belt, looking to potentially get a second later this year with the form that FaZe are in. I hope that later today, we get to see what they're capable of, and there might not be an upset.
Could you also mention, like, off the top of your head, we didn't prepare this, but what are some of the other teams that Carrigan has played for in 18 years? What comes to mind as some organizations that maybe fans will be aware of? I mean, there are viewers at home that are younger than this man has been competing in Counter-Strike.
Well, Donk's 17,
There we
so
go.
even in this tournament,
There
there
we
are
go.
people who weren't alive when he started competing.
Carrigan was a professional player for a year before Donk was born.
Yeah.
And now Donk is one of the Smash. So, I mean, like...
In terms of big orgs, you know, Mouse is the one that I feel like he really made a name for himself. He played for Australis for a little bit in there. I felt like that wasn't as successful as especially what the FaZe career has been. But yeah, in Mouse is where he definitely started to perform and I'd say overperform.
Who's next on your list? I'm feeling a bit hungry, so...
Snacks.
Great.
We're not in the Big Apple, but Snacks, he's always hungry. And he's also now playing under, another legend of the game, but I didn't really want to throw the coaches in.
Yep.
And one of his other old teammates as well. Neo is here as well for FaZe. He's the other coach. So 3 players from old VP now here at the tournament, but only one is playing, and that's Snacks. He's on your screen. 14 years competing, 11 titles won with VP between the years of 2014 to 2017. And he was always one of the most impactful players on that team. Even in this last year, since he's made his way back, he's been playing CSGO on some sort of like tier 2, tier 3 teams for a while, trying to
It was a little bit of a controversial pickup, wasn't it?
It was. People were like, oh, he's old, he's burnt, blah, 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 blah. But he's already had more impact, more frag potential than Hooksy, and he's only played 1 best of 3, 2 best of 3s now here at this tournament.
Just to be brutally fair and honest, Hooksy was never the most impactful fragger. Not something he was known for as an individual.
But he was a Dane, so you can't.
Okay, okay. Apologies, Toby. Apologies, Toby.
It's okay. It's okay. I got my Furia win. I'm fine.
Okay. So who's next here on the list?
Well, honourable mention to my man Fallen, who may also still be one of the longest standing players, and another IGL that has been around and also a major winner.
And in-game right now as well.
But yeah, and in-game right now. So he might still be in the tournament. He might not be. I didn't plan for him to still be in it at this point. But look, Apex now is also not in it. We planned for him to be in it. And Apex has been around for a long time.
Used to be upset about it.
Look happy.
I'm sorry.
Look happy.
Apologies. The reason we're laughing, Apex is the most emotive player. I don't think I've ever seen him smile in a photo. Yeah,
he's generally a very happy guy. Every time I've spoken to him, he's just smiling, having a great time.
Because he's not playing Counter-Strike. That's
in photos, he's just like, no, I'm serious. It's
game face.
It's all business, all game face. 15 years competing, and the thing that sets Apex aside as well from the other two is his style is completely different. He's the entry fragger for the team. He's in a pivot position on the CT side to try and get to the right positions and throw the right utility to make the rest of the team succeed. But the fact that he's the entry fragger, he's just like, look, I might not be the most impactful fragger anymore, but I will get the info, scream it at you, get you to trade me.
Yeah.
And also, being as vocal as you know that he can be, that allows the team to just be in high spirits all the time for Vitality.
Thank you. I mean, Mac, that's obviously 3 legends that were competing at the time we created the segment. Some upsets have already come through. I do want to ask really quickly to both Toby and to Shannon, what are some Counter-Strike players that you recall that would be legends in your mind, even if they're not here at the tournament?
Rambo. Oh. We've had this discussion. All the people I played against are all legends, of course.
I'll say the 15, 16, 17, I think Astralis era. I mean, they, alongside Kerrigan, to be honest, when he was with TSM back in the day, they put esports as a whole on the map in Denmark. Everyone in Denmark started knowing esports. My friends and family said, oh, you do that Astralis thing, right? Yeah, exactly. I do esports. I mean, it was insane.
I mean, I remember it also even spread its way. It became platforms to get voted in, politicians, visas.
Everyone
It's actually, I think Counter-Strike teams and the competition is something like when Vitality as an org and everything is happening in the French esports scene is really growing. We're seeing federations, we're seeing tournaments like this. Very quickly, we can vote on a couple things to do. How about we do a co-stream of map 3 of Furia versus Mouse? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Right, so let's jump into map 3 of Furia versus Mouse. What we're going to do is obviously the 4 of us will be sitting here. We'll give you some commentary throughout the course of this game. I will keep you up to date with what's happening in Dota 2 as well. BB team look to be temporarily in the lead against Tundra. They're also 1-0 up in that series, so I will keep you up to date on those results. Mac, was that a Mouse pistol? I didn't quite see who picked up pistol.
Well, they're chair slapping, so I'm going to say it probably was. I mean,
always do it every round.
There you go.
Look at that. I noticed that before you did, bruh.
I was listening, all right? I can only use one sense at a time. Listening, seeing.
Wait till you try a shawarma. That sense is very, very
important. Also, we're on Inferno. I don't think the 4 of us have covered an Inferno yet.
I think no Inferno. It's been all nuke.
Can I, as someone who has played a ton of Inferno, as we do see this push come through, and he gets one.
I think ask the question.
As I went into cast mode for a second. We can't just talk when there's action going on like we're seeing right here. Now, as someone who's played a ton of Inferno in older iterations of Counter-Strike, what would you see has been the biggest change to Inferno, like made the biggest gameplay change to the map coming into CS2? From
the skyboxes.
Yeah?
Yeah, just the fact that so what a skybox is for the viewers at home, if you don't know what Counter-Strike is, it's an invisible box that was the sky. So it was a ceiling, and you would be able to throw your utility off it and bounce it over.
Can I also just say, it's not a box they just put for fun. It's like a limitation. It's the max verticality of the map.
Yeah.
It may line up with the building. Like basically the way that the map is designed, there's not infinite sky above you. Your RAM would crash on
for people that play with SV Cheats 1 on in their custom games to just fly as far away as the map as they can.
So, now that we kind of understand, like, obviously the physics of the way a map is developed, how did the skyboxes change and why is it different now?
They were fully removed. So now there's nothing to bounce
Is
them
that
off.
why there's a bridge over Banana, this building here? Is that like crosswalk between apartments didn't exist in previous iterations, right?
Yeah, that definitely didn't. It is more annoying than anything. I think as a T, it helps you to do pop flashes over the top so you won't blind yourself when you walk in with the flash, because if you don't have vision
they
of the
have
flash...
a Banana poster in Banana. This area of the map called Banana, and there's a poster.
That's one thing I really love about Counter-Strike, because it's very subtle. It's always subtle, but every time you have a call-out, oftentimes in the next iteration of the game, if it's famous enough, you'll see how that call-out somehow gets added to the game.
So what do they call Spindle now? Is it Coffin or something? And
yeah,
I don't know what it is now,
It was coffins in the last iteration of Inferno, but now it's just like some scaffold and some
So now scaffolding?
No one's going to call it that.
It's still spools, or you say con, or you say coffins.
Nobody says Spindle, huh?
When the children...
Not really.
Listen, I don't
It was
even know
coils.
what Spindle is.
Spindle and coils are
Yeah, they're similar.
synonymous.
No, I don't know what they are, is what I'm telling you. I don't know what the word
Don't worry, it's just a spindle. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
You know what like a spool of wool is?
Yeah, where
Yeah, it was like wires.
Have you never seen
It's like a
Cinderella,
wire.
the thing she pokes her finger on?
No, I haven't got a clue. Okay, so let's stick with Counter-Strike, and you guys can teach me weird old people words later.
I'm gonna have to Google it for you.
Is it still called? Is it church now?
Cinderella.
That looks like a church.
They made it an actual church.
Yeah, it is
I don't think
actually
it was
church.
before though.
Wasn't it a library before? Was library
I've
different?
always
No,
called
library
it
is
con-
different
Behind
place.
us.
Yeah,
Okay, sorry, I got my coins backwards.
Where's Spawn?
Yeah.
It used to be called construction, actually.
Yeah, con, because it was a church getting.
They
They finally finished it.
They finished it.
It's the Inferno law, you know.
So today we learned the
One day
maps,
we'll have Vertigo
They
as a
develop.
completely finished building.
and then it'll just be like Office, right? Because like wasn't
Yeah.
Office the hostage rescue
Yeah,
map?
people love that map for some
Exactly.
reason.
It'll come back once Vertigo's finished its construction.
DE
Val, I hope
Office.
you're listening. Gaben, give us a call. We can give you stories on the maps.
Important round for Furia, running their first gun round.
I'm just so sorry, but every time the bomb goes off and it cuts to the stage, I just see the Eye of Sauron.
Oh yeah.
It's just Mordor.
Yeah.
It's literally the tower every time I see
What's
it.
he saying to you when you see it?
Bring me the ring.
Yeah, beautiful.
I tried my best, Sauron. I don't really know how to do that.
Very
okay,
nice.
let's talk quickly now. Zuma, what's your memory? Do you recall Mouse and Furia? How good are they on Inferno in terms of performance? What would your expectations be? I know I'm digging deep here. We didn't know this was coming.
I don't. Furia historically have been a very good Inferno team.
Okay.
Mouse have been okay on it. I wouldn't say they're the best.
Right.
But the only reason I remember this map for Furia is because I've casted so many moments in an older iteration of Furia's roster where Art was on it, where Art would just run in and be... this is the guy I was talking about that was super ultra aggressive.
Yeah.
So he would run into B, but instead of running into B, he'd run into CT. He'd run at the opponents to just constantly try to catch them off because no one would expect him to be in these positions.
Just played
running.
it unconventionally,
Yeah.
right? Also, if you were just watching, Furia on the attack, they were going up Banana. We've seen that post, we know what it is. They did what's called a boost. So one of the terrorists crouched down, his teammate jumped onto his shoulders, jumped onto a wall. Unfortunately, was instantly flashbanged and then dropped by Mouse. But it's a mechanic or a style of play, an action you can take in the game.
All right, here's a trivia for anyone not named Mac.
Yes.
You know what a Superman boost is?
So left.
Superman boost. No,
I
I
think
don't
I
think
know.
that I do.
I think I know.
All right, what is
Is
it?
that a... Well, I mean, would that be a different word for a run boost?
Yeah.
Like where you run with him and like jumps off
Yeah.
his stuff
Okay,
of his head?
got it. Yeah.
But correct me if I'm wrong. Well, I guess maybe you wouldn't know about the source. In Source, when you did that, you would actually fly across.
It's still happening.
It's still like that. So the theory is when you are running
It
in your
happened this
opponent's
tournament.
head, when you jump off, you get the momentum from the person below you as well
Okay,
as the
how far do you
your own.
fly?
Pretty far, by the way. Sorry,
Not as far as you used
No,
to.
no, no. Let me just make this. So it's happened this tournament. It was on Anubis. It was actually on the EWC_EN Instagram.
Okay.
And I think it was a CT spawn. They did the little like Superman boost, dropped down I think river with an op, and then peaked.
What map was it?
Anubis.
Okay.
I can't exactly remember which side it was, but they got.
I'll tell you, so there is a way on this map where to get across mid faster, the elevation, do you know what Archers is?
Show it to us when it comes up.
Yeah,
Archers in the A
thing
side.
is, this is all
Yeah.
relative. I can be like, oh, I'll show you when it pops up, and then we'll never bloody see it.
I know what Archers is.
Yeah.
Matt,
So where Archers, you run out of CT,
watching
you
the
go
stream
through the
to
arch-
see it.
I know, but when you're running out of Archers, essentially the first person who has the better spawn will stop for a moment, and the elevation allows you to jump straight on their head, and then you run and then throw the AWP or someone straight across towards Boiler.
Is Archers the connector between A and CT spawn?
Yes.
Now-
The one thing that looks like an arch.
Super quick as well. We're having a conversation about this. The mainstream Twitch TV / EWC _CS2. You know where it is. The mainstream's covering the game from a traditional shoutcasting perspective.
Yeah.
Here on EWC Central, we're trying to do this a little bit different. We're doing the more news, information, podcasty style. I do want to actually just focus in on the game for a little bit. Mouse pick a pistol. They got 2. I think they lost the rifle round, and that's 3-1, right? So first team to 13 is the winner of this map, the winner of this series, and then the loser is obviously eliminated. But let's look at the gunplay, and maybe Mac, give us a little bit of an opinion on what you're seeing from the performances, because it looks like the rounds have been really close and really back and forth.
Well, from what I'm seeing right here, it was a nice play from Jimmy, who got the pick and slowed down that first push from Furia, who decided to push their way through the smoke, sometimes a controversial decision. And now you can see Furia with a man disadvantage, trying to figure out what they want to do, because they've got a whole minute to play with here. Looks like because it's Yuri with the bomb, he's just going to be trying to play as safe as possible towards second and wait for his teammate to come closer, because when you are a man down, essentially you do want to play for the trade.
Ooh.
You can see that this timing is going to be huge for them. Mouse are walking down mid, but look at that.
So now
Brolin is looking the right direction.
You save this now, I assume?
Well,
1v3.
Case Rider's going to give it a crack. So there's a thing in CS where when the bomb hits the ground, it's going to pulse on the map for a moment. But if you see it stop pulsing after the, it's on the map for about 3 seconds.
Okay.
If you see it stop pulsing, it means someone's picked it up. So that's a little bit of information that you can get. See, there are pros that don't know this. There's just these little
Is that a
little
CS2 thing, or is that in CSGO?
I started playing a lot in CSGO. It was always in CSGO. It was a thing you could do. So if you spotted it, you could see it on the edge of the smoke. If you looked at the map, you saw it disappear or stop pulsing.
Interesting.
Put your crosshair where the bomb was.
Right.
Start shooting, you might get a kill.
Is there anything to you, Mac, in Inferno, this map we're currently on?
I hate this map,
Well, that separates it from the other maps in terms of its layout, its play style. Like, how is Inferno different from other maps?
Incredibly long rotations, and that's why people save, because if you don't kill the T's running at A, then it's really hard to get back into sight. And if you don't kill the T's running at B, and you've used all your utility to try and take top mid control at A, you don't have utility to retake, so it's really hard to get back in.
So is it hard to do a retake, or is it just so time-consuming that that's the challenge? Do you know combination?
B's hard because there's a lot of places for them to hide, and then depending on where the plant is, you can play fully in banana. If they have CT control and you don't have CT control, then it's...
Oof.
There's a lot of factors.
I know there's been a lot of meta
These
changes
answers.
throughout the years, but correct me if I'm wrong in this assumption. When it comes to, as a CT, when you're B, you have 2 people at B initially, you take over banana aggressively, then one stays and the other actually just rotates, and that's like the fast rotate back to B.
So do you know that you can drop grenades now?
Yeah.
So that changed the meta completely. So at the start of a round, even the Arch player might end up just going to B, dropping all their util, or at least a molly and a smoke to buy the 20 seconds or the 25.5 seconds if you want to get technical. And then you just go back and play as the AAA. After you take full banana control, if you either have an AWPer or someone jump spotting, you can jump spotting is a way that you can safely jump over, look all the way down banana. If you don't see anyone, you can continue to hold that control. And as that's happening, it means you can cheat that 4th player to A. So while you're jumping down banana, there's probably a 10-second... If you see someone at the bottom of banana, it'll take them 7 to 10 seconds to get into B, and that's if they're not going with utility, which allows that Arch player to rotate back, and that's why you want to play the info game.
Now, one thing I want to do as well, let's zoom out very quickly and just remind maybe some of our other Dota viewers, if anyone's still with us on PUBG Mobile, etc. What does this series mean for the respective teams? Mouse, we mentioned it yesterday, a team that's made, FaZe made a team that's made a ton of finals. Oh, it's Mouse, I'm forgetting. Tell me what this series means for both teams, man.
Yeah, FaZe is playing next, and they've made a lot of finals and lost a lot of finals, but also won 2 finals in CS2. Furia hasn't won a lot. They've been going out really early, so this would be a major bloody upset if they win against Meows. but honestly wouldn't be too surprising, only because Mao's choke in front of crowds. And there's a crowd, so maybe they're going to choke.
And we saw that not only a crowd, Neymar's there as well. It's a pretty full audience here. The thing about Mao's as well is like they were the heavy sort of favorites coming in here. So theoretically, more to lose, right? Whereas for Furia, with the fact that they did the Resurrection bracket, have been on a roll. Admittedly, this is a fairly tough position, but strong round here. It looks like it could be 5v2 if they can stop Roland pushing forward.
Ooh, okay.
2v2.
If my memory serves me right, Mac, you told me yesterday that Inferno now is a pretty CT-sided map, probably always has been to some extent.
It is. If you're good on the CT side. It's like one of those team-dependent things, right?
You sound like a Dota caster.
If you're bad at games, you're not
that
good at
familiar.
games. Yeah. So tell me now, being 5-1, most likely 6-1, how many rounds of Furia going into a halftime satisfied with here?
If they win this round with 2 alive, which looks pretty unlikely, I'd give them about, this is probably a 50-50 round. So let's just see what happens and I can give you an answer.
Damage. Big tag.
Tagged him.
Torzi.
They don't have info on Red.
Robbed. Absolutely robbed.
Glock.
Because he didn't get that kill. Oh, plays high.
Oh, wow.
The fact he didn't get that kill made his teammate die faster. And that's him in the round.
Nice, he got the kill.
Getting the kill allows him to have time to live. So he's going to carry one. So this is the worst way you can win a round.
Yes.
They have no money in the bank. They've won with 1 alive. Because you're on the T side, it's less expensive to buy. So you should be able to get a decent buy, but you're going to be light on util.
They should have a loss bonus, I presume, like, no, because they just won the round, right? But like for Mouse on the other end, 4 or 5 rounds, they're going to have money in the bank. I think they have lost it.
They didn't have a lot.
Okay.
And they have no round loss bonus.
Wait, so had he died, but they would have won the round by the bomb exploding, they would have gotten more money altogether? Am I understanding that correctly, or is it wrong?
Wait, what?
Never mind.
Yeah, I think.
What was the question?
I don't think that was it. Yeah.
Your wording that confused me. It's fine. It's fine.
I think I was the one that messed that one up.
No. I was saying, so if he didn't kill the CT, that bomb would have exploded and he would have died with the bomb.
Yeah.
So he would have lost a gun.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
37, he would have lost $3,700.
Thank you. I understood it so that it was bad that he survived. I was like, wait, how is that a bad?
No,
that was me misunderstanding. All good.
I was saying it's bad. The worst way to win a round is either with 0 people alive or 1 person alive, because you just lose so much money and look at their economy. If they win this round, they've just lost round loss bonus, and if they lose this round, they've lost round loss bonus, and they've also lost all their guns.
Coming into the round, if I understand the drop down, Furia did say their loss bonus was 2,400. Is that because of the scoreline, or is that if they lose this round, they'll get 2,400?
Because they had a round loss bonus that would have been maxed out, and as you win a round, that gets less and less. Yeah.
So in actual fact, the fact that Furia have lost so many rounds actually helps them in this regard. Also, there was a little indicator above the equipment, the bottom left, bottom right. There's good utility for Mouse, but great utility for Furia.
One aspect of the game that people don't realize, at least the casual fans, T-side is much cheaper than CT.
The guns are cheaper.
Yeah.
How much is a loadout for T-side, Mac?
5,400.
Nailed it. That was real quick, actually.
Is that it?
I don't know. You're the expert.
It sounded convincing.
Yeah, I believe it. Until you said, "Is that it?" Now I doubt it. You know?
I mean, I guess it depends on what you buy.
But the AK is what, like 800 credits cheaper, something along those lines than the M4.
Credits?
Is credits from Valorant?
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. Wow.
That's your first whiff.
That's my 1 year in Valorant.
That is your first whiff.
Just own it.
Oh my god, I didn't even catch it either.
I switched to Valorant for 1 year because they had 128.6 servers, then I came back to CS2 because of the subtick.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Wow.
No comment.
Mac is dying, by the way. Look at him, he's frozen. You just broke him.
No, I'm doing calculations.
Just like all the Windows PCs
The spike is in the room with us.
4,900, 5,400 is probably the CT buy.
Okay.
And
he's doing math. That's
I was doing math.
Bro, the lag is so high. We dropped it like 64 tickets a minute.
Most important question, is there still music playing in random areas on Inferno?
It's been outside. So there's also bells, and you can play, Baby Shark?
Yes.
You can play Baby Shark.
Is there also the thing where if you stand by the door for long enough, some woman starts talking to you?
I don't think you're playing the same game.
Yes, there is. If
You're talking about in the...
there is, in the church.
Yeah, okay, wait, slow down. First of all, tell me the story. Where is this voice line?
So if you're in Apps apartments close to the B or
the side.
the T, on the other side of the map.
It's like a TV or a radio.
There's a small door that's somewhat open. If you stand by it for a period of time, a lady, I think it's like in Spanish, voice starts talking.
Oh, I didn't.
If you stand there for like 10 seconds, a lady voice
Why
starts
are
talking.
you here?
There is a radio near T-spawn.
There's so many Easter eggs like that. In
There's a
Inferno.
radio near T-spawn that just is playing the radio. There's also music from one of the windows in CT spawn. On Ancient, there's now another kind of guitar-y sound or something going down in the.
You know what I love so much? Little things you only get to learn when you watch, when you play the game.
If you throw a molly on a chicken, does it turn into a cooked chicken?
Yeah, it turns into a roast chicken now.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's
Chicken
awesome.
dinner?
I really like one of the
That's
one of the
where
best.
PUBG got it from.
One of the best updates on Counter-Strike 2 is the chicken AI and the mechanics. Like seriously, I'm
There
not
was a
being funny.
chicken update. They sit now.
Yes.
They walk up hills now.
They still explode
Can you
into a
look at
ball
a
of
chicken
feathers.
army? Like you go over to
Yeah,
press E and they follow you?
So you can do that. There was a thing that chickens have affected rounds in history.
Yes.
So in the second mid, there's a door that opens, but in CSGO, I don't know about CS2, but there was a chicken blocking the door, and I can't remember who it was. They were trying to open the door, but it wouldn't open because it was blocked on the chicken, and they died because of it.
Oh man, Peter's gonna be so unhappy with that
Has a
news.
chicken ever given a player's position away?
Yeah, because there's a depending on the color of the chicken, if you see something move that's a color that shouldn't be there, you just flick and shoot it, right? And Orpa will shoot a chicken.
Right, I want to put a pause in the chicken conversation because every few rounds we get some history, we get some fun.
Yeah.
Now 7-2, Furia down a man, or they just got one back. Furia starting to look in a little bit of trouble. I don't know if I heard a clear answer from Toby. If I did it from Toby's question, how many rounds do you think, or do you want Furia to have a shot at winning this map? 4?
3's doable.
4 is preferred. 5 is best.
I'd say 5's ideal.
Yes, which is tough right now. I want to get a little bit more serious now because the loser of this is going to be eliminated. So let's focus in there on the gameplay. That's a great observer trick. I love watching the observers follow projectiles like the grenade pass, smokes, mollies, frag grenades. They're such an important part of professional play. Learning the lineups, making sure your team knows how to play around them. And for the time being, Furia still 4 on 3, and they've got the HP advantage, Mac.
Yeah, so that was a library smoke that sometimes allows you to just go fully into CT and go around the world, but they're going to use it just to get progressively towards library. They're going to wait for that one to fade out, and then it's going to be a timed push from both library side and Diggity or short, as everyone else in the world that aren't Australian call it.
Sick.
And this is a huge hold from Torzi. But is it going to be enough? That's the question. Skulls, the newest come up to the team here, has just enough time to plant. He's getting rushed by one of them. Who's that? Shuey? Roland Dead is low, and the spacing's not good. So Shuey's not able to trade, and Skulls might be able to clutch this.
I think he saw him, no?
Yeah, he spotted.
Oh, he saw him. He saw him when he was crossing back.
Quiet down the voices. Quiet down the voices. Listen for the peeking.
Bros, don't fake it.
Oh! Sorry, I got very excited there.
That was good.
That was good timing.
That was
Quiet.
nice.
That was nice.
That's why they're paying the big bucks.
Yeah. Pros don't fake, man. Gotta peek it.
Okay, so 3 rounds for Furia. Doable now.
Well, I was not paying attention to the economy. I'm saying it's definitely winnable.
Just on scoreline. Just on scoreline.
Scoreline-wise, winnable. Once we get
Technically
back
speaking, it's
replay.
always winnable because you can just win all the rest of the rounds.
So let's see. This was huge from Skulls. So kills Brolin, and because Shuey was so far away, wasn't able to trade.
Oh.
And Skulls just plays that perfectly.
The triple shoulder peek
Yeah.
to try and bait him off the spike, and then just an instant headshot. That's insane.
Yeah, you did it again.
It's fun. I got baited by the credits.
You know what's so funny? It's so funny. I actually didn't pick it up myself either. The producer yelled. It's like, come on, Toby. Oh, okay. 7-3. Let's look at the finances.
Okay, so this will be a 7-5 half if Furia win this round.
Yeah, but Cello's down already. Ooh, another as well.
Yeah.
This is where Toby starts getting nervous. He predicted Furia to win the tournament after saying, who's got the least amount of chance?
I mean, you know what? My team is in yours or not. That's all I'm going to say.
This is so tense. This is so tense. Also, as an update, the Dota 2 game is ongoing. I will keep you updated with that result as we go through. We are watching this third and final map of the quarterfinal. Following this will be Na'Vi versus FaZe on the CS stream. And Furia, one more round. 8-4, give us a chance.
No,
Come on,
they had
we
no
believe.
money. They had no money. They needed to win
The
that
fact
round,
that this is MR12 now means that if they end with 3 rounds, they pretty much have to win pistol. Like pistol rounds are even more impactful than they've ever been.
I think because we've set the scene and we will be doing a Dota check-in. Give me a brief explanation, Mac, on what the pistol round is, when it comes into play, and why it's important.
So a pistol round is a round where everyone starts with $800, so you have minimal money.
Is that the same as credits?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, just.
800
Both teams start with just pistols.
How many champions
Only
do I play in this?
$800. They're going to buy either utility. Usually you'll get 1, maybe 2 sets of utility. Or if you're feeling frisky, you're going to get 3 sets of utility. You're going to execute a site. You're going to try to win the round. And if you win the round, that doesn't even mean you're in the better position. If you're a T and you plant the bomb, that means you get a little bonus. And if you lose that round, you've already won the round because you get extra money in the next round and you can get a better buy than the CTs in the second round. And if you upset them in that round, then the CT's economy's dead for the next 4 rounds.
You know the most amazing thing? Is this entire story, all the money, whether it's credits, whether it's dollars, whether it's gold, all of it spent on a pocket vending machine, and you don't have monster trucks.
That's true.
That is true. You know, I'd love to see a monster truck on Inferno. That'd be insane. You cannot turn no matter where you go.
I sincerely hope you're having fun with our little podcast because EWC Central is a ton of fun. Mao's are in a gigantic advantage. HP 4 plays to 2. They're likely going to go up 9-3. Once this half is over, we will do a check-in on that Tundra versus BB game. Lower bracket, loser is eliminated from the tournament. Let's see the rest of this round play out, but I tell you what, Brazil is going to be vamosing home. 1 man left, Keserato. I don't think this is doable. And it's done. 9-3 on the half. Mouse are 4 rounds away from eliminating Furia and advancing to the semi-final. They'll wait to see whether they play Na'Vi or FaZe. Toby, how are you feeling? Because you put all your heart and love and passion into the Furia boat.
I was going to say 9-3 curses at Spike before. 9-3 curses are real as well. It's just how it is, man.
So who's your favorite player on Mouse, by the way?
You know what, the guy we just saw before the short... I haven't. I was going to ask. The shorter guy with the nice curly hair, dark curly hair, he just smiled a second ago because he sat in front of me on my flight here.
Oh, lovely. So you don't actually have a name? That's good to know.
I'm not sure the name of the player.
Suns fan, every time this game has been playing up until 35 minutes, BB team was actually in the lead. They had a net gold advantage. They were in a pressing position. I'm uncertain what happened in the last 7 minutes, but Tundra's pulled this one back.
Yeah, and Puck, very elusive hero, gets caught out and actually dies. No buyback on that Puck. That is huge. They are deep within the base. This game, in terms of the net worth, is actually super, super close.
So BB team have gone, oh, Puck, and they're in trouble.
That's when they call GG.
Yeah, there we go.
Just like that, they know that they're going to be able to get destroyed here.
Do you know what? That was
it up.
exceptionally well timed.
That really was, yeah.
That's the whole point of the show. We obviously want to break down all the different games that are happening live. So, Tundra as well as BB team, they will be going to game 3. The winner of that will advance, stay alive in the lower bracket. The loser is eliminated from the tournament. What do you make so far? I mean, we haven't watched the games, right? Tundra, BB team. Is BB team still just a highly
They're all over the place. I mean, they did play in the group stage, so they went 1-1. So this is exactly the same. So we'll see who can come out on top. I mean, if I had to give the edge, it would... Oh, God.
Yep.
If BB team shows up, I think they play better, more consistently, but they do throw a lot of games, so
where's the Tundra org based?
Oh, God. Somewhere in Europe.
It's not in North America.
It's somewhere in Europe, yeah. No, we don't have many in it.
Okay, we will come back to Dota 2. I think we've had a full day of like really PUBG and CS. So it's shooters heaven. I've got a game prepared that we'll move to. Before we get to the game, let's just look at the highlights. Obviously, we just co-streamed this entire half between Mouse and Furia. I think, Mac, a little bit more seriously now, when we zoom up and we look at the play, focusing on the highlights for me, what's your key takeaway? What do you think the broadcast is talking about and sort of interpreting from this?
They're probably saying Mouse should win this every day of the week from this position, but every time we've said that against Furia somehow awaken and prove us all wrong. So I really hope that Furia dig deep and show us that Brazilian spirit moving into the second half. But Mouse are still the favorites, and Mouse should 90% of the time be winning this game.
90% of the time winning this game. I have also just heard an update that because their Dota 2 games aren't going to be in the break and the draft takes like a million years, we will be checking out... Sorry, I'm getting sassy like you now.
It's true.
We are actually going to keep an eye on the second half of that Mouse and that Furia game. We'll do this little match-looking co-stream type vibe. While we're waiting for them to get into the game, I think the pistol round, I obviously meaned it a little bit, hugely important.
I was trying to explain it and everyone started saying different terms from 7 different games, so I lost the bloody hell in.
To be fair, at the beginning of each half, when the teams do start on pistol, it's a limited amount of money, your economy, whether it's a credit, gold, whatever. A limited amount of money, so you really got to make decisions whether you're going to be spending like on Kevlar, utility, a little bit of tankiness for your character or not, or utility to try and make plays. For Fury, is this as simple as do or die?
So the main goal, because they're moving to the CT side, is do not let anyone plant the bomb. They want to win before a post-plant situation. And if it does get planted, that's already a bit of a loss because that second round gets harder. And they really need, when you're making a comeback in CS, you need to make sure your economy is as stable as possible. I say this on cast all the time, but if you're winning rounds with only one alive, when you lose that one round, you don't just lose that one round, you might lose the whole game.
Yeah, definitely the case. Now we're going to find out, when you lose one round, do we lose the entire game? Second half is going to be pulled up onto your screen in just a moment. I would love to know in chat, who do you think is actually going to win this one? Just spam, let everybody know. And as we're already in deep, it's Mouse on the T side, but they're losing a couple of members. And Banana Control secured by Furia. They are now defending. They're the blue portraits.
Where's the bomb?
It's in Banana.
Yep.
So it's in that smoke. Oh, that's
People play dual Berettas?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So Julie's got a buff because they got changed to $400. There's a lot of bullets in them, and there's many more bullets than USP, as well as the fact that Inferno is a very close quarters map, especially on rounds like this. So Julie's can be incredibly effective on pistol round. You can drop 2 sets now.
Is there still a thing where you can keybind your shooting button to your mouse wheel, so you can go with the dual Beretta?
That's mostly disallowed.
That sounds like cheating, so I'm going to say no.
It's actually why my nickname is Quickshot. I can click. In Call of Duty 4, I could click faster than you could scroll a mouse wheel. But I mean, this is 5 years
But
ago.
mouse wheel, I mean, have they changed? I mean, I know you can't bunny hop anymore, but that used to be the jump button for everything.
Well, that's mine. But the thing is, I still have it bound on space as well. Some people
as a
space.
backup.
Also, just a very quick reminder, just in case you really don't know, in order to win a round in Counter-Strike, you either eliminate the entire enemy team. If you are the terrorist attacking team, you want to plant and have the bomb explode. Or if you're the counter-terrorist and the bomb is planted, you want to defuse the bomb. Those are the only 3 ways to win the game, win a round. And obviously the first
technically, you can just wait for the time to end.
That does work too, yes, exactly. And then the attacking team will lose.
Which is usually really bad for
And there's a thing as well. Say if a T loses the round by a timeout and then dies after the clock hits 0, there's about 5 seconds afterwards where a CT can then kill you. You don't get any money in the next round.
At all.
And there's a term for that which we can't say.
Yep.
I don't know if they've changed it, actually.
I don't even know what the term is.
Oh,
I'd rather not. He just said can't say. So let's not explore.
Money screw.
Now I'm intrigued.
There you go.
As the non-CS expert here, but also the guy that watched what just happened, this was actually an incredibly cool 1v2 and how the CT side managed to maintain their 2-2 split, like keep the crossfire, and then let him go to A and get the plant in the end. That was insanely well played, but also for him to try and take the separate fights as we were talking about.
He killed him as he planted.
He did it right on the end. Yeah, it was so, like, that's what I love, like when you get those 10 seconds of just you can see the mental warfare going on. Hang
on, this is the thing. So I said they need to stop him from planning to get the best case scenario.
Yes.
Now, if you look at Maus, they have got 3 Galils. They've got secondary weapons. They've got, what, is that a P250 and a Tech 9 and almost like a set and a half of utility, which is a lot. When you're looking at Furia, they've got 2 MP9s, they've got 2 M4s and a FAMAS. So
without that bomb plant, they wouldn't have had enough funds to purchase
they would have saved.
Yes.
This would be a full save. Yeah.
Now, the thing is, they've still spent that money. So how much does this hurt them for round 3 on the side of Mouse if they do not win this round?
Because they're so far in the lead, it's worth the risk. Because if you win this round, it's incredible.
But if you lose it, is it a full save for 3rd round?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because then you get full by the round after.
Sunsfan, that blue smoke, it reminds me of something. Another grenade, kind of gluey, icy.
Oh my god. Not again.
And technically,
are there monster trucks in this game?
Technically, Free Fire's been out longer than CS2.
That's true.
Oh! Okay, this is costly. And again, remember, for Furia, they want to keep as many people alive as possible.
Another
Losing
bomb
is problematic, but they've only got small guns left there for Fallen and Cello.
Yeah, and at this point, because the bomb's been planted and the round loss bonus is there, if Maus do enough damage to Furia's economy, this is where that economy game begins. 2v2 now. If Maus win this, game should be pretty much all over.
Oh, my words.
The more it's over, the more it's win. Like,
Come on, Furia. We believe in you.
I don't like this crossfire.
Give us a good game. And another one for Mouse. No, wait.
He's got to save this.
He's going to save. You don't have time. You don't have time. Okay, so looking for extra frags.
Yeah,
so right now, you can see the bomb timer at the top of your screen.
Mm-hmm.
Because the round is definitely lost, Furia cannot defuse. Kesharo's hanging around just to see if he can catch a glimpse of a member of Mouse. If he can find a kill or someone's trying to leave a bomb site or get to safety. That's called an exit frag, exit kill.
Yeah.
Didn't manage to pick it up, though.
Did they ever fix the bomb radius on some of these maps?
No, they increased them.
Yeah, well, I thought they didn't fix any of them after. That was on purpose.
That was
a
on
bug.
purpose. Yeah, they.
Unreal.
Dying
By
the
the
bomb
way,
is very common now.
I'm not being funny, but I actually think that looked to me like fairly poor communication. The rush from T side jumps out. One person sees somebody in the pit, and nobody else turned to check. So it was 3 easy kills.
He got
there.
3 from pit, and they still lost the round. That's what's surprising.
Wow. Unbelievable. Tactical timeout every half or every map. How many TTOs do you get? 2 aside? I think it's 2 aside, isn't it?
No, it's 3.
3 aside.
It's 3 or 4 overall.
And it's 60 seconds?
Yes, I think it's 60 seconds. But it's a timeout for you, your team, and your coach to have a conversation.
Yeah.
Talk about the strategy. I would assume this was a Furia timeout?
It should be.
Yeah,
But
it's
normally you'll get a little bit of an update on that because there's a limited number per each side.
the amount you get is tournament dependent.
Yes.
Every
Okay,
each
got it.
different tournament it can change.
Do we know what Ornair means?
It's Owner Pixel. He's a streamer.
Got it. Okay. Oh, no, Furia are being eliminated. That's what it looks like.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. You believe? You still believe, Toby?
Of course I do.
You're a believer?
Of course I do.
That's crazy.
You guys were all calling them quit on Mirage. Look what they did.
Okay, another thing as well, you were talking about the smoke colors on the map showing that it was a C or a CT or a T smoke. You can see that the hue is slightly different when you've seen the smoke as well. It'll be slightly yellow tinted if it's T, or it'll be slightly blue tinted if it is for CT.
Yeah. Sorry, Mac. You are trying to teach us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing is as well, whenever I'm info dumping, I'm not taking in anything
Okay,
that's on
if
the
you
screen.
throw, let's say you're a T and you pick up a CT smoke and you throw it, what color is it?
Bates.
Blue.
That's awesome.
Interesting.
So people will think, oh, like, why did you smoke that? And it's like, no, it wasn't me. That was
Yeah. How do you shoutcast if you can't talk and watch at the same time?
No, because I'm not explaining deep concepts of the game constantly.
Okay.
This is what we were talking about with assumed knowledge. A lot of the stuff I'm explaining to people, I'm just assuming it's people who are Dota fans.
I just assumed you knew it. I just assumed it would be easy for you to explain. Oh, man, okay.
Hectic.
I mean, look, money-wise, at the moment, Fury, you're going to be relying on a loss bonus. Come on, shoot him in the head. No. That's a very happy-looking mouse coach for the moment.
I'm also usually a play-by-play, not a color, so I don't even have to explain a lot of stuff. You know? I'll just yell.
Yeah. And right now, we're all yelling. I wonder if we're going to get a shot of Neymar's reaction. If I were a cameraman in the room, that's exactly what I'd be doing.
That Kleenex is going to be...
But look at that, by the way. Look, the spray transfer is just beautiful. Now, keep in mind...
He could kiss his screen.
Furia's weaponry was significantly weaker, so even though they're steering down multiple players, the AK into a low buy, and it's just really good aim from Mouse. I mean, Furia, they've saved. They're playing for the OT because they're saving their money, but like very low funds in the bank, not enough credits for anything. That means they need to win every single round, assuming they lose this one from here on out, just to force an OT.
Can I ask you, Mike, is there truth to the fact that Inferno is the most winnable map with pistols? Because usually distances like corridors, so you're closer to your opponents?
That's what I was talking about with the close quarters combat. Usually you would never force on a second round as a CT if you lost the pistol, but this map, maybe nuke.
Where's
like
the
exceptions.
Zeus, bro? You promised me Zeus on
What's a Zeus, Suns fan?
I think it's 200...
200 gold now.
Gold, Is it gold or dollars?
Dollars.
Dollars.
Wait, it used to be. We've been watching too many games.
It used to be like 1,000 though, right?
300.
Okay, so what is it? I don't know.
So it's a one-time taser. Although now it recharges over time, but it's a one-shot, one kill if you're close enough.
And for a while in CS2, the range was pretty broken. It's now a shorter range, but you have more movement speed, so you can jump at people with it, which makes it more fun.
That's cool.
And it's not quite as fast as a knife. I think it's 230 units per second.
But the knife doesn't register half the time when you try to knife anyway.
That's true.
It's a shooting game, not a stabbing game.
Does the range of the knife change?
They changed the range.
No, does the range of the knife change depending on how you use it?
I sincerely hope so.
Can you throw it?
I don't think so.
I have seen different skins for the knives, so they better change.
Yeah, well, that doesn't affect.
Does left click, is that longer range?
Yeah,
then?
longer range, but less damage.
I see.
Right.
Huh. Is that relatively new? That for when I played, that was
from
not.
CS:GO. That's the whole thing.
Okay.
So the fastest way to kill someone is double left click, one right.
Furia's on the verge of being eliminated, Mac. Look at the economy. 3 players alive. It doesn't look like anyone's going towards Banana there for Skulls, and Yuri won't find any exits. 12-4.
So this...
One more loss now, Furia are done. EWC is over for them, and the fairy tale ends here.
Which, yeah, it definitely would have been a fairy tale. I never thought it was going to happen. So, you know, the fact that they even got a map was a surprise.
Yeah.
And I was hoping, you know, it would be way more exciting if it was much closer, but there's just a lot of Counter-Strike to play today, and
seems unusually happy.
I mean, look, I think he's come to terms with it. I'm going to ask Mac, focusing on the gameplay now. We're talking 1 or 2 runs, kind of, because with the economy situation, I want you to look at the itemization or the
itemization.
Loadout?
Settle down.
Loadout, thank you.
Credit.
You know what? It's spreading.
Monster trucks, ice glue.
Right. Loadout. Furia. What are their chances here?
Much better than last round. Last round was kind of a formality. They had like 2 upgraded pistols and a smoke, which could have maybe won them the round, but they didn't play for that. And this round, they are playing for full banana control. Okay. Lovely flashes, allowing that kill to come through. Fallen, lovely trade game. And this is where the comeback needs to happen. Furia need to win this round with 3 to 4 alive to keep the economy strong, which is what we were talking about 5 or so minutes ago. And that's the only way you're going to find any passion or hope out of me for the rest of this game.
I mean, that's the case. Listen, fake it for me, okay? I don't care if you know what's going to happen. He gets another Toby.
I'm just going to say it's not a cool comeback if it's not super against the odds. And they intentionally made it against the odds. They knew Neymar was there. They wanted to give him a good experience, so they went down 4-12, and now they're going to win 8 rounds in a row.
It always bothered me that the mollies will bounce off a wall like that, because they just explode on the first. It's a glass bottle. That molly that just got chucked. Look where's that.
But you don't wonder about you can take it out. They light it, and the
4 players alive.
You didn't question the monster trucks.
No,
you didn't question the monster.
All the ice walls.
By the way, I think I'm gonna have to call the in-game like purchasing in CS2 a pocket vending machine from now on. I think it just fits.
You do get guns out of nowhere.
Yes, exactly.
There is a bottle.
Yeah, it's dropped from the imaginary monster truck in the sky. Oh my word. Okay, so Furia pick up their 5th. Again, they need to make all the way to 12. That is then going to start overtime. In overtime, they need to win 4 out of 6 maximum rounds. Otherwise, you go overtime again. Great utility, good utility. So a little bit of a bigger spend on the Furia side once more. Oh, beautiful shot.
That was nice.
Does he get another?
Pretty decent.
He might finish it right here.
It's gonna
look how much damage. So Mouse have taken so much damage from utility forcing that banana push, which could come back to bite them.
They're starting 3 people at banana. Is that normal at this stage, or are they just desperate?
Though to get banana control, maybe they were expecting banana control, so they went for a heavier presence there from Furia. And this is when prep comes in, right? So you can see that they have fully left B. They have gone 4 to A. They've done their homework. They're making a read here, and if it's a bad read, it's not going to go well, but that's going to be 1 kill. If they go for a flash into mid off of that contact, they might be able to find another, which they will. There was no flash. He's done that dry. He's madman. And this is a read. So this is all prep. This is all prep. That's why you saw 4 go A. So Mao's probably have a tendency to hit A in these situations.
And of course, when Mac is saying 4 go A, look at the top left-hand side of your screen. On that mini-map, you can see the little blue circles with arrows. Those are the CTs. The little yellow/orange ones, those are terrorist players. Now, of course, the re-rotation back. 30 seconds left on the clock, and it's a 2v3, so Mouse may be able to get the bomb down. They've got a good smoke to at least cross, I think, or at least this is a Fury smoke.
Yeah, Fury smoke to block to try and stop that.
Taken out.
And that was lovely. Even though there was a gap, it forced them to go 1 by 1, and that was so well played. That was a really good round of Counter-Strike.
That's gonna have to be an eco then from Mouse now, I think, right? Two on the trot, and they were buys? I think so. Let's take a look at the finance. Okay, the reason it's good, we've got a second. Understanding the tendencies of the opponent team, right?
That was Fury's first round they won.
There we go.
So Mouse has a lot of money. So they should have another buyer. But there was 3 alive at the end of that for Furia, which gives me some hope that they're still going to be able to...
Second round, the Furia one, just to be correct.
Oh,
and it is the eco, so... Booyakasha! Nevertheless, Furia doing a good job rotating. The thing that I want to ask, though, the amount of banana focus we've seen from Mouse's T side, it's felt like 3 or 4 rounds in a row, it was a heavy investment. Now they're going down, is that mid, if I'm reading that correctly?
Mouse,
correct.
Yeah. So they went second mid and mid, but there is going to be this smoke towards the top of mid, which stops Mouse from going too aggressive. You can see they're going to be looking for apartments control, which is a great decision when you have just upgraded pistols, because close range can still have a decent amount of effect. And they're going to try and bust towards top mid here. Fury up on the target.
Ran it around.
So that's the problem with an A1S. You have 20 bullets as opposed to an A4, which has 30 bullets, and you can spray a little bit more. Cello choke. This game might be over.
Oh, this is close.
Is there 2 alive?
Bombs down. 2 on 1. 2 on 1.
No, 2v2.
2v2. Okay, there we go. They should be able to...
the backstab.
Coming from behind.
Knife him.
Sui.
He's only got a block.
Taken out. Okay. But
Yeah.
economic damage is still impactful.
Yeah,
2 rounds, 3 rounds in a row though. So Furia now building up a little bit of momentum. They need 8. They need 8. We are sticking with this game through to completion. We'll then play a little bit of Counter-Strike games, and then we'll check in on the Dota 2 lower bracket tournament, the match between Tundra and BB Team. For now, we see there's not a lot of, I don't think it's stress I'm seeing on the side of Mouse. They've got such a significant lead just in rounds that they've got a little bit of wiggle room to play with.
Can I ask, Mac, is this where you on the side of Mouse, even though you still, as you say, have a massive lead, is this where you might take a timeout? Because I've seen time and time again where oftentimes once that team that is up against the wall starts getting rounds going, it just runs away from the team. Like, you just need one round.
Oh, look at that.
Easy,
look at that.
Yeah, look at him go.
You should be a coach.
Do you know what's amazing? You see how much we're learning, right? We're calling the rounds, we're calling the eco rounds. You know?
It's a great time to do it when things start to go wrong, so especially going into a gun round, which is more important than a round like that where you're just sort of running around with pistols, hoping to get the bomb down, which you do to get extra money.
I have a very stupid question.
Okay.
So this used to be a strat when people were really bad, like me at the game.
Okay.
When you're ecoing, okay, and you just want to get the bomb down, you have 4 players go to one site, you force the rotation, and you have the last guy trickle in with the bomb.
You
to
don't
the
see
empty
that
site.
very often in Pro CS.
Yeah, I can
because
imagine.
a good site anchor won't rotate until they see the bomb.
Right, okay.
Usually.
Gotcha.
But in pugs at home, when you're
might be the
playing,
final round.
it might be a very good strategy to get a little bomb plant.
Opening frag goes to Mouse. Util damage is pretty even to bounce it out. 5 on 4. Where's the bomb on the minimap now? It looks like it's going towards A, and it's in mid at the moment, right?
Yeah. And Arch Smoke fades. Looks like they are going to go for bracket control. That bracket is the name for top mid because it looks like an open bracket on your keyboard. There you go.
Okay.
She's just going to get away. Okay, so frag grenade didn't do any damage.
Okay, so you've got that.
See the utility though. That's Pit.
Yeah.
So Molly's going to land to the right there. Oh! No spray. The spray trade. No.
I know he's there.
Transfer?
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for.
Okay, Serato, 1v3.
1v3. Final round for Furia. Has to happen. Come on. Bombs down. He needs to find 3. They're trained on it. They know where he is. Util's come out. The bullets have given away.
This is pretty much impossible.
This just feels bad, man.
That is where he will do it against all us. My main man, Serato.
Less than 50% of time on the bomb.
Goes on in.
But look, every single T is just targeting Serato. Done.
Yeah.
It's done. Oh, what a disappointing way to end that final round.
There was a couple of nice ones there from Furia. Some good Counter-Strike, especially that round where I was trying to explain that they made that call off of their
that was a good
preparation,
call. Very
and
nice.
they were really in their head. Unfortunately, Meows, you could see they had that timeout, and Cyclone, who was Meows' coach, had a chat to Shuey, who was the IGL, and you could see they just slowed it down, just went, hit it.
How about we just win instead?
That's what he said. Bro, just win, lol, and it happened.
Easy.
Crazy.
Oh man, what a disappointing end. Toby, your prediction is now dead in the water.
Okay. They did well.
Yesterday, before the Counter-Strike bracket played out, we asked all 4 of us to make predictions, and they're all wrong thus far. We'll see whether or not I manage to get right after semi-finals tomorrow. There is another best of 3 happening later this evening, Na'Vi versus FaZe. But I think if we didn't watch super closely, it felt to me like that Mouse just were a little bit more on form. It felt like they were finding their frags a little bit more, and it almost felt like Furia were in an economic disadvantage often. I think they went for some risky buys that just really didn't pay off.
Yeah, it was. Inferno is just one of those maps where I hate watching it, so I'm glad that's over.
Wow. Do you know what? This is the first time that you've been a negative Nancy on the show. So, what I want to do, because I want to lift Mac's spirits, okay? We're going to play a Counter-Strike 2 game. We're going to take a look at 2 different skins, and we have to guess which one's going to be more expensive. I'm going to ask Mac to chime in last, because I don't know if you're going to know these or not. I presume you'll have more, interconnected knowledge. So let's take a look at 2 skins. The rest of us all chime in. Let's try to find alignment, which one we think it is as a group. And then the 4 of us, let's see where we go. So, MP7, the Whiteout FN, and then the AWP Black Nile.
Is this regardless of how state it's in, battle scarred and factory new?
Yeah, we'll just ignore that
Let's
part.
just ignore that one.
The AWP doesn't even have a.
I mean, generally
So FN stands for factory new, if I recall correctly, right? So I immediately just go straight to that.
So okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're gonna. I think
if you both go to the MP7, I'm gonna take.
You're gonna take the Furia on the right.
Well, I'm going with the AWP because AWP skills. People use the AWP, so it's probably going to cost.
Okay, so we got 2 sofas.
Sofa
Sofa on the left.
Yeah.
Disaster Sofa on the
Factory New
right.
could be a
Which one
troll,
is more expensive?
We should write it down on our whiteboard.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Sorry, can we come back? Can we come back to the wide? Can we come back to the camera?
Who buys MP7?
Gentlemen, this is not planned, but thank you. This is you getting wrecked. Thank you, Toby.
There's still
my
more
head. I'm
around.
aware. I just really need to rub it in. Right, let's take a look at the second skins.
How do we go?
Let's look at this. No, we shouldn't do that again because it's not a great shot. Okay.
Mjolnir. Wow.
Mjolnir or the M4A for the Coalition. This is a good one. Toby, where are you going?
If the factory new was a $700 difference,
yeah.
Why is there always
then I'm gonna go with Mjolnir this time.
We may need to remove the factory new out of it because I think it's a giveaway. Okay.
Unless if it's a bait from the production team that did it in the first one.
Because they are trolls like that.
Mjolnir, it's Norse mythology.
Yeah.
It's the hammer of
It's
Thor.
also the best parts of Norse mythology as well.
The hammer is the best part of an entire religion.
But it's on a terrible weapon. And again, I'm going to say, at least from what I can see here,
yeah,
I would
your
prefer...
prediction was 200%.
But if I went off my personal taste, I would have probably picked the MP7. So now I'm going off a personal taste, and I'm going to go with the M4.
You were 200% wrong on the first one. I'm going with Factory
700%
New. I'm going with Mjolnir.
Factory New.
Okay, Mjolnir is pretty much alignment. Which one is more expensive?
One of the M4 looks cool.
Wow. Mjolnir.
Is this
wow.
Also, that's greater than.
Technically, it could be cheaper because it's just...
Just for a record, 0-2 for the expert for CS2.
These are skins. I hate.
Let's go for the next one. Let's go for the next one. I hope you get all of them wrong, man.
Let's go for Factory New. Oh, wait.
This is good.
Oh.
Okay, what does vanilla mean?
Oh, this one's actually hard. Vanilla means no skin.
Well, then,
but a karambit, you can't just use a karambit. You have to still get it.
Yeah, karambit is cool because it has a special animation as well. Right?
I understand that. So
you hold it like on your outside.
So I understand. So the karambit is a skin for the default knife.
Correct.
Right.
The karambit is so as a Mac 10 and there's an MP7. You can buy them both in game. You have a knife. But the knife, a default knife, is just like a stick-looking thing.
Yeah, so that's what
it's just a cosmetic.
This would just replace that. It just doesn't have a cool color.
You know what? I think we need to have a break. You need to have some coffee, my friend. Let's make a vote. Let's make a vote.
I think karambit because pistols.
I feel like this is a bait. I'm gonna go Glock.
I think Fade as well.
No way.
Listen, look at the side of my head. I'm all in for the Fade. Get it? Okay. Where are you going, Mac?
I'll go with you on the Fade.
Okay, so let's go Fade.
So it's me versus all of you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
very close.
That was way
That's
closer.
very close. Very close.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Get wrecked, noob.
Around $2,100.
Okay.
Also, this is ridiculous. This is like the value.
That is
right, we got one more. No,
Yeah.
two more actually. We got two more. I'm thoroughly enjoying this game, by the way. Commemoration.
Factory New.
Yeah.
And Evil
Commemorate.
Daimyo.
I have a Daimyo. It was very cheap.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
commemoration then. Also, just look at it. I mean, it also has the word commemoration in it, so that has to be.
I see Factory New. I see.
I'm gonna
People
go
like the
evil
gold
demo.
one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go evil demo because he baited us.
Okay, that's maybe. I'm going
Okay.
commemoration. So we
Yeah.
got commemoration,
I'll
and
go
we got
demo.
one.
I'll take the
one
demo.
evil
We
boy.
can all go for the same.
5, 5, 6, 6. Wow.
Neither very expensive.
But again, I think I'm 4 for 4.
Same.
Yep. Right. Last
Oh,
one.
wait, we were supposed to get them right.
Can I? Yeah, that's the challenge.
Factory No, wait.
Blaze.
Okay.
Wait, I had that pistol one.
Blaze.
All right, I'm gonna go with. So the Desert Eagle looks cooler, so
Yeah.
that's not more expensive.
It
My
also-
experience with CS, the garbage-looking skins are
I'm
more
with you.
expensive.
Also, that is one of the most generic things you can do to a Deagle. A flame out of the front, unless it's like chrome or completely gold. I'm going imminent danger as well.
I'm taking the Deagle.
Yeah.
I'm going Blaze because I know that Blaze is very expensive,
Oh, boy.
and I've never even seen.
Oh,
I've
boy.
never seen that imminent
Maybe they
danger.
just
That's
makes it extra
that
rare.
pricey. That's
Yeah.
pricey.
Probably.
Please don't
Okay.
get me wrong.
There you go.
Oh!
Top 5, baby. Were you 5 for 5 as well?
Nice. Yeah.
Nice.
That is such
Teamwork.
an ugly skin.
Oh man, I feel really satisfied with that.
It's always the garbage-looking
Oh.
skins. They always get you. in the
Gentlemen,
end, yeah?
we had a bit of a heated moment there.
Yeah.
I just want to say I love you all. This was a lot of fun.
I'm not a skin guy. I spent $500 on skins, and then after doing that, almost went broke. This is back when I was younger, and then vowed to just not care about skins ever
It
again.
shows. It
Yeah,
really shows.
yeah.
Congratulations.
Not winning that was good.
Congratulations to Mouse. They advanced to semi-finals of the CS2 bracket. That means they will be competing tomorrow. We'll find out who their opponents are later this evening. We've got about an hour left of the broadcast. We're going to go to a break. When we come come back. Suns fan finally gets the time to shine. We'll break down Dota 2. We got some more games. We'll take a look at what's happening in CS. Don't go anywhere. Dota 2 will be right back on the other side of this break.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
One game to determine who is going to move on to a top 4 here at Riyadh Masters, and maybe even farther. Will it be Tundra or will it be BB Team? It seems like our panel is siding heavily with Tundra this time around on the draft, but didn't make much of a difference in game 2. Avery, where are you siding?
Tundra.
Okay.
80-20.
Oh! Why?
I do not think BB Team have nearly as good a shot as they think they have to win this game. I think they're going to have to execute out of their minds. I actually think this draft is one of the more sided I felt like in a long time.
Wait, why?
I don't think you're outscaling this DK with any of your cores.
Okay.
I think you're out team fought with Darkseer Spearbreaker, who has BKB piercing, so he's going to ruin the Shadow Fiend in the fight. I think the lane shove for Tundra looks great here with the Ion Shells, the Sand King, the Breaker. You're not really catching any of these heroes on the map if you're BB Team. The auras are going to start to stack for Tundra. At some point, their heroes just look unkillable, and you have kind of no damage to throw in there outside of if this gyro just snowballs out of control. And so far this series, we have not seen teams play super fast against each other here between BB Team and Tundra and kind of snowball games. So that's why I'm skewing it so much.
Okay. Yeah, I can definitely see that, though. Surely, I mean, the team fight isn't that bad on BB Team. They have Elder Titan and Tidehunter.
They have no initiation, though.
They got some.
How do you start a fight?
Ravage. Well, the Blink Ravage.
Blink Ravage.
Blink Ravage. That's right. No need for auras.
I don't think I've seen one of those since
the play in 2013.
Yeah.
That didn't actually feature a blink, but. Well, they have lanes. Surely lanes are going to be okay, right? You've got SF versus Sand King. You got a Gyrocopter who's just being pushed into by a Darkseer. So win lanes, win game. That's a BBT classic, right? Win lanes, win game.
I would agree. I think it has been part of their skill set for a long time, though this tournament, have they been demolishing teams in the laning phase? Not as much. Maybe I just don't have as much faith as I should. They could definitely win all 3 lanes here. That is the upside of this lineup, and if they snowball from there, I think that's their route to victory. But if they slip up and lose some team fights in that mid game, I feel like it's going to crumble real fast. And we saw how insane Pure farmed on this Dragon Knight and got to that late game, and how much of a beast he was once he got there. Like, there was nobody contesting him.
They do have a lot better sources of magic damage to threaten him this time around, though, where it felt like they really only had physical damage. Thompson going in for the kill on GPK. GPK will not die to that. We'll get some rebuttal raises in Thompson's face. He has gotten a lot, though.
We have our third quarterfinal completed, another semi-finalist. Shui, first off, just in your words, how did you find those 3 maps?
Honestly, thanks to my teammates. First map was a little bit up and down, but we got there in the end. We got a slow start. I think it was just the first stage game, that's it. Second map, Mirage, which we are the favorites, obviously, and I think my teammates played really good, but I let them down that game. And the third map, I think we worked a lot on Inferno, and we kind of feel comfortable on it, so I was pretty happy with the result.
It was a great result. You do go through to a semi-final. As we walked down, I said, how was that for you? You said no comment. Just yourself on Mirage, because you have such high standards. What did happen?
Yeah, I mean, I expected a lot more from me, especially on Mirage. I let my team down today. I think my calling on T-side was awful. Something I will look into and make sure it doesn't happen again. But thank you to my teammates for making that game close, because it shouldn't have went that close in my calling. So yeah, really thank you to them.
Well, let's get the key over here. I believe we have got the key. Fallen, I think you're bringing the key over. This will now be handed over and be crushed to going to here. A word about Fallen, obviously playing against him, bit of a legend of the game.
Legend of the game, what can I say?
All right. Thank you so much, Fallen there. Thank you so much. You go on to a semi-final. This will now be crushed. Who's going to do the crushing?
I think it has to be Jimmy, honestly. That guy has been a superstar. I think he's the right person for it. I think we can all agree.
Absolutely. And what is it like when, because you'll have done this already, when you've got an opponent's key and you go crush it, what does it actually feel like?
I think it feels really good. Just it's a cherry on top of winning against them. I think it will feel better once you win the tournament.
And if you do win the tournament, obviously 3 of these crush keys will go in to your trophy. Any idea who might be going into the bottom of your trophy if you do win?
Still a long way to go, but definitely FaZe is going to be in there.
Oh, I love it. Congratulations, man. Great play. Great to see you in a semi-final. Put your hands together for Mousesport and Shui.
Another exceptional interview. OJ, thank you so much for the questions. Shui, great conversation, great interview. I think very earnest, very self-reflective. Acknowledging where he believes he let the team down. Yeah. Obviously, it's something that I think when you are the leader, the IGL, I think when you take that on your shoulders, it only inspires the players around you. Regardless of what he's saying is the actual truth or not, right? It shows a sense of responsibility, a sense of awareness, and you know for a fact they're going to watch those replays, they're going to look at what went right, what went wrong, and whoever they face tomorrow, they've got a little bit of time. They get to watch this game between FaZe and Na'Vi, and whoever wins, that's who they're taking on.
And it shows the standard that he holds himself to, right? As a caller, he said, on the T side, we should have done so much better than that. It never should have been close, which is what I was saying, and then thinking, why was I saying that?
Yes,
you're
and the only other thing that I'll contrast, she was interviewed to what we saw from Techno from Mongols the other day. The moment OJ says, what about that key? Techno was a bit uncomfortable, I'm not sure. There was no hesitation. It's great, I love seeing that key crushed.
Now, one more from me quickly.
Very quick.
How many Danes, how many of your countrymen are left in the tournament?
2.
Oh, you know?
No.
That was so good. That was so good. Okay, look at this. This is why EWC Central Broadcast exists. We are sharing esports knowledge back and forth. I want you to tell me how many Danes are left in the Dota tournament. We'll come to that next. What we will do, we're going to play a game. Cast a switch. So we're going to ask each of the experts to cast a different game, but using their own terms. Now, the thing I'm going to ask is, because you're the Dota expert, which of them gets to cast your game?
Any volunteers?
I'm happy to do it, but
you will get
it. Okay, right. Now, you have to cast Dota using Counter-Strike terminology. Yeah. You understand that, right? Right, well then let's count in the clip in 3, 2, 1, go!
Can I stand up and get in? Oh, I can't.
Barely.
I have no idea what's going on because too far away. He's thrown a Molotov at them. There's a HE going off. There's smokes everywhere, and somehow they can see through it. Looks like they've got some kind of walls going on. Maybe the admin needs to have a look there.
It's a second mid push.
It's crazy. Why are they not dead? The time to kill in this game is way longer than my game. At the same time,
how many Kevlars do you have?
Why is no one planted yet? When is the defuse coming through? It's crazy. There is full rotations going on. At the same time, the retake onto the high ground is great. It's looking. It looks like this is ancient, but then there's also a little bit of Inferno-esque touch to it. Very fantastic.
That was good.
Cool.
That was actually very challenging.
Good.
That was way harder than I thought it was going to be.
I couldn't even see the screen.
Yeah, Dota's impossible to catch from far away. I'm not gonna lie.
Of course, because I only have two people left. Toby, get yourself ready. PUBG Mobile commentary over the following clip. 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, next clip is up.
Well, that's gonna be
this is me.
Okay,
this is me. Okay, Shadow Fiend has his reticle set. That's not even from something from Dota. He's gonna jump down onto the low ground potentially. He has his ultimate available. Why aren't you using it? Horrible play by the Shadow Fiend, trying to get the gank situation coming around from the other side, trying to get to the fountain. The Roshan is still available. They're completely ignoring him. They're gonna hide behind this little wall. The Lotus is gonna spawn very shortly, get some HP and mana very soon.
Get the Tesseract.
Get the Tesseract.
The
Tesseract
is also available, ignoring every single objective on the map.
The Molotov, we have one in the game as well, by the way, on Batrider, is thrown. Not quite enough to get the kill, but it's going to be pretty close here. He's hiding behind the wall still. Finally, the up-close and personal play. Shadow Fiend's Q is available to try to finish the job. He's going to hide like a little, can't say that word out loud. What's the right way? He's playing very, wow, I can't think of a single word that I can use right now.
Ricky cosplay.
He's hiding.
I can't. Okay, that's it. He gets the kill. Congratulations.
Can I tell you, I can't get it out of my head. That Nemo hat is just a reverse Snapfire. It's a lizard riding an old lady.
Yeah, that's true.
Is it Batrider with the Molotov?
Yes. Hey, very good, very good.
Oh, that's so funny.
And that was with no time to go into it too. That's impressive.
Okay, so theoretically now I have Counter-Strike 2 footage with PUBG commentary. Is that right? Okay, let's see if that happens. Whatever it is, Toby.
He's going to cast PUBG.
Whatever it is,
I'll cast it.
whatever you are, you're casting. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Okay, here we go. The looting phase is already over. Seems like multiple teams have opted to rotate over towards A, where, well, no, this is actually more like El Asaha, I suppose we could say, as one team pushes on in towards the city. The pull-up has come through. No vehicles this time around.
Was that the toilet seat?
We're here on Miramar.
The second one. Now looking forward, looking towards the middle of the city, as once again El Asaha proves to be a hard city to maneuver on through. No smokes have been set up for the push across the street just yet.
That last kill was 300 meters.
Yeah, it seems to me like vision is indeed on point. Missy.
The Blue's closing in.
Looking forward. The Blue is making his way forward. Blue gets the better of him, as you can see up there in the kill. But Electronic makes a run for it. Not going to have enough time, as he will fall to the Blue as well.
Oh my word.
Very
Falling to the Blue, that's just so disappointing, you know? Much like how that match ended.
There you go.
Woo!
There you go.
Oh, the
It's actually
Apex
surprising
Predator.
how much terminology is the exact same in Counter-Strike and PUBG.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Yeah, you know. So, okay, that was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for casting one of those games. I think let's turn our attention to Dota. We focus on the other sort of first-person and third-person titles today. What have we missed in Dota? I believe we're going to have a bracket up, but I think, Sunsfan, over to you. Give me a summary, but I think let's start at last night because we didn't catch the end of TL Tundra.
So I think we left around game 3 of that series, Liquid Tundra. Liquid ends up coming on top. So Gaming Gladiators get exactly what they wanted, which is Team Liquid. These teams have faced off a bajillion times against each other. And
do you know what the head-to-head is?
We do have a graphic for that later.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. I actually didn't know that.
I'll hold off on that. And actually, I won't spoil anything now.
Okay,
so
good.
we'll go to the lower bracket, which is getting very spicy because BB Team ends up taking out Extreme, so that's why they're playing against Tundra now. And the big upset was Team Spirit going out in the lower bracket.
I asked you about this earlier, and I said, so what's going on down here? You said, it's probably going to be really boring, and now I'm hearing the opposite.
Yeah,
I said, what if?
We have a very nice dark horse in the PSG quest.
Oh, and what was the other one? White Donkey?
The White Donkey was Liquid.
Okay.
And they're top 3.
Listen, so a White Donkey, I only learned this last week as well. It's
because
term,
I made it up.
It's a term that Sunsfan's trying to popularize.
Yeah. Okay.
Quickly give us the definition because you might be proven right.
So Dark Horse is the team that you pick that could do better than expected.
Yep.
The White Donkey is just literally the opposite. A team that should do well that you don't think is going to.
Okay.
And Team Liquid is usually that team, it feels like to me.
Makes sense.
But this time they made it to top 3, so they are not the White Donkey.
So they've upgraded from White Donkey to Dark Horse, maybe?
Well, they're just a horse.
They're just a horse now, okay.
They're just a regular horse.
There's a horse in the race.
I mean, they had it in the logo, so it makes sense.
It is a
Crucially as well, right? Reminder that this is a proper double elimination bracket. So between Gaming Gladiators and Team Liquid, whoever loses will then drop down and be in the losers bracket final. Anybody that was in that lower bracket or lower final, whoever's in the lower bracket, and once you are eliminated, you are out. And I think Team Falcons is the one that I definitely am intrigued to watch and talk about. Yesterday, when they were put down to the lower bracket by Gaming Gladiators, I think they surrendered that map to you very quickly, if I recall correctly, like after a team fight.
Game 2 they did really quickly. Yeah,
and it was a bit of a shock, but also for Team Falcons, it was one of the pre-tournament favorites.
Yeah.
They learn more than they lose, as kind of cheesy as that sounds.
Yeah.
You learn more from a loss than you do from wins. I'm intrigued to see how they play the lower bracket out and whether or not they can actually get a.
They're going to stomp everybody.
Wow, that's
okay.
It's a bit rare to hear you that confident.
I have never been more confident in a team in the lower bracket.
Because even when you gave me the prediction that they're going to win the group stage after they went 0-4,
they're going to win the tournament.
They're going to win the tournament. Okay, listen,
There we go.
There we go.
I have no reason to doubt you, and I'm a little bit afraid of you.
Except for the fact. Wait, how's his prediction game been?
His has been on point in Dota.
In
Dota, really.
Well, it's easy to pick the team that wins every tournament.
Okay.
So.
Well, listen, because we actually talked about predictions, you actually went out to catch some predictions, so we'll build on this conversation in a second. Let's listen to the first prediction that was picked up by Sunsfan earlier.
Hello, we are here with a random person I found on the street.
That's me, random person.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing? How are you enjoying the event?
I was doing good, then you arrived, so now I'm doing a little worse, but it's all right.
Is it okay that I'm touching your shoulder right now?
Yeah, it's all right.
Okay, you want to do this?
Yeah, how do you feel?
That feels very comfortable, actually.
How are you doing today?
Thank you. This is going to mess up with the audio.
Anyway,
let me ask you a Dota question, because you've been here watching Dota, or so I've been told, at least.
I'm pretending.
Has anything surprised you at this tournament thus far?
I think Team Liquid are doing better than I expected. Something else that surprises me is you wearing a nice shirt. So I'm happy to see that, Shannon.
That's great to hear. I appreciate that. Who do you think is going to win the tournament?
Win the tournament. Let's see. I think Gaben's Gladiators with Quinn Callahan, they're looking pretty good. I think my boy will take it.
Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you. We'll see if you're correct. And if you're wrong, we're going to bring you back on to this exact spot, and we're going to interview you again about why you're wrong. Is that okay?
Yeah, I did that on purpose.
Okay.
I knew you would say that.
Great.
Thank you.
I think that goes without saying.
I'm quite uncomfortable. You guys having a good time, though.
No, yeah, we'd embrace it.
Dylan Deltzman.
I have to be honest, I actually missed the end of the interview because I was laughing so much. Gaming Gladiators win the whole thing? Was that what I heard?
He said Gaben's Gladiators. So technically that's not a team, so he's going to lose.
Gaben's Gladiators. I know you've got a bit of a history with Gaben as well. So what do you think?
Does my memory serve me wrong? Have we not done our predictions for the Dota tournament?
What? I don't think we have. Honestly, you're too late in the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's already so deep.
It's already so deep in the tournament. I didn't bother getting. Are you jealous?
I think he just wanted to be.
He wants to go for the underdog.
He just wanted to be.
You know what? I'll give you PSG Quest.
All right? You know what?
Who's the least likely to win?
Quest.
Okay.
That's yours.
I tell you what. You take a look. You've got the tabs. You can look at the bracket.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring up another prediction. While we watch this, look at it. I'll give you a chance at the end of the segment. Okay?
Fair.
Mac, you do the same thing. Let's listen to the next prediction.
Okay.
This is Lacoste. He's a very good analyst, unlike the person that we interviewed earlier. He's pretty trash at his job, actually. How are you enjoying this event, Mr. Lacoste?
Oh, it's been great so far. I love the heat because I'm, this is my third time in Riyadh so far, and I'm not sweating. It's a dry heat. That's what I want to see, instead of this, when I go back to my country, I'm going to be all sticky, icky. But food here is great. Dota's been good. No complaints.
Okay, since you talked about food, I do have to ask, have you had the shawarma with me yet?
No, because I did dodge that one time, and then I asked you the other day at 2 a.m., do you still want to go for shawarmski? And you said you don't want to because you ate the dinner and you left me hungry, so I had to order the room service.
Okay, this is a really interesting conversation.
So you owe me $25, by the way.
Okay, that's good to know. The Dota event has been happening. I don't know if you noticed. It seems like you're dressed up for it, but who do you think is going to win the entire thing?
Ooh, it might be the dark horse of the tournament, Team Liquid, because of their logo. There's a horse and it's dark.
That is technically true.
Laugh.
Ha! Ha! Really good. Really good content here from Lacoste. We really appreciate your time. You wasted my time, though.
No, you have a nice shirt. That's all I'm going to say. Bye.
Are we 2 for 2 on the double shoulder? Oh my God.
We're very close in the
Not even
the hair on the back of my neck stands up at the level of Monty Python tier cringe.
What do you mean?
Oh.
Why did we, I want to hear more about the shawarma story. Why did you not go with him?
Yeah.
Because he keeps dodging me. He lied. They just keep
Sure he did.
dodging over and over. Like oh yeah, I want to get shawarma, and then I get to the hotel. Oh, we just ate.
This
like,
is
why?
fake news.
Why have you eaten?
By the way, do we know, did Lacoste come out before the brand, or did the brand come out before the nickname?
That's the question we will never get answered, I think.
Oh, damn it. Okay. I know you guys are
Illuminati,
still looking for your predictions. I believe I've got a couple more. I've got a couple, but it's not your turn.
Oh.
We need to hear from the actual people first, and then I'll give you a chance, okay? Be patient, and then we need to do the awkward shoulder touch. We got another prediction. Let's go to number 3.
We're here with Nat
Hey.
T. Is it Nat E or Nat E-T?
It's Nat T. It's got 2 T's,
Why?
which there's been many emails I've gotten, and there's only 1 T, and I reply with the 2 T's, and they send it again with the 1 T.
Okay.
Because it's Nat, which is short for my first name, Natalie, and then T like is in the drink tea, like green tea.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah, it's
On the
really
more
basic.
interesting things, do you enjoy standing up for your entire working experience here?
It's fun when I make my panelists dance and do the stanky leg. Do it.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay,
I'm not
well,
paid enough to do that, to be
Yeah, I
perfectly
mean, you're
honest.
also not my panelist, so I can't make you do
Yeah,
anything.
that's fair.
Yeah.
Has anything surprised you this event so far?
No, not really. Yeah, everyone's probably gonna say Liquid, like that dude
You knew.
Lacoste. Yeah.
You knew.
No, I did, because I actually, unironically, was with them during that boot camp. Just happened to be in Utrecht, where their boot camp is, and I saw Nisha playing pubs, their mid laner. So I just knew from that they're gonna
Oh,
win.
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, who's going to win the upper bracket finals then?
Liquid. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's good to hear. All right. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
Well, Natalie, I'm not much of a tea drinker. I'm a coffee drinker myself, but I appreciate your love of tea. We've had wardrobe commentary, shawarma commentary, caffeinated drinks commentary. There has to be more.
What do you mean? There's stanky leg commentary.
Stanky leg is our dance move commentary. In and amongst the predictions, this might be the single greatest collection of prediction interviews that has ever existed. Please give me another magical one.
I'm here with Banana Slamma Jamma, a very famous analyst here at the Riyadh Masters. How are you doing?
I'm good.
That's great. You're known for your words. That's why you're paid so much at these events, to talk for a living. Literally a 2-word answer. That's really, really exciting. Have you enjoyed the event so far, good sir?
I was trying to keep a straight face, but I never can around you, Shannon. Yeah, it's been a great time so far. I mean, the Dota's always great, and the teams, I love it because it kind of has the TI vibes of they're nervous, they're making mistakes, so you get to see kind of like sloppy,
I
chaotic.
love it when they fail.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
It's amazing. You literally made an entire YouTube series on that.
That's true. That died a long time ago. Thanks for bringing that up.
You're welcome.
Are you enjoying this patch as an analyst?
Absolutely not. It is not great to see 5-man pipe builds at minute 15. It's fun to see the team fights, but a lot of times it feels like no matter what the perfect spell casting is, if the team's losing, it's just over because the items are too strong.
Okay, I'm going to ask you that again. How are you enjoying this patch? And this time, give a positive spin to it.
I absolutely love watching the teams run together as a unit and be best friends and unite under their behind the pipe, behind the war cry. They're running really fast. They're frolicking.
That does sound fun.
It's been beautiful.
Okay, thanks. Really appreciate that, BSJ. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you.
Wait, I'll cue you. First of all, exceptional set of interview responses. Also, Bunny and Jays have rubbed off on you. Give me an answer that's positive. I'm going to officially rate this, then Toby will, then Mac will, okay? These are going to be the ratings for the interviews. First of all, fantastic. I'm giving you 10 out of 10.
And a smiley face.
Suns fan, smiley face with some googly eyes. Toby.
Are you ready? Camera on me, great. I'm gonna give him 2 banana whamma lamma llamas out of 10, which equals 11 out of 10.
11 out of 10. Okay, Mac, you're the last one. What's gonna be the rating?
And now for the score you've all been waiting for. 9.9 out of 10. Point deduction for the lack of stanky leg.
Yes!
That's pretty good.
Oh, I didn't
That's
know
such a good
what
voice.
we're going to use this for. That was fantastic. Okay, while we're going to do a live look-in, we've obviously had this up. BB Team and Tundra, loser gets eliminated. I need to get your predictions as well.
Yes.
We'll get the Dota game on screen. Toby, which team have you elected to win the entire tournament?
So, with my knowledge of Dota, I've said that PSG Quest is going to beat Falcons. They're then going to take out BetBoom team, and then they're going to win the whole tournament.
You're going to go PSG Quest. Mac, where do you decide?
I'm going PSG as well.
You're going PSG as well?
He stole mine. I went mine blindly. Blind faith. Saw that they were playing Falcons. Hesitated, but still went with it.
Right, we know for a fact that you're with Falcons, but give me a brief setup before we do the look-in with the casters here.
Well, that's a player named Pure. He's picking his nose right now, but...
And let's see what the casters have to say about that. Let's see what the casters have to say about that.
Yeah, let's go into the casters. Let's see.
The game has paused. You ruined it.
I don't think we're going to
broke the game. We actually
Someone get in the Kleenex.
This is the most unhinged tournament. I've done this for a decade. I've done this for over a decade, and I've never had more. Boys, take a breath. Let's listen to the casters.
Thompson, he's
comes Thompson. Hits the burrow. Slows down Miro. Miro with the pipe, hoping he could survive, save. You could disrupt somebody, but there's 4 heroes. He disrupts his Tidehunter, and the Stomp will help clear a little bit of space, but with Pure and Whitemon still up, and 9 class waking back up. There's no escape. So Tundra, like, after this is what the panel was talking about, where if you slip up as BB team, you lose so much ground. They use their double ultimates, don't lose the fight, don't get any kill out of it, and now, while those ultimates are on cooldown, Tundra is just running you over.
They have definitely slipped up in this game. This was a game they needed to win lanes and snowball. That's how Gyrocopter kind of functions as a carry. You just haven't had any of it. And now you're just chasing a BKB timing that has left you a long time ago. Your Nightfall here.
I like the Silver Edge build-up for the Dragonites, so Miro's not going to be able to just exist on the front lines. That break mechanic will kick that to the curb.
And you're going to be scared to push out the lanes because you're just going to get hunted by the breaker.
Yeah.
You know, that 5-man clump is supposed to be the strong point of your lineup. You couldn't kill a single hero with all those ults. You are in trouble. Where is the scaling going to come from on this BB team lineup? Yasha Kaya just going with instant Requiem. That might help. Maybe prevent some of the BKBs going off here. I guess Shadow Demon can scale a little bit in this game. He's just so poor. Again, there's not much space to operate with, and Tundra are just jamming it in. Thompson instantly
breaks, finds Toronto Tokyo. Miro blinks back and abandons his 5. And this will kind of be the MO for Tundra, perhaps for the rest of the game, which is kind of sweeping through these areas, collecting whatever kills they can. BB team is going to dodge fights until they try another round of Ravage Requiem.
Back into the Bloodstone Shivas goes Thompson. Scale continues here for Tundra as all 3 of their cores are just powering to the later items. In fact, Shivas for Ramsey's almost done. This is a scary lineup to team fight here when your BKBs start to get low. So if you can't win these earlier fights when the durations are high, it just gets worse for you. And level 18 there for Pure. You'll get even more damage off the Dragon form.
Well, another Roshan. Tundra. He'll get this one for free, as I don't believe BB team got to play for it at all. And Tundra has very good vision behind that tier 2 mid where they saw some heroes anyway, so they know BB team isn't even in the neighborhood.
Well, you can give this to Thompson or Pure. Depends if you're planning to push the high ground. You probably give it to Pure. If you're maybe planning to just run around and take outnumbered fights, give it to the Sand King, but I feel Pure's probably going to take it, and he will. So the high ground is opened up now. I mean, the high ground defense for BB team is okay, I guess. You have some health spam, but there's no toss back or lasso mechanic to kind of threaten the guy hitting the tower. So I think Tundra are going to be pretty confident to let this Dragon Knight do his job and just siege some buildings here, assuming he's high resources.
at the same time, there's no rush to doing these things, and they can also just wait until there's an eventual Spirit Breaker pick-off.
Yep. And every time there's not, you're just gaining net worth if BB team aren't doing anything.
Yeah, that is the problem with the Spirit Breaker and Nyx that we've seen a bit in this meta, is that some of these teams that are gonna clump up a bit more, play really defensively, they just end up losing so much map because they have to play even more grouped up, even more clumped. They go for a 5-man push out down mid, very blind, just point blank ravage Ramses. Hit him with the 1-man ravage Requiem.
Now that's one way to get the job done.
Yeah. And I guess they will take a bit of space during this death timer for
I don't even think Pure knows his offlaner just died. He had like 0 reaction.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, that's nice, man. I'm gonna go keep farming.
Okay, so presumably you have 3 minutes left on Aegis with no... Do you go high ground with that? Get the lanes back go for it?
I always think you can, but the right answer is probably always no. Again, I feel like you're comfortable with your scale here. Like you get the Bloodstone on the Sand King, Shiva's on the Darkseer, another fighting item on this Dragon Knight. Are you falling behind in your relative power during that interval? Not really. You're pretty comfortable here. Still got some levels on the ultimates and some talents to get on that level 18 and 20. They're pretty close for a lot of these heroes.
Glass searching behind the tier 2 tops and finds it. Got the jump on a GPK. He gets off his BKB, but now that BKB is on cooldown, especially with no Requiem and no Ravage, there's certainly no way that you could stop Pure taking this tier 2. Oh, Muro. Uh-oh. And that's just one of those random Spirit Breaker pickoffs that we're talking about. Because every once in a while, whether it's through a direct charge or a random charge like that, they're going to find a kill.
Dude, the damage from this Dragon Knight, it gets intense here, and the break is just going to slice and dice this Tidehunter. You are not a frontliner anymore. Pretty much only have one play on these fights if you're BB team, and that is blink, ravage somebody, and blow them up. And hope that goes well.
Welcome back to EWC Central. This is the third and final game between Tundra and BB team. The only commentary I have is Gyro and Tidehunter's skins are awesome. They look badass.
Yeah, we do have some cool skins. Yeah.
Do people still play Lion?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We saw him a day or two ago, actually.
Okay. Yeah, he's been picked a little less than I was expecting, but he has a, well, do you want to get into this?
Give us the summary.
He has a hilarious facet. So at the beginning of the game, you can pick, usually it's 2 things, 2 paths that you can take. One of them is every time you use Finger of Death, which is his ultimate, it's very simple. It's just burst damage, right? Yeah. But the way it works is if you get the kill, you gain extra damage the next time, so it keeps keep getting these charges. But his facet that you choose, you basically turn into, every time you use your ult, you turn into a melee hero for 20 seconds, and then each time you click, if somebody dies during that time, you get even more charges.
Wow.
So,
by the way,
it's
a facet is basically like a keystone mastery in League of Legends. You know.
Yeah, we copied it.
So, just if you would like to keep an eye there on that third and final map, twitch.tv/EWC_Dota 2. That is still ongoing. There is another best of 3 in the CS2 tournament happening as well. Quick reminder, though, that we are looking at upper bracket, lower bracket. Earlier on in the show, Sunsfan promised me some stats. Gaming Gladiators, or Gaben Gladiators, as they've now been named,
that's right,
will be taking on Team Liquid. So set us up, talk us through this matchup. Give us a pre-match to hype us.
Yeah, these teams, they've played against each other a ton of times. The only thing we're going to show here is what I find the most interesting, which is finals against each other.
Okay.
And Gaiman dominate. This was the last year. Sorry, not this season, but the prior season.
Yep.
Gaiman was winning every single tournament except for TI, except for Riyadh Masters. But despite not winning the 2 biggest tournaments, they were still considered the best team of the year because they were just that consistent.
Could you call them the janitors of Dota 2 because they cleaned up everything else?
Very good.
But they're not invited to the head office?
They cleaned up the dead horses from Liquid, since that is their logo, and we're just going off of that. But
was the Bali major big?
I mean, it was a major.
But so a major to me is like TI level, whereas a major in Dota is like not TI.
I would say Riyadh Masters and TI are on one level, and then the majors are right under.
Okay.
But they're still quite big.
Like S tier event.
Yeah, it's a very big event.
Anyway, it's around the corner from me.
Did you go?
No, I didn't.
No, that's a shame.
It's just
I wasn't invited either, so.
Yeah.
It's so funny. It's like around the corner from Australia, but it's still the same as for me to go to America. Yeah.
Anyway, back to the Dota here.
Yes, I'm learning.
I wanted to focus on a couple of the players from each team. Normally, the mid laners are what people focus on, but I want to talk about the off laners because I find their stories a little bit more interesting in terms of how they play the game. So we can get that graphic up on the screen. We have Ace on the left. That's from Gaming Gladiators, and 33 for Liquid. He's the new player for Liquid this year. You can see that they have a lot of shared heroes. I mean, that's just pretty typical for the off-laners.
How have you selected the more unique, or why have you highlighted Underlord, Venno, Brood?
So those are heroes at this event that Ace has played that 33 has not, and the 3 on the right are the ones that 33 has played. So typically, the way that these players play is quite different. Ace is very greedy. He, in the last year when they were winning a lot, he ended up kind of becoming the position 1 in some ways. Like you can see Bloodseeker, that is not a traditional offlaner. Broodmother, you can play in the offlane, but it feels more like a carry type hero. But he will take over the game with a lot of farm, whereas 33 will kind of, I mean, they both will do a little bit the same, but he plays more team-oriented, gets a lot of auras, gets a lot of buffs for the team, and they just push.
So would you say that if they both play position 3, the offlaner, like, is 33 a more, I mean, use this word, I don't mean it derogatory, a role player, like by kind of closer to the definition, whereas Ace warps the role a little, or is that not really fair?
It depends on the hero. As usual, my answers in Dota are it depends, but
let's say for the most of the time, you know?
Right, so Ace, I would say, is more like a carry.
Got it. And
if you had to choose.
Importantly as well, what that highlights to me when I think about Gamer versus TL is the fact that even if their position 3s are, they have their strengths and they kind of can develop their impact in the game differently, the team is then also structured differently, right? Obviously, again, the hero composition is going to drastically...
Well, that's actually, that's another interesting part that I actually forgot. For the carry for Gaiman is Duraccio. He's almost like a sacrificial position 1 sometimes, which is very unusual.
That's what I was just saying.
And a lot of it has to do with the fact that he throws games a lot. He's like one of those...
why is he not on BB team? Sorry. Hey, I'm learning.
Honestly, he could be.
Yeah. I tactically entered. I was a Vengeful Spirit player a lot of the time, and I was like, look, I can limit test, which is a term I learned while doing League. But when I limit test, if I die, I put a debuff on the opponents, and I just type, get him. Go and get him. He can't hurt you
hands
anymore.
up, Toby.
Yes, noob question from the non-Dota guy.
Please,
you often say player 1, player 2.
Position,
Position 1, position 2, sorry. What does that refer to?
Can you
do we want to go into this?
I'll actually do this. What I'm going to ask you to do, give me the headlines, so what P1 is and what the role is, and then I'll follow up after you give me the 5.
Okay, so in order, the most farm is usually allocated to position 1, and it just goes down the line. So position 1 is carry, so auto attacker at the end of the game that carries you. Position 2 is the mid laner. They usually have a lot of mobility and like nuke damage. Position 3 is the big fatty, strengthy type heroes that initiate or have auras. Position 4 is a soft support, so they a little bit greedier. And then position 5 is just hard support that babysits.
While that is the absolute summary, if you would like to know more, please check out the VODs for EWC Central. They were called HQ last week, and Sunsfan went in much greater depth, breaking down the positions, the roles, the impact on the game, as well as multiple hero spotlights. We did a map breakdown. We even learned about Baron Nashor, Roshan, moving around the map. That was an intentional one, just to annoy Sunsfan. But yes, so we'll discuss a little bit more of it, but we've actually done a big segment on it last year, and it was a great way to advertise the show. And of course, because Sunsfan has been teaching us so much about Dota, why don't we continuously teach you about our respective games from our respective communities, because we got some slang coming in here. The first one is an easy one. We need to make these more difficult, because what is the term third party in PUBG Mobile? I'm going to go to Sunsfan first, because you should remember this, but you zone out when Battle Royales come on screen.
How did you know? If there's a monster truck.
Yes, there is. That's not what I'm asking. What is a third party? Come on. You should be able to remember this.
Third party. Just another team? Ugh.
Come on. You can do better than that. I believe in you.
Oh, okay. if 2 teams are fighting out, a third party comes in.
Ding, ding, ding. Is that the correct definition?
Yes, and I will say third party is the easy one. We could have gone as far sometime as 6th to 7th party, where it just becomes a cluster.
Even that, I would just call it a house party. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe you're not going to be fighting in a house, though, so it might be a bit different. Okay, this one also, Probably this week might be the most challenging for our production team because the Dota term that I want to ask you to explain is going to be Fog of War. I'm going to come to Toby because I think you have the least Dota experience on this one.
Yes, I do, but I will say that this is also a term in almost all other somewhat top-down games. It's the area...
Real-time strategies.
It's the area of the map that you can see, that you have vision on. Well, technically the opposite thereof.
Okay, let's start again. What is Toby? What is the definition of Fog of War?
The Fog of War is the area that you cannot see, therefore the fog.
There we go.
Right.
Sun Tzu would be proud. Of course, author of The Art of War from many years ago. Right. Okay. The next one. Oh, this is the easiest. Do you know what I would have loved to have got a producer up here and got them to answer this one. In CS2, what is Rush B?
It's when you rush B.
Hey!
I'll be more specific. It's when the terrorist side is attacking and they go quickly. It's with pace, it's intensity, so it tells you about the tempo of a round as well. Have I summarized that right?
Yeah, it's more of a pug thing. You know, you can pull B rushes, but a lot of the time it doesn't work in pro play unless for some reason.
What was the bomb site? What's the bomb site above Banana on Inferno? Is that B?
Yeah. Yeah.
It didn't work for Mouse, like, at all.
Can I ask you, why is the meme Rush B and not Rush A? Does it come from a specific map where they did it?
Because on Dust 2, I think it was like a Russian thing. There's a term before it, which is not broadcast friendly, and then Rush B, and that people would just say it, and you just do it. It's just a thing, man.
It's a full commit. Once it's been said, it has to be fulfilled.
Okay. This is a good one, and I wonder, before I ask this, how many people watch motorsports?
Nope.
I watched like 2 episodes after the Netflix thing came out.
Played a lot of Grand
What I love
Turismo
about
3.
this is we always get, after we get the slang from the games that are happening this week, we always try to throw in some slang for games that are coming later on in the tournament. In week 8, the final week of the Esports World Cup, we'll be seeing ESL R1. Ren Sports, it's the racing simulation competition. And the terminology that I'm going to ask my panel to explain is, what is slipstream? Now, if you think about this logically, it's actually really obvious.
Yeah.
And I think I want to try to get maybe Suns fan and Max.
Something came to mind for me, but I'm pretty sure that's not what it's
Okay,
called.
so what do you think a slipstream is in ESL R1?
I think it's another term, but it's when you're behind a car
racing,
and you're using that to gain extra
Before
speed.
you reveal,
to pass.
Mac, what do you think?
What was the game?
Racing.
ESL R1. Do you remember we walked around and I showed you the simulation thing?
Racing simulator.
Right, so it's the same as in like F1 slipstream.
So what does that mean? You have to define it.
It's when you're right behind someone and you use the lack of tailwind or like the space in the air behind them to go a little bit faster because you slingshot around them.
You said the same thing. It's exactly.
Is that
it's
it?
the resistance. You're 100% correct.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
When you're in a slipstream, it's when the secondary car is chasing a leading car and they have less air resistance. Therefore, their engine can accelerate quicker and it allows you to overtake. So when a vehicle takes advantage of the decreased air and wind resistance.
Can I do one that's just off the cuff?
Oh,
because
okay,
these
we
are
don't
all
have a
really,
graphic, though.
These are all newbie terms.
Newbie terms?
What's blocking?
In
CS?
Blocking in CS.
Yeah, you called it meat shield earlier.
Different kind.
Blocking.
Like, it says block something? Blocking? How do you spell it?
Like blocking, like you would expect. But what does it mean?
Okay, give a guess.
If a team was to block another team, if I was casting, I said, oh, they're blocking this team.
Okay.
Without
From
the blast
planting, maybe. That's the only thing I can think of. They're doing something.
What is the definition? Because I want to move on.
Okay, so it's when you use smoke, I'm blocking. It's usually when you use the smoke to stop them from coming through a choke point into a site, and you do that to buy the 20 seconds or so for people to rotate.
So you're
in.
blocking vision, blocking
from running it.
Got it.
Not just the vision.
But the thing is, you're not technically blocking. You're just,
I mean, you're putting fire on the ground in front of them. That's kind of blocking.
Let's debate the semantics on the bus ride home. That's what I want to do. It's time to move on the show, and of course, as we are nearing the end of our EWC Central broadcast, it's time for the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC. I mentioned this just a little bit earlier, but of course, with teams being eliminated, I think my main focal point is team spirit. Eliminated from Dota 2, eliminated from Counter-Strike 2, and of course, Team Vitality. Both of these clubs have multiple competitive teams competing in multiple games here at EWC. With them being eliminated, it has allowed other clubs to climb into the rankings. Crucially, G2 Esports fell out of the top 10 just yesterday. However, the win today against Spirit allows them, win last night against Spirit, allowed them to climb back up into 8th. They currently have 550 points. The top of the table has remained relatively unchanged, but Gaming Gladiators up at 370, Twisted Minds at 350, and very interestingly, both FaZe and Na'Vi in Counter-Strike 2 is going to be huge for these clubs. Both clubs have multiple teams participating across tournaments, and they may be able to make a climb closer towards the finals. Reminder, semi-finals is a big jump in club championship points. The winner of the tournament not only being able to take home the trophy, they get to place their key in the totem, secure 1,000 points towards the club championship, and be one step closer to unlocking a bigger chunk of that $20 million prize pool. I think the big ones I want to just mention immediately, I'll come to Suns fan. Spirit dropping out in both of the games. Obviously, we've discussed Counter-Strike at length throughout the course of the day. We saw the game yesterday. Dropping out in Dota is a big surprise. What's your take on both teams kind of crumbling under the pressure?
Yeah, well, for Spirit, I don't think it's crumbling under the pressure because they've won 2 TIs and a Riyadh Masters. I think it's more they just didn't come in form for whatever reason.
Okay.
But yeah, for me, they're the biggest disappointment of the tournament because I thought they for sure would be top 3 minimum.
What I will say is one last question before I move on. I want to project this instead of doing a negative tone. Both of my previous upsaves were focusing, both of my previous segments were focusing on the losers.
Yep.
Between Na'Vi and FaZe, how do you reckon they're going to shape up? Which team is looking better?
I don't know who's looking better. Na'Vi smashed Furia earlier on, but that was expected. And this is going to be a major final rematch. So no matter who wins, they are going to be putting themselves in a great position to go up against the Meows who were not happy with their form in the previous game. So whoever wins this has a very good chance of being in the grand final. And I think that is a great thing for either of these teams.
All right, got it. Makes sense. All right, that does it for our EWC Club Championship update. It was brought to you by SDC. Now, of course, we are beginning to wrap up the night. If I look at my clock, I forgot my watch today. Less than 10 minutes remaining. I will tell you we're going to do a quick check-in in the Kidia stage in a moment or two. And then we will also take a look at some of the best plays of the day, starting with the third. This is Reject wiping Power Esports off the map. No, this is not. I should not read. I should look first.
So this is game 3. So this just happened recently. Tundra versus BB Team. Tundra's in the base of BB Team, and they have a pretty substantial lead. And we'll see if BB Team can do anything about it. They've already lost their Shadow Demon support. You can see the big bad dragon going to work here, doing a lot of damage. It's actually a hero that fell out of favor recently, so I'm surprised that teams are picking it up again. But always like to see the dragons, and yeah, this is going to be an easy team fight win for Tundra. They're even expending some buybacks to make sure that they can finish it. So Tundra will end up winning that series, and their next opponent will be the winner of Falcons and PSG Quest, which will happen tomorrow.
So I will say, obviously, we'll move on to the next segment in a moment, but I think for BB Team, something that you've said many times, I just remind Toby and Mac, BB Team as a squad, I got some of the highest ceiling, the highest potential that the team could have, but also the lowest floor.
They're their own worst enemies.
And Suns fan said it so many times last week, I actually wasn't sure. I was like, does he have a vendetta against it? Does he just not like them? I listened to the Dota 2 broadcast many times throughout the week. Yeah. They are not nice. I actually think Suns fan didn't do it justice, and I think
I've been holding back.
Okay.
Right? I've been holding back.
Now, of course, for Tundra, just very quickly, they topped their group. They got pushed down to lower bracket. They're now looking to face off, with one last chance. What do you reckon their potential is? Because you're so confident about Falcons just going to smash everything.
Yeah, I mean, they're very good, but I just can't see anybody beating Falcons. I mean, I know that Gaiman did beat them. I don't think they could beat them twice, though. So it'll be an interesting lower bracket run regardless.
The thing that I'm also a big fan of that I want to keep a close eye on, Tundra versus Falcons, if we see that.
If that happens.
If that match ends up happening, and it's most likely, both of them top the respective groups. So we get to see the number one teams from the groups playing out. Right, we are closing out the night. So let's now check out the best moments in our Kidia play of the day. This is the correct number 3 play. It is Reject wiping Power Esports off the map by shooting them off the buggy. Toby, talk me through this.
Well, here they come, trying to pull up on the compound. It's never easy to be the team on approach, especially when you're in a buggy. You can see how exposed he is on the top of that vehicle. As a matter of fact, they come in with 2 buggies trying to make a run for it, and Reject, as soon as they get out of the car, shut them down. First one was already already down on approach. Second one taken out now. The third has been taken out already. They're not in the range from where they can do a whole lot. They're being shot at from the other side too, and just like that, that's 4 points in the pocket for Reject.
Really nice.
Suns fans, boys popping off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it stole my team from me. We have another play to take a look at. This time it is BB Team's Nightfall with a huge play to take down XGWBG. I don't think we actually watched any of this on our stream because the match was played much earlier today, Suns fan.
Yeah, I'm trying to find where Nightfall is on this screen here.
If you can't find it, how am I supposed to?
That guy.
Oh, is it the Snapfire? Nope, that's not it. We're going to process of elimination here. Oh, okay, he's the Morphling. He is the water creature.
He's in the bottom.
I mean, honestly, Morphling rampages, or at least when they clean up a lot of kills, it's not really on him. It's his team supporting him to get the stun, like the crowd control, to be able to enable him
set it
to
all
do
up.
damage.
So what you're trying to say is he just,
Yeah, they won that series, but then ended up losing later.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. Heartbreaking at the end of the day. So BB Team are now eliminated. And of course, the #1 play of the day, your Kidia play of the day, is Vitality's Apex with a huge 1v4 to save the round versus Virtus Pro. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Second of his career. Apparently, it's been about 7 years since he got his last one.
Wait, you're kidding?
Yeah.
7 years?
It's been a while. I don't know the
Ooh.
exact stat of when it was, but it is his second of his career, and it was also in a 16th round, when the last one was also in a 16th round. So, funny little stat there for you, but a nuts play. Unfortunately, for Apex, it wasn't enough to keep Vitality in the Esports World Cup.
Oh, man, that's heartbreaking. Also, how the hell did you know it was his second of his career?
I can't
Second
remember
ever?
who posted it. Someone put it on Twitter, and I caught it.
Oh, that means it's 100% true.
Obviously.
Yeah,
Also,
it was a stat of HLTV.
Can I tell you something? Do you want to know what's heartbreaking? Both of our respective plays, #2 and #1, are for teams that ultimately got eliminated. Their runs in EWC. I mean, look, it's the last 2.5 days of tournament for Dota 2 and CS2. So those huge plays happened. Great. Wasn't enough. You're out. Let's also recap today's action in our very final EWC catch-up, powered by STC. And of course, what I would like to do is repeat yesterday's request, where I come to Toby and I say, what's been happening in PUBG?
A lot this time around, because we did get things started today. 6 matches were played between Group Red and Group Yellow. It was a joy to watch some upsets, not upsets, but at least surprising starts to the tournament, as D+ Kia finished day 1 in first place with 57 points total. Behind them, Tianba, DX Xavier, 3 teams we did not expect to see in the top, but because down in 4th, 5th, to some extent 7th as well, for Miracle Vibes, Alpha 7, and Reject teams who would want to see in the top, they are getting slowly started, but it's all right. There's still many more games left to play.
And I think one thing important as well, one round was like 25 points for the team that got the chicken dinner.
Exactly.
May I request who the white donkey is for PUBG?
Oh, do you know what? Do you know what? Don't do it now. I want you to think about it.
That's a group stage.
That's actually
post-group
That's a
stage
fantastic conversation
I like
to have.
I like it.
Maybe we do post. Maybe we make him do it tomorrow.
Yeah, we could do a white donkey the other day.
We'll find out. You figure out which bovine creature it is. Suns fan, I know you just gave us a brief update on this, but what's the summary for the entire day? Maybe let's talk about the matches that we didn't see on stream.
Well, I want to talk about the matches coming tomorrow.
Oh, even well, you want to give us an update for today because this is the catch-up.
Okay, fine. We saw BB team lose. Big shocker. Tundra beat them. We didn't get to see Falcons yet today because that match is actually tomorrow. But yeah, Team Spirit going out. Huge disappointment for a lot of
So we caught some of Tundra. TL a little bit, at least discussed it. We didn't really get to see XPWBG. Tundra have just eliminated BB Team.
Yeah.
And then I guess, Team Falcons versus PSG Quest is going to be hype, and now you get a chance to hype tomorrow.
So upper bracket, Gaming Gladiators versus Liquid. Can Liquid finally get revenge? That is the question.
Is there still one more game to be played of Dota today?
No.
Great.
It is done.
I'm going to trust him on that one. And the next time we're going to tune in, I got told off earlier by Darth Mike. I sincerely apologize. I just thought you were cooler than you are. So Darth Mike, let me know what's happening in CS2.
Wow.
What's up, Central? I'm here in front of a machine that's even more powerful than Mac's mustache. That's our hydraulic press, where I just was with Mouse as they crushed the life out of Furia's Key, claiming victory and moving on in to the semi-finals. I hope you guys are having fun. We're certainly having fun here as we've got one more match to go. Now the taking on phase for our final semi-finalist. Who's it going to be? You guys tell me.
Always gassing me up, Mike. Thank you very much.
You're blushing! You're blushing!
I am blushing. It's probably the heat, but I'm probably blushing as well. Look, so this isn't fully updated, but, you know, Mouse did beat Furia. We covered that. We watched a lot of that game here. And we still have one more game to play today, which is Nada Sincere, or Navi, as most people call them, and against FaZe Clan, and that has only just begun for that final series of the day.
We'll hype that up in 1 second. We'll hype that in 1 second. Pause. That does it for our EWC catch-up, powered by STC. Now, of course, there is still something happening today. Could I ask that we take a quick look at Mac? I'd like to set him up once we jump onto Mac in a moment. That's Mac. Can we get the camera on Mac?
Mustache guy.
There we go. Now I'll unpause you. Please continue what you were saying.
And that game has just begun. I don't know what the veto is, but it is going to set up for some crazy grand finals tomorrow. Grand finals, semi-finals. jumping a day ahead. And whoever wins this is going to have a huge game up against Mouse.
Okay, now of course, it is just minutes away before we round out our broadcast. Dota 2 has completed for the day. Sauron says, please watch the rest of CS2 when our show is over. FaZe vs Navi has just started. The winner does face Mouse. I think what I want to ask you as we begin to wrap out the day, Mac, what is the storyline? What is the narrative here for both of these respective teams? Because they're both heavyweights in the Counter-Strike scene.
So you've heard a few people say that FaZe is their favorite to win this tournament, but historically, every time these teams are going head-to-head, it's pretty much been Navi favored. At Pro League, FaZe did get a 2-0, but Navi have won, I'd argue, the bigger tournaments, the major, and then also taking them out in the groups at Blast. And here, who knows what we're going to get, because it's off the back of the player break. We've only seen Navi play Furia, whereas FaZe had another close game and didn't look super strong against, they were against FlyQuest. So they've only played one best of 3, and this is their second. They've had a day off to prepare, and it is going to be a great game. So I know exactly what I'm going to be doing as soon as we are done here at Central.
Yeah, once you do your homework as well, because we're going to show you to prepare for tomorrow. That, of course, that is still happening. Twitch.tv/EWC_CS2. I really hope you know all the URLs by now. Just favorite them, follow the channels. You'll be able to keep up to date. We're about a minute out before we close out the show. Yesterday, I asked everybody to say something nice about one another, and we got a little bit confused. So I'm going to start with Mac, because you get to go first today. What I'd love for you to do is tell me something that you learned today about not your game.
I learnt that I really don't like gyro controls in PUBG Mobile, but I want to finish on a positive, so I am going to say...
Toby, you're next.
I was like, but I will try and learn it. Where are we going with this? Where are we going? Something I did learn about a game that wasn't mine. I learned that in Dota 2, there is a water creature that even though you're an extremely experienced caster, you still cannot see on the map. But you should just look down to the bottom of the screen.
You know what? I promise we like each other. I promise. We're friends. We're having a good time.
To finish on a positive note, it looked cool yet... Well, I should reword it. It looked confusing yet really cool.
Kind of half-assed the positive note. Suns fan?
I learned that Mac's mustache is in fact not more powerful than the key destroying machine.
A pneumatic press. I think they're wrong, and I think that mustache is more powerful. I'd like to say thank you once again to all my guests. Thank you on behalf of the production team, as well as everybody at EWC. We'll be back tomorrow night, 7 p.m. local until 11. EWC Central is the new name. It's no longer HQ. Saturday, Sunday, 7 till 11. We'll wrap up CS2, wrap up Dota. We'll finally watch more PUBG Mobile, and we'll set ourselves up for the next stages. Good night. We love you. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. We'll see you tomorrow.